Welcome back. My name is Sam Hassel, and in today's episode, we are going to be conducting an application review for a Stanford application. So this is from a student who is a listener of the podcast along with his dad, and he reached out a few weeks back, and we agreed to do this application analysis specifically for the student's Stanford application. So this is going to be the common application and then the school-specific questions for Stanford questions and essays. So we're going to go through, first off, so we will, of course, keep this student's name private, so we'll just call him Kyle as a pseudonym. So Kyle's background, he attends a highly competitive large public high school. This is, according to the niche rankings, about a top 100 public school in the United States out of about 20,000 plus public high schools. 4.0 unweighted GPA, 5.36 out of 6 weighted GPA scale at his high school. Some notable grades. He had an 88 in Spanish 3 in 9th grade. So that is noteworthy. We've, of course, covered on this podcast that we generally don't want to see any Bs when students are targeting top 25 and the highly selective echelon of college. The student is, in this case, targeting Stanford. So Stanford is arguably, I would say it's probably one of the 3 most competitive colleges in the United States to get admission to. So one of the things that I'm doing and many admissions officers are doing as they're going through the transcript is particularly looking for any soft spots in the transcript. So this, it's not necessarily the end of the world, but when you are putting a lot of pressure on your candidacy by targeting one of the top 5 schools, it is, even for top 25 schools, it's not ideal to have any Bs on your transcript, but particularly once you move up to that top 5 echelon, it becomes even more precarious. So it is noteworthy. On the other hand, it's not going to be as relevant of a class to the student's admissions narrative. He's not angling for something such, that would a foreign language would be as relevant to. So that is helpful. He's positioning for something more along the lines of STEM, and so this is a Spanish class. Also, to his advantage, it was in 9th grade, so it was quite a while ago, but it's, again, when you're talking about a school such as Stanford, you have maximum pressure applied to your candidacy, and every single, slight blemish and deficiency is going to be absolutely magnified to the greatest extent. So that wasn't the most ideal. In terms of some more relevant classes, he had a 94 in pre-calc. That would have been in 10th grade. Not a huge issue. It's not a B. It's almost a mid A. But the student does have a lot of mid and higher 90s on his transcript, so that's a little bit of a lower grade, but certainly not a big issue there. 92 and 93 in AP Physics 1 and AP Calculus AB in 11th grade. So again, would you like those to be a bit higher? This is why his GPA is not as high, particularly on the weighted GPA scale. Would you like this to be a bit higher? Yes. Would I prefer 96s or 97s in AP Physics and AP Calc AB? Yes, because again, we are applying to Stanford. And those are actually going to be quite relevant and also very recent classes. So those are 11th grade classes. They're not 9th grade classes, and they're very relevant to his STEM positioning. So those are a bit of some soft spots, I would say, in particular, that B in Spanish, and then also a bit of the lower grades that are very relevant to his overall positioning. In terms of course rigor, 14 AP classes, so quite a lot. Notable courses, as we just discussed, Spanish 3 by 9th grade. He basically ended his foreign language progression by 9th grade, and I believe I saw somewhere in his profile that he took Spanish 3 over the summer to carve out more room for electives at his high school. One thing to note, I do not love this. A lot of these top colleges, and really quite honestly just colleges in general, want to see a student taking the core classes for most of, if not their entire high school career. So really, if you're targeting top colleges, you should ideally be taking 4 years of a foreign language, at the very least getting through the maximum level of that language. So for instance, getting to Spanish 4 and then AP Spanish, it depends what the progression is at a student's high school. But he stopped very prematurely in terms of the progression, both from a rigor or advancement level. He maxed out at Spanish 3, and then he stopped it very early on in his high school career. Neither of those two aspects is ideal, particularly when you're talking about top colleges. So there will be admissions officers at Stanford and some other colleges, and sort of slightly bewildered by that. It's definitely not optimal. We had a student a couple of years ago who was positioning for something similar to what this student's positioning for in engineering. He finished his foreign language by 10th grade, and he took the AP, class and then the AP exam. That's definitely better because he basically maxed out in terms of course rigor in the foreign language, and he did at least take it through 10th grade. Ending by 9th grade is really, and only in the third level of a language, because most students take the first level of language in 8th grade. So it's just very premature and very abrupt, and these colleges do want to see that you have the core foundational classes and that you've taken them for essentially your entire high school career and maxed out the course rigor. So that is not ideal by any stretch. I don't agree with the trade-off of trying to take more electives and dropping a core class. So there are 5 core classes. There's English, history, foreign language, and then math and science. So foreign language is one of the 5 core classes. That's not necessarily a good trade-off and is not going to be viewed necessarily positively by the colleges because electives are considered very flimsy. They're very unstandardized between different high schools. So high school might have business electives. They might have engineering electives, biomedical science electives. The student took a lot of engineering and biomedical science electives, which is good for building their proficiency and core competence in the areas they're positioning for. And it also does show that they've pursued classes that are relevant to their admissions narrative. However, electives are not taken as seriously from an academic or transcript perspective as core classes are. So the fact that the student ended the foreign language progression in a core class very prematurely in order to carve out more room for classes, i.e. electives that are not taken as seriously by colleges, wasn't necessarily the best decision or the best trade-off. So I do want to highlight that. The student took Calculus AB in 11th grade, Calculus BC currently in 12th grade, AP Physics 1 in 11th grade. He's currently taking Calculus-based physics in 12th grade. So that's very good. He's basically maxing out the physics curriculum by taking calculus-based physics in 12th grade. Not the absolute highest, particularly for students aiming for Stanford in terms of the math curriculum. There's a non-trivial number of students who will be in the applicant pool, particularly at the top 5 schools such as Stanford, MIT, particularly schools that are very strong in STEM areas such as Stanford, MIT. There'll be a non-trivial number of students who are post-Calc BC by the time that they apply to college. However, it's not a major issue that he's terminating at Calc BC, but you do have to be aware that there are definitely students in the applicant pool at Stanford who will have a more advanced math curriculum, and particularly those students who are similarly applying for STEM engineering areas such as this student. U.S. history, he took a dual enrollment class with a community college in 10th grade is what he put on his transcript. Very interesting. And then he took AP World in 10th grade. So he essentially took 2 college-level history classes in 10th grade. A little bit odd and contradictory given that he stopped the foreign language progression so prematurely and the history classes aren't necessarily relevant to his positioning. It's just a little bit, the moves are a little bit just unorthodox. You could sort of ask the question, why is he doubling up on history, which is not as relevant to the STEM positioning, but then on the other hand, also ending the foreign language progression very early. There could be, sometimes there's just scheduling issues, there's logistics issues, there's class availability issues. So I don't know, particularly in this student's case, sometimes there are other factors at play, but that is a little bit odd when you're looking at sort of the humanities, social science classes, that he cut one of the core classes on that side that's not as relevant to positioning very short in terms of the progression, but that he decided to double up one of the other sides of the humanities and social sciences that's not as relevant to his narrative. So it's an interesting move. He might have been doing it in terms of, the weighted GPA, and his high school does rank students, so he could have been doing it for that as well. AP Bio, he took in 11th grade alongside AP Physics, so he doubled up his AP Sciences. That's not necessarily a move. There are students who will do that, who will double up AP Sciences in a single grade. It's a calculated risk, and it really depends what the overall allocation of a student's time is. So if a student has an exceptional resume and needs a lot of time to devote to that resume that's going to differentiate their candidacy, they don't necessarily need to really double up the AP Sciences per se. And then it's also, as I said, it's a risk, right? It's great when students really go all out on the metrics and the stats part of their profile and they take a ton of APs. There is an upside to that of, if you get through it alive, right? If you can get through unscathed and get a whole bunch of A's, then, that will put you in a better position. But it also can be risky because you can end up with some possibly lower grades taking that amount of course rigor. And I think a lot of people are still in this mindset of, let me max out the course rigor and allow my GPA to drop. And a lot of people think that they can get, a B plus or a B in AP classes, and not for the top colleges. I mean, you really, really want to avoid Bs as much as you possibly can, even B pluses. And then if you're talking about Stanford, it's on an entirely different level versus a top 25 school. So it's definitely a calculated risk when you double up the APs. That being said, he did reasonably well in these two classes. He got 92 and 93, as we pointed out. So not the end of the world, but you don't know necessarily what that precludes a student from in terms of building their resume. And I think the student does have some resume weaknesses that potentially, if you took some time away from just trying to max out the stats and you reallocated it towards building a stronger hook or a stronger resume, that could be a worthwhile trade-off. So that is worth noting. Our particular philosophy in our program is I much prefer to play the resume, the hook, the uniqueness, the creativity game versus playing the metrics and the statistics game. Students have to have the metrics, the statistics, but you cannot wipe away a bad grade on your transcript. The resume is something that you can totally control. So a college can't see. As I mentioned before, it's totally fungible. You can take a million shots at different high-value opportunities. You can make it messy, and you can choose what to put in the application. You can't do that with your transcript. So there is inherently a much greater risk of you really trying to max out the course rigor and really play that metrics game or that stats game because you just can't wipe away grades on your transcript, unfortunately. And so if you just ended up in a situation where you over-challenged yourself and that brought down your GPA, then that's not necessarily a worthwhile trade-off. Now, there are a couple of different factors here. The student is probably looking at their high school context and saying, well, my high school has this weighted GPA, so I have to do it for my weighted GPA. His school also ranks, whereas a lot of other high schools do not rank, specifically because they try not to breed competition and, in some cases, course selection decisions such as this. Because a student, if they're saying, I have to, I have a weighted class rank, and so I have to basically max out and take 2 sciences so I can get towards the top of my class, that creates a different situation. And that is a bit of a fair point. It's just a unique situation that other students might not necessarily be in if their high school doesn't rank. But that is a bit of a trade-off of what you're doing at a local level in terms of your high school and then what you're doing for college. Many colleges, these top colleges, I really say the goal should be to be a straight A student, essentially, and take the hardest amount of course rigor while maintaining straight A's. And in the student's case, he has a 100-point scale. I mean, if you're talking about a Stanford, he really has to be staying in that 95 plus range across all of his classes, and even ideally a little bit higher than that, possibly for a school such as Stanford. And then you take the hardest amount of course rigor that you possibly can, while understanding that you probably need to be 95 plus across the board in your classes if you're aiming for a top 5 school such as Stanford. So Stanford will, for better or for worse, see the class ranking. And so the student didn't, given some of these other variables of their high school, they didn't necessarily totally make some bad decisions. I would really question the foreign language, but I understand what they're possibly trying to do in terms of elevating their class rank, because their high school does rank. It's a very competitive public high school. The colleges will see the students' class rank, so I sort of understand some of these moves to some extent, and they're very contextual to students' candidacy, to their high school, and then also the overall time allocation to other parts of the candidacy. That, if you had an extremely strong, nuanced, clever, creative hook, that could potentially mitigate, and still put you in better position versus a student who, took 2 AP sciences, for example, but you didn't, right? So it depends on a lot of other variables as well. The student took AP chemistry in 12th grade, so that's good. It's relevant to the admissions narrative. A lot of electives, as we mentioned, particularly in engineering and biomedical science. As I mentioned, that's good in terms of reinforcing the relevance, building core competencies related to the student's positioning, but not necessarily doing a ton from the perspective of, increasing the perception of course rigor, and really impressing colleges in terms of the courses the student took. Again, they're just mostly not going to take these electives super seriously, the top colleges. 1510 super score on the SAT. That is across 2 different sittings of the SAT. So a 770 math on one sitting and then a 740 verbal on another sitting. Unfortunately for Stanford, as with many top colleges, this is not a very high SAT score. It might seem like a very high SAT score, 1510 out of 1600, but unfortunately this is right around Stanford's 25th percentile. So it's definitely on the low end. It will be on the low end for other schools of students targeting, such as Duke, which starts in that 1510, 1520 is just the low end of the range. So that's not ideal for Stanford. You really would have wanted to have seen something like a 1550. And honestly, for Stanford, I mean, if you want to put yourself in better position from a testing standpoint, you really want to see something in the high 1500s. Again, you're applying to one of the most competitive institutions in the world. So there is very little margin for error or imperfection. A student had 4 5s and 3 4s on AP exams, so 7 AP exams taken with 4 5s. Some of the notable AP scores, bio and physics. So these are, again, relevant to the student's admissions narrative, mostly applying at the intersection of biomedical areas plus engineering areas. So bio and physics 1, he got 4s, and then calculus AB, he got a 5. So, of course, the calculus AB, these are all relevant to his positioning and to his admissions hook. The calculus AB score of 5 is, of course, good. The bio and physics 1 scores of 4 are, again, slightly suboptimal, given that they're relevant to his positioning. And again, he is targeting Stanford and competing against many students, particularly in these areas, who will have 5s on those exams. He is ranked number 33 out of 623 students in his high school graduating class. So that's the top 5%. So that's the stats foundation. In terms of some of the softer factors in his candidacy, we'll get into his applications, but his activities. So I took some of the activities that were formally in his common application, but then he also sent me additional activities, or I looked at his he had a expanded resume that he sent. So he sent a lot of extra information because I think he's very well aware of this analogy that I've presented a couple of episodes ago when we were reviewing another student's application. A lot of students, they have a very, there's the back end and there's the front end. And I say the application is essentially a film trailer. So the application needs to be the final, edited, short, most compelling version of the long form, the movie, so to speak, which is the student's entire candidacy, which is all the information about them. And so the approach that we like to take is I want to see all of the information, and then I want to choose very specifically what the most compelling information is. And a lot of students don't take that mindset into the application process. They just start looking at the questions in the application, and then I've called this stimulus response mindset. They just start knee-jerk responding and coming up with content about themselves in response to the questions in the application. That's not really ideal. What you want to do is have a huge content bank of everything about yourself, every possible activity that could even remotely be relevant, every possible award that could even remotely be relevant, every little thing that could even possibly be flexed into an award, even though it's maybe not officially an award, every little hobby that maybe we could brand as though it's an activity, even though it wasn't formal activity, or we could put in the additional information section. You want to have every piece of content that could possibly come into play, and then you want to choose from that massive arsenal, massive bank. You want to choose the absolute best. And this is something that we do a lot as well with students. We'll have a student, and there's a very, even when they're writing, there's a very difficult sentence or a very difficult transition, or they need to write the final line in their essay. And the final line in the essay is like, the last minute of a movie, right? It's the thing that you tend to remember the most. An okay movie with a great ending, a lot of people will leave thinking that that's a great movie, right? Versus the converse, which is a great movie with a okay ending. A lot of times there's substantial recency bias, and that will leave you with not as great of an impression. So when a student's writing a final line in an essay, or there's a really difficult transition sentence to create, a lot of times what we'll do is have the student write 5 versions or 10 versions of that sentence. And so what you're getting is a lot of quantity, so that you can choose the best, right? Because if you just have them write one version, this wasn't good, then you have them write another version, that's not as good. That's very painstaking and iterative, and it just drags the process out, right? If you say, write 15 versions of this sentence, there's probably one version out of the 15 that's very good, or at least it has seeds of being very good, and then you combine it with some of the elements of the other ones, and you basically nail it, right? So quantity is really, really your ally in this process, and having a massive bank of information, anything that could basically be relevant, gives you a lot of optionality in terms of what makes the final movie trailer, so to speak, in the application. So the student, particularly, I think, having heard that episode when I talked about this in this film trailer analogy, he even started using film terms such as the cutting room floor. And he actually gave me some content in the emails that I actually thought was some of the most compelling content, but wasn't even necessarily, he didn't put it in the application per se. So that's a very good maneuver that he did that, because he went wider in terms of the amount of material. And actually a lot of this overflow material that he maybe didn't include in the final movie trailer should actually be in the final movie trailer. It might actually be some of the most compelling content. So when I'm going through his activities list, understand that some of this he didn't even put in the application. But that shows you the benefit of really taking a much wider approach. He sent it across emails, but now I'm going to say, oh, actually, I think this is quite compelling. And many students simply leave out a lot of extremely compelling information and put information in the application that's not as compelling. And it's very important to understand an admissions officer is not evaluating you. They're evaluating the version of yourself that you present to them. And so that entails a lot of decisions that are made in terms of how you present the information that may unfortunately not always be optimal, right? So you could have a piece of information about your background, but you write an essay about it, it wasn't the best presentation. That facet of you or that aspect gets watered down because the presentation is not necessarily optimal. And then similarly, you could just entirely leave something out of your application that you didn't know was extremely compelling and differentiating. So, it's unfortunately some of the mistakes that a lot of students make. So for activities, student is the captain and driver of his robotics team at his high school. This high school has a, very, highly regarded prominent robotics team, so top 40 globally. He operates the lathe and the CNC mill, so he's mostly responsible for the manufacturing and design of the robot, it sounds like, on top of being captain and driver of the robotics team. He is the founder of Go Baby Go chapter with a robotics team that modifies toy cars for mobility for toddlers. He authored a medical research paper related to hydration in type 1 diabetic athletes, so the student is a type 1 diabetic. He founded and is the president of the school mountain biking team. He shadowed a radiologist. A lot of people know from this podcast I really dislike, and the student even pointed out in his emails, I really dislike the term shadowing. It's very passive, very low agency, very low initiative. It just shows that you're following somebody around a hospital. It's not conveying a lot of the traits that are going to be valued by top colleges. But he was aware of that, and so he sort of repositioned some of the phrasing to some extent when he put this in the activities list, which we'll see a bit later. Summer job as an auto mechanic for 2 summers. His dad mentioned school IT support, though I didn't see this from the student at all anywhere in their application or their email, so I'm not sure what that was, but the dad had mentioned it in passing. So I'm not sure if that's something the student actually did or not, or if it was maybe a rephrasing of an elective, but that's there regardless. President of Young Men's Service League, the vice president of the Key Club, co-chair of the Relay for Life, and raised $10,000. He had a capstone project on a possible cure for small cell lung cancer. Now, I'm including this in his activities. He didn't. He definitely didn't include it in his activities list in the common application. I think he might have put it in his expanded resume that he attached when he emailed me. Or either that, or I saw it in his essay as possibly both. But it definitely was not in his activities list or his additional information section in the actual common application. And the reason for that most likely is a lot of students do not, they don't think of something they did in the context of a school class as possibly being an activity. However, that is not necessarily correct nor optimal. If a student, takes a class in high school, such as science research, a lot of that takes place outside of the actual school and the class. A lot of times that means that you are getting an opportunity with a university professor and sending email reach outs and then working with them. So it goes well beyond the scope of just your high school and that class. Science research, even though it might be a class in your high school, is very often branded as an extracurricular, and it can be a very high value extracurricular. Same thing with independent study classes or AP seminar or research class, Cambridge research class, a capstone project, some independent projects, class or elective, or even an elective. The student, took these engineering and biomedical electives, and if they had a final project, you can take it upon yourself to sort of break out that project and just put it as an activity in your activities list. Or if it's really stretching it too much, you can just put it in the additional information section, right? And it will really depend on how far outside of the classroom did it actually go. For example, were you we had a student and she was interviewing female frontline healthcare workers for her independent study project in school. So that was going outside of the context of school. We had another student who was had a very fascinating intersection between engineering and history. And, he was, I believe he was partaking in, aspects of the project that went beyond the classroom. And it also, again, it also, if it's really helping to reinforce a unique hook, then you really want to fit it in. Or if it's really helping to bolster the hook, then you might need to overlook the fact that, maybe you're finessing it a little bit in terms of it being an activity, but it's an appropriate trade-off, right? Because it's really relevant to the admissions narrative. It's helping to further reinforce and give you more credentials related to that hook. And in some cases, if it's a particularly very niche activity or really helping to differentiate the student, for example, with that student who was in engineering and also happened to be an overrepresented minority in engineering as an Indian male, that history narrative or angle and intersection was very helpful to his candidacy, very strategically optimal, because Indian Americans, Asian Americans are very underrepresented in history fields, and it just made him a lot more unique as an applicant. Otherwise, he was just a very overrepresented Indian American male applying for engineering. So it really helped to give him some uniqueness. And so even if something was a bit less formal in terms of being an activity, there could be a lot of strategic upsides to branding it as though it's an activity. So these are sort of the maneuvers that you have to be mindful of. So I do like this capstone project on the possible cure for small cell lung cancer because it's related to some of the biomedical themes in the student's hook. Python class he's taking online for programming. This was very interesting. A Neuralink internship. So Neuralink is Elon Musk's company. It's based only, I think the headquarters for Neuralink is 30 minutes away from Stanford's campus. Neuralink basically, helps people with paralysis or physical disability. It basically creates brain-computer interfaces that would allow them to remotely control, their limbs, etc. with using just, their brain activity. If they have physical, disabilities, they're quadriplegic, etc. So that was really fascinating. He reached out on LinkedIn to a machine shop manager at Neuralink, and he was almost going to get an internship, but then the legal team found out that he was under 18, but he might get it for next summer. So that's something where a student might just say, oh, I didn't actually do it yet, so let me not put it in the application. But that would be another just strategically suboptimal, decision. So that is actually very cool and has a very particular type of hook that would come out of that, that I think is actually what the student is really trying to make their hook to be. But their resume actually didn't reinforce their hook, I think, as well as they wanted it to. But Neuralink is perfectly up that alley, so we'll talk about that a little bit more. And then he had a math tutoring job in terms of his activities. Awards, he had about 5 robotics awards by my count, including a recent tournament in which the team finished second place and beat the defending world champions 2 times, he said. So he has 5 robotics awards. Now, unfortunately, those aren't... robotics is, often a team sport. Unfortunately, admissions is not. Admissions is an individual sport. So it's great that the student has a lot of depth in this robotics team, that this is a very, high-level robotics team performing, very well, ranked top 40 in the world. He has accolades to show for it. He's a captain. He has a lot of depth and just involvement. That's all great. And of course, it'd be much better to be part of a robotics team that is a top robotics team versus, just a random robotics team at a high school that doesn't have a particularly, good one. That being said, there is a slight drawback of when a student participates in, a team sport or team competitions. It's a little bit harder to particularly suss out the student's unique incremental contributions to those awards. So I don't know if any of these, I don't know if any of these are individual awards, but I don't think some of them look like they're individual awards. They look like they're team awards. He has, for example, Industrial Design Award. I think that would just be given to the team in the robot. That's typically going to be the case. So that is a little bit of the trade-off of something like robotics or, something where a team or a club, for example, we had a student a couple of years ago and she had an award that was given to the club, but not necessarily her in particular. Now, the club award that was given, we actually dug it up. It was very relevant to her hook, so we did include it in the honor section. And she needed a 5th, sort of solid honor. So it did help to reinforce her positioning and her hook. And And so that's fine. On net, that was a good decision to include it. However, you do have to be aware that it is slightly suboptimal from the perspective of it's not particularly tied to you, that accolade, as an individual, and you are applying as an individual, not as a team when you're applying to Stanford. So there's a slight drawback to some of these, robotics competition awards, given that they're mostly team awards. The student is a national, rural, and small town recognition awardee. So this is given through the National Merit. I believe this is given through the National Merit Scholarship Corporation and/or the College Board. We've talked about a lot of these awards, and so it's given to students who come from various backgrounds. There are these recognition awards given to students who are first-generation students, underrepresented minority students, Black, African American, Hispanic, and then they have a recognition award that is given to students from rural and small towns. And so the student does have that recognition award. And so you can get one of these recognition awards if you are in one of those buckets of students, first generation, underrepresented minority, Hispanic, Black, African American, or if you come from a rural or small town. And then if you hit certain metrics cutoffs, so if you hit certain scores on the PSAT, you hit certain scores on AP exams, your academics, etc. The combination of the two, those metrics, cutoffs, those scores, grades, plus your belonging to a certain background can earn you one of these recognitions. And so it is a slight bit of a hook. A lot of these top colleges are looking for students from rural areas. And so it is a slight bit of a hook that the student has, a non-academic hook, I should say, right? So non-academic hooks are things like legacy at the college, being a recruited athlete, being a development or donor case, being a first-generation student, being from an underrepresented minority background, etc. So they are looking, and Stanford does have, recent initiatives to further recruit students from rural areas, as do many top colleges. However, the problem with this award in this student's case is the student is from a state that overall is generally quite a bit of an academic powerhouse. It's probably one of the top 5 to top 10, I would say, most prominent states from an academic perspective. And so that's going to sort of undercut, I think, the distinction here. And that's a bit of an issue. The student also goes to a high school that seems like it's a very legitimate high school. It seems like it does relatively well in terms of sending students to top colleges. So the student's high school sent 5 students to MIT last year. That's a lot, including 3 from his robotics team. So, it's a very large high school, but that still is a lot of students to be sending from one high school to MIT. So it's, if the students were in North Dakota, South Dakota, Idaho, Wyoming, something that you would traditionally, Mississippi, something that you would traditionally associate with more of rural and small town America, and states that don't send, Arkansas, states that don't send very many students to top colleges, I think it would land a bit differently. That's more of the spirit of the award, at least from the college's vantage point. Unfortunately, in this case, the student does go to a quite competitive, reasonably well-known, respected high school in a very academic state that doesn't fail to send, a bunch of students to top colleges across the United States. So I think it, unfortunately, probably is going to be watered down a little bit in this student's particular case. He's an AP Scholar with Distinction, National Merit Commended Scholar, National Honor Society, President's Volunteer Service Award, twice for 2 different years. So a bunch of those are okay awards, but they're mostly just what I refer to as epiphenomenal awards. So they mostly just reflect your scores on the PSAT, your scores on AP exams. National Honor Society, I've talked about a lot. Unfortunately, there's too many students who get into the National Honor Society to really make that a distinguishing award. President's Volunteer Service Award is also somewhat of a epiphenomenal award. It's based on a number of volunteer hours, so it's reflective. When I say epiphenomenal award, it's reflective of other information, essentially, that might already be in the student's application. Now, if the student's not putting anywhere that they have a certain number of hours or that volunteerism, then you could say it's not necessarily informationally redundant. But it still is essentially just, some metric or quantity of something, a number of volunteer hours, or the AP Scholars, just certain scores on AP exams. And so these awards tend not to be, super distinguishing. They're much more lower level awards, particularly for the top colleges. These were some of these extra awards / distinctions. And in some cases, they can be kind of flexed into awards or whatnot. Some of them actually occurred earlier than the student's high school career, but there's actually a way to fit this into the application. I think that's what we are going to end up doing because they're actually relevant to the student's admission. So the student has a bunch of these: National Merit, National Honor Society, Volunteer Service Award, AB Scholar, but those are very just generic awards. They don't speak to any particular admissions hook. It's not as though the student is winning an award in a very particular field that's related to their admissions hook and what they're studying in college, right? So those are just generic awards, right? More ideally, what you want are awards that are relevant to your admissions hook. So the robotics awards are more relevant to the student's hook of engineering, biomedical engineering in particular, right? So those are definitely more relevant than a lot of these generic awards. Obviously, there's a bit of the downside of they're more team awards versus individual awards. And then the student has these awards that are actually reasonably relevant to the admissions hook. So, for instance, Dell Children's Hospital Award for my science project that qualified me for the state championships. I'm reading his words from one of the emails before COVID canceled it. So I believe that would have been in 8th grade. So this can't go in the honor section of the common application because you can only put high school honors in the honor section, but we can put this in the additional information section to make sure the admissions officer sees it. And then it also will help to reinforce the hook because it's a Children's Hospital Award. It's a science project, so it does sit at the intersection of the student's interest, which, they are at the intersection of health or biomedical areas, plus science and engineering. So it's a very relevant award, and a student can put it into the additional information section. We'll talk about that later. He twice won the Code of Living Award at a camp for type 1 diabetics. Again, it helps to reinforce the student's own personal connection to the academic hooks with their type 1 diabetic backgrounds to help motivate some of that connection to health and health-related technology that they're angling for. It's definitely it's slightly odd, right? It's before high school. It's a camp award, but it is helping to reinforce the narrative. So I would suggest pivoting around the honor section because it's not a high school level award and just putting in the additional information section because it's still a relevant award. It still helps to further reinforce the hook and the student's narrative with respect to, health fields, health technology, etc. The student then placed 3rd in the state in mountain biking and ranked 1st in the state as an 8th grader in mountain biking. So some of these might have, I believe one of them was in 9th grade and the other one was in 8th grade in terms of state rankings, but we will find a way to put this in the application as well because they are big superlatives. And I do think this mountain biking, as we'll see, actually can connect to some of the health technology because the student had some physical impairments that limited their ability to participate in sports, and that can tie into their hook related to things such as mobility technology. So I do actually like that. It's not that mountain biking is mobility technology per se, because it's none of the science or the engineering or the technology aspect, but it is related to mobility. It is, again, similar to the diabetic camp related to the students, some of their mobility and physical handicaps. So I do like it, and then it's just an overall superlative. If you were ranked very highly in the state in anything, it's maybe not relevant, so that can maybe attenuate the quality of it. It would be great to be ranked super high in something that's relevant to your admissions hook, but it is still a superlative. So it might not be an optimal superlative, but it is still a superlative. Okay, in terms of recommendations, I don't love the selection, unfortunately, of recommenders for the student's applications. I do want to mention that, not to criticize the students, but hopefully just to help people who haven't made these decisions yet and will be confronted with them in the not too distant future when they're selecting recommenders. So colleges primarily want teacher recommenders who come from very recent classes, typically 11th grade, and then they want teacher recommenders to be from core subjects. So I mentioned the core subjects before. There are 5 of them: English, history, foreign language, math, and science. The student really veered off the conventional path here on both fronts. They chose a medical interventions teacher, and I'm actually not sure which grade that was. Medical interventions might have been 11th grade, but it's an elective class. Now, that teacher also taught them in honors chem, but honors chem would have been in 10th grade. So it's a teacher who is only teaching the student in a core class earlier than 11th grade. That's not ideal. Now, if the student, and I actually can just look this up, the student does have their, so it looks like medical intervention was in 11th grade. So he's kind of getting the recency a bit from the medical interventions teacher, who's an elective teacher, which isn't great, but it was from 11th grade. And then they did teach them in a core class, just the core class was in 10th grade. So they're kind of getting the core class from the honors chem, and they're getting the recency from the elective class that was in 11th grade. It's not optimal. But if this is who the student thought would write them, the best letter, and they did teach them across different classes, it can be okay. Obviously, the medical interventions would be relevant. The honors chem is relevant to the student's positioning. It's just not optimal. But you do have to make some net decisions, right? On net, when you take into account the overall quality of the letter, the overall quality of the relationship, how effusive this person's going to be in their praise, that does tend to overrule a lot of the other factors, such as the recency or whether it was a core class or not. But there are limits, and you have to really sort of look at all the different variables. Generally speaking, what you would really hope for is the person who's going to write you the best letter, the person with whom you have the best relationship. Obviously, you're going to look at things like relevance. This class, you want to have at least one teacher be in a class that's relevant to your admissions hook. But really, you want the person who's going to write you the best letter, but you would prefer that the people who are going to write you really strong letters are also from core classes from 11th grade and later. Primarily 11th grade, because 12th grade teachers will not have taught you for a full year by the time that you're applying to college. Robotics teacher, he also asked, so it's relevant to the student's positioning, so that is good. I'm assuming it's a strong letter given the student's background, so that would be good, right? So you're checking off overall quality, you're checking off relevance. However, what you're not checking off, again, is you're not checking off a core class. This is going to be an elective class, so that's not ideal. And so he is going against the grain and what some of these colleges want. That is okay, but it's definitely a calculated risk. It's a calculated risk that we do take with some of our students, where they have a science research teacher who's not in a core class, but that person thinks the world of them and is going to write the best content, and it's relevant content. And so we will take that path sometimes, but you have to understand it's a bit of an unconventional path, and you have to really look. We have spreadsheets for this where we look at all the different variables. What's the relationship? What's the overall quality? We have students brainstorm all the anecdotes that would go into the letter and all the bullet points. And then, we look at whether it's a core class or not. Is this over multiple years? This person taught multiple classes. Will they teach something again in senior year? Is this, we have to look at a whole bunch of variables to actually make a net assessment there. And then the student's getting a supplementary recommendation from a radiologist that he shadowed, who also helped him with his research paper on type 1 diabetes. So you have to understand supplementary recommenders are very extra in terms of recommendations for college applications. So in most cases for many top colleges, that will be the fourth letter of recommendation they will have on top of, you'll have 2 teacher recs, and then you'll have a guidance counselor recommendation. It depends on the college, of course. Some colleges only look at 1 teacher recommendation, only require 1 teacher recommendation, or allow 1 teacher recommendation. Some have 0. Some don't have a guidance counselor recommendation that they look at. It really depends on the college. But for schools such as Stanford, they do require a guidance counselor recommendation. They do require 2 teachers. And so the supplementary recommendation will be the 4th letter that they are reviewing, which is a lot. It's a lot of letters to be looking at. So I really would have preferred that the student had done something like science research with a university professor, an academic, not an MD. It's okay to perform research with an MD. Some MDs do research, but it's just a different backgrounds and training. And, if you're a clinician, if you're an MD, that's not a research degree, right? A PhD is a research degree. An MD is a clinician's degree. It's a practitioner's degree. It's somebody who's it's basically what you would refer to as applied science, right? Versus basic science or translational science. Basic science is you're studying something in a lab often and, refining theory. And, it's a little bit more, abstract, maybe a bit separated from the real world and the application. You have applied science, which is all the way downstream, and that would be something like a doctor who's taking all of basic science research and theory, etc. And, they're not necessarily developing that knowledge from scratch as a researcher might be, but they are the instrument, or they're applying that knowledge, right, in an applied, practical, clinical setting. And then you have what's known as translational research, which is basically the bridge between the two. It's taking basic research and translating it to the applied or clinical setting. So it's a little bit odd when you're working on something, of course you could be working on a topic that is a very applied science, very real world, very practical. We had a student a couple of years ago, she's now at Yale. She did interviews with physicians and, about HPV vaccination and treatment. And so that in some cases, it might be more appropriate for a student to be going to practitioners and the clinic and, working with doctors on the project, just because it depends on what it was. That was more of a qualitative study. It wasn't necessarily, a more experimental design per se. And it wasn't something that was really appropriate to, occur in a lab. So it really depends. But generally speaking, science research is much more ideal to be performed with university academics who have labs and have, grant funding and those tend to be the more traditional sites for science research versus working with an MD, who's a practicing physician. It's just a little bit slightly odd in terms of the training or the backgrounds. So it's okay, of course, but not as ideal as you maybe would like it in terms of having a university professor speak to a student's science research project that's being conducted in a university lab, for example. In terms of another problem too with the radiologist is I wouldn't necessarily want the radiologist mentioning something like the student shadowed me and walked around the hospital and observed me. Like, it's just a lot of low value contributions. And so there's a bit of a risk to the radiologist mentioning that in the letter. And if the student didn't tell them not to mention that, so a lot of times our students will tell them to say to the recommender what to put in the letter and what not to put in the letter. If the student didn't do that, it means you have to be a little bit more aggressive in terms of steering the ship for some of these letters of recommendation. But that's what you should do, and you should be very proactive and not just leave it to chance as to what the person's going to mention, possibly have it harm your application. Like, the radiologist lets through their own devices, as with many recommenders. They just mention something that's not necessarily to the student's benefit, but they don't know any better. So I don't like that fact as well. The students shadowed the radiologist, and they might put that in the letter. In terms of what the student and his dad thought the academic hook would be, type 1 diabetic who wants to study biomedical engineering and improve health outcomes through technology. So that is a great hook. It's not without its downsides, particularly at Stanford. So the positioning downsides are: the student is a white male positioning for engineering. So the male part is particularly precarious because as a male, you're very overrepresented in engineering. I've mentioned this a lot. You're very overrepresented in engineering, physics, math, etc. So that's not optimal, unfortunately. It's not going to be nearly as helpful. He's very overrepresented. Engineering is very, very competitive. As I've mentioned, it's one of sort of the top 5 most competitive academic fields and areas for a hook that many students are very interested in. Also, students who are interested in engineering and STEM fields, particularly who are applying to the top colleges, tend to be very focused students who are involved in a lot of extracurriculars, things like competitions, math team, math competitions, robotics competitions. So they just tend to be very well qualified, very focused in their areas, and it's a very deep applicant pool. And then further compounding that is if that's an institutional strength of the college, which it is for a school such as Stanford, because Stanford is most well known, particularly for STEM technology. It's obviously in Silicon Valley. So Stanford is most well known for a lot of these fields, and these are some of the strongest, most competitive areas at Stanford. So Stanford's some of the most popular majors are human biology, or hum bio, as it's referred. That's the main, sort of pre-med path at Stanford. Computer science is the most subscribed to major at Stanford. And then you get a lot of just, engineering, STEM related, fields, symbolic systems, sort of an interdisciplinary field that brings in different aspects of STEM as well. That's very popular at Stanford. So the problem here is the hook. I do like the hook in terms of it having some good precision. I also like that it's connected to the student's personal background, that he's a type 1 diabetic. I think when the student created this hook, though, they really relied a lot on the fact that they are a type 1 diabetic to sort of create the hook, instead of actually pursuing, they kind of relied on the fact that they have the type 1 diabetes for, creating health technology related to diabetes, which was very, it was mentioned a lot in the student's application, improving diabetic, health technology. The problem is the student didn't have anything in their resume, though, that actually hit that theme. So it would have been much more optimal if the student were trying to present themselves as though their very specific unique contribution to the world is going to be through improving diabetic technology.
it would have been much more optimal if they had something in their resume that hit that angle. So they really should have tried to pursue an opportunity, again, maybe with an engineering professor, biomedical engineering professor, maybe with a biomedical engineering professor at Stanford. That would have been very nice, right? Somebody who was working on diabetic technology. So, or, it could be a more applied science perspective. It could be more engineering. It could be more basic science. But something that sat at the intersection of diabetes and the health side of that, combined with the engineering or the STEM side, they ideally should have had that in their resume and not just relied on the fact that they are diabetic, plus have, some engineering in their profile, and therefore between the fact they are diabetic and then have a good amount of engineering and tech in their resume, then add those two together to create the diabetic health technology angle. That wasn't optimal. It should have been in the resume itself, ideally. Now, the student did have an intersection of technology and the engineering with the health, particularly, disability technology. So that would have been the Neuralink. The problem is that's pending and the student got shot down by the legal team, but that would have been perfect for the health technology, particularly, mobility tech, physical impairment related technology. And then the student also, they did actually have this in the resume, was the Go Baby Go, where they were leveraging the robotics team and the robotics engineering backgrounds, their industrial design backgrounds, to create mobility tech for these, physically handicapped toddlers. However, it was weird that the students from their resume, they didn't go after the mobility tech angle. They went after the diabetic technology angle a lot. And it's just a little bit odd because I did see a lot that they were trying to create this hook that was diabetic health technology, but there was no diabetic health technology activity in their resume. There was mobility technology, physical health plus technology or engineering activity, but they didn't present that as being the hook. And that actually probably would be more optimal because you have to go with what you have the most compelling evidence for. And taking the fact that the student is diabetes. Now, I know that they had one thing in their resume that was related to the diabetes, but it was only one thing. And it sounded like a very informal research paper, and it wasn't anything to do with diabetic technology. It was related to diabetic hydration, which maybe they found a way to incorporate technology, but it just didn't. There was nothing in the resume that actually really supported diabetic health technology. And so the fact that the student then talked about that a lot in the essay, and that's what they're selling the college on in terms of their hook, is not great because it's not actually an activity in their resume at all. So I think they should reposition here a little bit and position to what they do have on paper, which is trying to find a way to sneak in that Neuralink a little bit. They get whatever we can out of it. And then also use that Go Baby Go a lot and really centerpiece it more. The student did put it in their essays, but their main hook that they mostly conveyed was putting all of their chips, on the table for the diabetic health technology, whereas I think they should have put more of their chips towards the mobility technology because they actually had the Go Baby Go, and they need to recenter that, I think, in their candidacy versus the diabetic health technology, because even though it's compelling the student has type 1 diabetes, it's very odd that they didn't necessarily pursue anything. They didn't really pursue very much from a resume standpoint in terms of diabetes. So it does make you wonder how actually motivated or tied to that narrative they really are, because they didn't really do much from a resume perspective, related to diabetes. It was just that one sort of informal research paper that the students, did. So that is very noteworthy. And this is a very, very nuanced, right? In terms of, do you go with, the mobility tech? Do you go with the diabetic tech? A lot of it should be based on the resume. It's not always going to be the case the student has that perfect sort of bridge activity in their resume that intersects the two fields, but that's really what you would want, and that's why it's also important, as I often say, to start the process a lot earlier, because then you can strategically plan. You can plan around that versus being in the application process where you can't change your resume at that point. So we did mention the rural scholar hook, in addition to the academic hook. Unfortunately, I think it's going to be a little bit watered down just by the fact that the student is a very competitive academic state and in a very competitive high school. So it's not really, again, hitting the spirit of the award, which is a student who maybe is in a very under-resourced, underserved area that doesn't send basically any students to top colleges. It doesn't really check off those boxes, unfortunately. And then from a positioning standpoint, as we mentioned, very, very competitive areas. So it's great the student does have this personal angle and being a type 1 diabetic and connecting that to the biomedical engineering and the health technology. However, he is still positioning into very, very competitive areas. Biomedical areas are in those top 5 of most competitive, so are engineering areas, and then he's applying to one of, if not the most competitive institutions in Stanford, and then also an institution where that's exactly their strengths. And then he's also a male in engineering. He's really, really, really playing a very difficult game, but it is what it is from that perspective. This is where you really, really, if you possibly can, you want to try to find some other unique academic interests that can position you away just from these biomedical and engineering areas that are going to be uber, uber, uber competitive, particularly at a school such as Stanford. So this is where you want to find some other things in your background. Are you interested in the intersection of health and philosophy and bioethics and or policy, or something that can just position you away from just that main path that leads into a lion's den of just the best kids in the world in these areas applying to Stanford? So that is something as well. If the student were starting a lot earlier, we would have looked for probably some other offshoots of some of these areas that would have just positioned them away. And also so they didn't necessarily need to apply into, the most popular majors at Stanford, but could have actually have justified why they might also be interested in some other majors that maybe are the most popular, most competitive at Stanford, that they get tons and tons of just extremely talented and qualified students applying for in the applicant pool. And if you don't have that in your resume, you don't have the evidence, you then can't tick off a major in your application that is maybe a little bit more undersubscribed or a little bit more unique, or it's going to be more interdisciplinary. Stanford, like many top colleges, loves students who connect STEM to the humanities. They love that. And so the student is falling a little bit into, it's great that they're building a lot of focus and the hook, because a lot of people don't even do that. But that's actually very typical for a lot of, as I said, a lot of STEM applicants and engineering applicants are so passionate about STEM and engineering. They're very good at creating the relevance and creating the hook, but that then creates another limitation, which is then they just sort of put their entire candidacy on this very dangerous competitive path that a lot of times they're very overrepresented in, and they put all their chips on that and stake their entire candidacy on that, and they have no other, what I refer to as lateral positioning, where they can maybe justify a really interesting intersection with another humanities field or a social science field. They could, for example, if the student were interested in the activism parts, this is what I would do with the student if they were starting building a resume much earlier in the process. We would also probably get them involved in things like health promotion, health advocacy, health activism, with diabetes or mobility technology, and hit the activism angles, because then they could justify another major that's not just the most common, competitive, popular majors at Stanford. So just for example, Stanford has a human rights major, right? So you could start getting into, they have a couple of classes that are related to disability in that major. I found some old papers from the Stanford newspaper about, I think they had an intro to disability studies class that I think they actually got rid of. That was a very popular class that a lot of people liked. So you can start to hit some other really interesting angles besides just putting down, the most common areas for a lot of Stanford applicants that are just, again, extremely, extremely competitive. So, but you have to really start doing that earlier on in your candidacy and your profile, because if you put down majors that are a little bit more unique in your application, you don't have the evidence or the resume to support it, it looks very disingenuous. So you have to really strategically plan well ahead for that. So those are a lot of the liabilities in terms of the positioning. Ultra competitive areas at an ultra competitive college is basically applying to one of the most competitive colleges for the most competitive areas to get into. Overrepresented male in these areas. If you were going to create an intersection, I talk a lot about creating intersection. You really, if one of those two fields is going to be a lot more competitive, so for example, business, you want to intersect it with another area that's far less competitive, and it's going to be a lot more unique or niche. What the student did is they kind of, as I talk to a lot of people and we do a lot of intro meetings, and I sort of see how people take what I say and then actually try to implement it. A lot of times they sort of understand it from a strategic perspective, but the implementation is quite poor. So if somebody heard me say something like create an intersection because that will make you more unique, well, the student did do that, right? Now, I'm not saying the student actually, heard the podcast well enough in advance that they strategically then create an intersection because they heard me say it on a podcast. I don't know that, but this would be a fairly good example. The student does have an intersection of biomedical with engineering, biomedical engineering. So it is an intersection of two areas, The problem, though, is the spirit of me saying, an intersection is that at least one of them's a lot more unique and less competitive and not as popular. It would make you more unique and, stand out a lot more. So that would be something like biomedical plus philosophy equals bioethics or something like that, right? Not taking two of the most competitive areas and then intersecting the two. That doesn't really help you a lot because there's a ton of people in both of those areas, and there are a ton of people who are at the intersection and in the field of biomedical engineering as well. So it doesn't really, and then you're taking two of the most popular competitive areas at Stanford, and specifically at Stanford, and then intersecting them. So the intersection here didn't actually really strategically help the student very much, as it would in another student's case who maybe for creating that intersection is taking one of those two disciplines that forms the intersection, but it's a lot more unique of a field and a discipline, one that's not as, ultra competitive and is commonly applied for. So, unfortunately, there are a lot of those issues, and some of these do need to be addressed much earlier in the student's candidacy to actually build their resume and their candidacy, because you can't just change the majors in your application. Just say, oh, I want to be a linguistics major. It's like they understand exactly what you're doing, right? You need to have the evidence in your profile to support that. You can't just change the majors to pick the ones that are the most undersubscribed. So the student, unfortunately, doesn't really have a profile where they can choose any majors except the most competitive majors at Stanford in their application, because that's the profile that they built, unfortunately. Fortunately or unfortunately. Okay, so additional backgrounds. The student says, I was actually a highly competitive athlete, starting linebacker in football, #1 mile time on the track team, top 5 in the state in mountain biking, etc. in middle school. Unfortunately, I developed a severe case of a spinal condition, Shorman's disease, that effectively ended my competitive career as a mountain biker and forced me to stop football and track completely. As a result, I shifted my focus to other passions and joined the robotics team in my sophomore year. I'm still able to participate in mountain biking, but not nearly to the same extent. I was forced to go from riding nearly 100 miles a week year-round to around 20 to 30 and only during the season. He puts as well, I was ranked first in the state as an 8th grader in mountain biking before I fractured my C6 vertebrae and had to give up being a serious athlete and put that energy into my academics and robotics. I have some other essays for other schools where I touch on it with a positive outlook, but couldn't find anywhere to put this in for the Stanford essays. He then says, I reached out to the machine shop manager at Neuralink on LinkedIn and was actually set up to get a job there last summer. He was intrigued because I had so much experience with the CNC that I have learned through my robotics team, but a couple weeks before I was supposed to start, their legal department dismissed me since I wasn't 18. He said that I should be able to work with him this summer. And then finally, he says that he toured Stanford and met with someone from the bioengineering department, and the team came out later and did a tour of the Stanford robotics lab. So very recently, the students' robotics team was in the Bay Area and near Stanford for a competition. And so the students actually took the initiative to go tour Stanford, meet with somebody in the bioengineering department, and then, facilitate a tour for his robotics team at the Stanford robotics lab, which is really great and really shows the high agency and high initiative that a lot of these colleges are looking for. Like, these are what students do who go to these colleges. Like, they're very proactive. They reach out to people. They reach out to professor before they're going to go visit a school and set up a meeting to talk about their research and their areas. It's just, I wish the student had done some of this stuff quite a bit earlier in their profile versus maybe going a bit too all into just the robotics team and maybe some other very well-rounded activities and a bit into the health, but I think they really should have tried to legitimate their candidacy a lot more, particularly from the health research, health engineering research angle by, really trying to get in contact with university professors, including at a school such as Stanford, and trying to get a research opportunity. So the student has the right spirit, the right intention. This is what a lot of students should be doing. They should be trying to create these sorts of connections and opportunities for themselves. I just wish he'd done it a little bit earlier. That being said, we can possibly fit some of this content a bit into the Stanford essays. And so we'll talk about that a little bit later on. And in terms of this additional background, I found a lot of this additional background and what he put in the emails to be the most compelling content of his entire application. I just really didn't, even though I understand that the students and his dad might be, they sort of went more for the diabetic angle. I just really didn't see it in the student's profile. I just didn't really see it in their activities nearly as much. And the hook that they were angling for, again, the health technology angle or diabetic technology, there is no activity in the student's profile that hit that theme. So it was really more just that I am a diabetic, plus I have some of these health and health technology activities, but that's just not as ideal, and it just didn't come across as the most compelling, the diabetic angle. What actually came across as the most compelling to me is I loved that Go Baby Go activity, the one where he's leveraging the robotics expertise and club, and then using that for sort of disability tech and, service to some extent. I really love that activity. That's probably my favorite activity from all of his activities. Neuralink would probably be a close second, but the problem is it obviously hasn't come to fruition yet. So Neuralink is also perfectly at the intersection of disability, physical handicap, and mobility technology is sort of that theme and that intersection as well. And then he also, in addition to the diabetes, I'm sure there's a bunch of people listening to this podcast that are like, oh my God, how am I supposed to have type 1 diabetes and, have this, and this kid has all these amazing personal intersections and tie-ins. Well, first of all, there's a whole bunch of kids who have adversity and they, might have actually wished they didn't have had the adversity. They just can potentially use it. And it can be, of course, very compelling for their college applications. So I don't know that you necessarily would want those things per se. But of course, if you have gone through this adversity, you do have some of these aspects, it can be very compelling. But it's going to be the most compelling when you've actually translated it to your resume. And so that's why I didn't really love the diabetic angle as much, because I didn't see it evidenced. I saw a little bit of that diabetic paper on hydration, but it wasn't the diabetic technology angle the student discusses a lot in their essays. And so that diabetic technology essay just was not well evidenced, unfortunately. What I really like is a student also on top of the diabetes, in terms of sort of having this health-related adversity, they have this exceptional narrative of being a highly competitive athlete, starting linebacker in football, number 1 mile time on the track team, top 5 in the state in mountain biking. And then, these impairments, the spinal condition, fracturing the vertebrae on the mountain bike, it's sort of a bit of a sad story, right? When I read it, I actually could feel the emotion. I'm reading it now, and I'm not reading it the same way when I initially read it. I'm just kind of going through and reading it off. But when I actually read it for the first time, I was like, oh, this is very potentially inspiring. And then if you can connect something like this in the student's background, their own personal, physical, health adversity, not the diabetic, but more of this mobility, sort of athletics related, handicap and condition, if you can relate it to the hook and change the hook to be more mobility technology oriented, and then use activities such as the Go Baby Go, and also try to, we're kind of squeezing water out of a stone. I've used this metaphor a lot. But with that Neuralink, I understand he didn't get it to come through, and it's not technically an activity yet, but it's a perfect activity for that angle and the mobility tech. And so I really, really love this angle because it's sort of on similar footing with the diabetes. It's a personal health related adversity the student's gone through. So you get all of the benefit of the personal and the adversity there and the emotion from that. But then you also, it just more neatly fits into some of these activities that I really love, like the Go Baby Go and the Neuralink outreach that the student, that the student has in their profile. And I just didn't see that, again, I just didn't see in their resume a diabetic technology or really just much related to the diabetes at all in their profile and their resume. So I really like this mobility tech angle a lot more than I like the diabetes tech angle, for sure. So we'll talk about how we can sort of repackage and reframe some of this because I think it's much more compelling. Okay. So in terms of, again, I just have a little note here on sort of analyzing the hook. So I mentioned some of the issues, but just to sort of recap some more of the issues with the student's resume, we did go through some of the metric shortcomings. I would really, 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 really have preferred that the SAT score be higher for Stanford. And, that some of those slightly lower grades, some of the slightly lower AP exams, were a bit higher. In terms of the student's resume and the SAW factors, I have a lot of definitely quite compelling information. They're definitely much further ahead compared to a lot of students and families in terms of they have a very good IQ for the process and acumen for the process, which I definitely applaud. But then there are other levels, right, to the game here. So there's sort of people who are at a pretty, they're at a novice level, they're at an intermediate level of the college admissions game. they're at, actually like a reasonably advanced level, but there's just these little nuances where like the hook should actually be this instead of this, and it's just a very small difference. The essay should be about this activity rather than that activity. You should try to mention this class in your application versus that. And there are just these little things, or even just being able to think super far ahead and be thinking, in 3 years when I apply to Stanford, do I want to just have to put all of the most competitive majors in my application? Or do I want to put some stuff in my resume where I'll be able to put some other more unique majors that can position me away from some of these other kids, and it will stand out a lot more. And then you have to really be thinking long-term to put those activities and those building blocks in your candidacy, because as I said, you can't just go and manipulate the majors in the application, because it'll be very clear what you're doing. So there are just some other more advanced maneuvers, and obviously I'm going to try to demonstrate this and actually help the students and hopefully other people as well. But student has a very good overall profile. It's just there's a lot of, sub-optimizations. Some from a metric standpoint, the student can't necessarily do anything about at this point with the SAT score. There's still a lot that they can do from in terms of a packaging, application, strategic positioning standpoints, but they did do, I think they were thinking in a lot of the right directions in terms of the hook and creating something interesting and connecting the personal to the academic with the hook and the diabetic, angle, and some interesting, activities that I did actually really like the mobility technology with the Go Baby Go. So there's a lot that's very good. Again, to just sort of slightly harp on a little bit of the negative, the student has what I would refer to as a bimodal candidacy. This is sort of bimodal distribution is a distribution that has two modes. So it has two peak frequencies. So if you're looking at a graph, it would have like two sort of waves, basically. And so what they have is, what I mean by that is they have two categories. So it's sort of like two spikes, basically, or two hooks. They have a bunch of health-related activities, and they have a bunch of engineering or tech-related activities, but they don't have a lot of nexus, what I refer to as nexus activity. So nexus is, it's a connection between two things, right? Or you can call it bridge activities, activities that sit at the intersection and really are the hook. So when the student and his dad said his hook is going to be, health technology or diabetic health technology, well, you would want to have activities again that are at the intersection and demonstrate the intersection of the two. But what the student actually had was a lot of just pure health activities or health-related activities, plus a lot of, technology-related activities or engineering-related activities, such as the robotics. Robotics isn't necessarily related to health per se, it's just robotics and engineering. And then they would have something like the diabetic paper, but that's just really more health, or the shadowing, that's just more health, right? And the best activity that they had was the Go Baby Go, because it was a nexus activity. It was an activity in which both of the themes were instantiated, right? Both the health and the engineering and the tech. So this is what I refer to as a bimodal candidacy, where you have two peaks or a double spike or sort of a double hook. The student sort of has a health hook, and so you sort of look, they have 4 or 5 health-related activities, and then you sort of do an analysis, thematic analysis, and they sort of have another hook where it's like 4 or 5 engineering or tech-related activities, but that's not optimal. That's not optimal. It's certainly better than a student who doesn't have anything, right? And you can smash down the walls of those two different categories in the essays, but really what you want to do is smash down the wall between those two activities in your actual resume itself, right? So you want to collapse that divide in the resume itself and have these intersection activities that are at the intersection of those two overall categories and disciplines. And the student really only had Go Baby Go and the Neuralink, which is very tentative and pending. That would have been at the intersection of both the health themes in their candidacy and the technology themes. And I'll give a very fascinating example. We had a student who was applying for a Carolyn D. Bradley scholarship, which is basically the most prestigious, merit-based scholarship in the country for students who are applying to high school. And so it's a full merit scholarship to any high school a student wants to attend. And so this student had this is a student that we worked with, had two very, very, very disparate themes in his profile. So he had a theme that was related to languages, and then he had a theme that was related to criminal justice reform. And he had a lot of activities that supported each of those categories and themes individually, but those are very hard themes to connect. But you would you want to find a way to smash down the divide between just, again, having this bimodal candidacy where, the student has a bunch of language or linguistics activities. And they have this other interest in criminal justice reform, right? Like the problem is it's just not as compelling as a student where there's just one category with 8 activities under it, right? And so what you have to do, and you have to really, in that case, we had to manipulate it through the essays, right? We couldn't change the student's resume at that point in time. So you do have to just mention it in the essays, what the connection is between the two categories, because they're not obviously similar on paper. But we did find a way to connect the sort of linguistics, the students' love for language and this particular language they were studying, very unique language, very uncommon in the applicant pool, and for this award, with their interest in criminal justice reform. And so we found a way to basically break down that wall as a very, very creative, clever way, and we discussed it in the essays. And, student did go on to become, a scholar. But that is sort of what I'm talking about. That student had a very bimodal candidacy where they had a double peak or a double spike in their candidacy. And really, ideally, you want to find a way to create nexus points. But you can do it in the essays, but you really want to, it's more optimal to actually do it from a resume building standpoint, to find activities that earlier on actually speak to the intersection of both of those interests or those categories or those double peaks in your candidacy. So, yes, the student has, again, what I refer to as a bimodal candidacy. There's a lot of health activities, a lot of tech activities or engineering-related activities, but there are very few that sit at the intersection of both, which would have been much more optimal. And so if your hook is the intersection of the two, you want to see a lot of those actual activities that are very directly related to the hook, which means they would have to almost necessarily be intersection activities that have both themes in them at the same time. The other another issue in the student's profile, he had a lot of breadth activities, so a lot of these common, well-rounded activities, like service, key club, young men's service club, presidential service award, just a lot of things that, unfortunately, the way that I sort of look at this is it's basically it's a relative value. So it's, if you compare yourself to students in any given college applicant pool, there are so many students who have those types of activities that in a vacuum, if you were saying compared against 0, would this be valuable? Yes, right? But if you're saying, well, you have these activities, these very common, breadth activities, well-rounded activities that weren't related to the hook at all. They're just kind of general community service, key club, etc. And so many students have those. Well, if you say, well, if they're comparing student A versus student B, and student A and B both have the same activity in their resume, it essentially just nets out, right? It's a net 0, basically. Like they have the same thing in the resume, right? And anything that's a constant between two students can't differentiate their candidacy, right? Because if you're trying to create a variable outcome, one's accepted, one's denied, you'd have a variable input, right? Which means there'd be something different about them that would justify why there would be a difference in outcome, why you'd be accepting one but rejecting another, right? So it basically, just from a relative value standpoint, just cancels out with the fact that all these other students have that same activity. And so it essentially, from a relative value standpoint, essentially 0 value, because when I'm comparing you against another student, it's just they have that activity as well. And so it just basically ends up netting to 0 value. So whatever you have in common can't differentiate you, right? And so we're looking really for max differentiation. Whereas I think some people think that they're putting things into their resume that, yes, other students will have that because that's what they're looking for. So all the students would sort of have that. It's sort of like a requirement. But I'm actually looking at it from the perspective of how unique can you be where somebody else isn't even going to have this, basically. And so that's a true advantage, right? You can then say, oh, well, a student, two students have this activity, but one student sort of pursued it more deeply, et cetera, et cetera. I really prefer to play the game where nobody else really even has that in their resume, right? Because it's just a much more obvious. It's much more difficult if two students have the same activity to sort of say, well, was one deeper versus not as deep, or what are the contributions or the bullets? Like that requires a lot of explanation, right? And a lot of deep dive thinking. It's much better just to have an activity that is just very rare in the applicant pool. So it is important just to kind of understand that a lot of these breadth activities a student has that I think maybe they thought were sort of helping with, creating some roundedness, actually just end up really detracting from their hook a lot. So you can hit the hook from a lot of different angles, so it doesn't seem too redundant. so that you're not just an engineering kid. Like he could have hit the mobility tech angle, done a lot of intersections, with mobility technology, and then maybe had some activism or some philosophy offshoots or disability rights or bioethics or health advocacy, right? And that would have actually have created a more optimal type of roundedness, because it still would have been related to the hook, but it just would have been hitting the hook from maybe some different angles. And then again, it would have given a lot more strategic plasticity and leeway and latitude when it comes time to choosing the majors, because then he would have been able to justify why you're choosing some majors besides, again, 3 majors that are the most common at Stanford. So just to sort of understand this a bit in a strategic standpoint, this is what I refer to a bit as lateral positioning as well. You're sort of, I think the student might have thought to some extent, and I think some students think, and I see this a lot with sort of math competition kids or engineering kids, they think that they're going to do their math competitions and their engineering, and then they're going to create some, roundedness. They're like doing some service activities, like just general community service or some sports. That's not, I don't like that, because what's going to end up happening is, first of all, your engineering and your math team, like you better be amazing at it if you're applying to Stanford, and even still you'll still get rejected. And you're just applying into the most competitive areas. So there's a lot of issues with just your main competencies and your main engineering and your math. And it doesn't even matter if you're at national level, that's great, but like those kids still get rejected from Stanford. So there are a lot of strategic liabilities to your main core competence. And then all you're doing with the sports or some instrument that you play or some community service or the key club is all you're doing then is just positioning yourself into a bunch of activities that a ton of other kids have. Not even very impressive kids, just almost all kids who apply to college. So it's like you're basically losing in both directions. And so I don't like that. What I would have preferred the students looking for some breadth activities is they find more offshoots from the hook that are still academic and still interesting and unique, but hit maybe different angles. Like, again, if it's mobility technology, you hit maybe activism related to that. Or if it were diabetics and diabetic technology, you hit activism angles, health promotion, health prevention, legislation, the social science elements, disability rights, etc. If a student had any interest, you can't impose this upon a student, even if it is strategic, because it's certainly not for many students nor people in general. But if a student were interested in something like philosophy, or again, if it's legislation or political science, I mentioned the student who loved history and engineering. One of those is very unique and one of those is not very unique. The history is more unique. The engineering is not very unique. So we really want, if you're trying to create some roundedness or some lateral positioning, I would suggest you do it through some unique intersections of the main core competence or the main area, intersecting some other fields, and just I kind of view it as sort of a hub and spoke model, right? And so the different spokes coming off of the hub, which is the main hook, could be like, let's say that, diabetes is at the middle of it, or mobility or physical handicap, right? And then you have, physical handicaps, you have an activism coming off of it, you have legislation you work on, you have technology you work on, you have a philosophical perspective that you work on related to, it's just basically different ways that you're tackling that issue through different disciplinary lenses. That's actually what I prefer a lot more than just having something like engineering and that main core competence, but then and then there's a lot of strategic liabilities there. And then all you do is you create roundedness through just very common, not necessarily academically, intellectually relevant activities such as Key Club. Like there's just not really any academic intellectual relevance unless, if the student wanted to try to really finesse, like they would have had to have done this at a much earlier point where they would have taken the service angle from some of these clubs and then intersected it with the health and done something like health activism. It's just they didn't build a resume like that. So it's very hard at this point to then create it out of nothing. They could have done that. They could have taken some of the service activities and tried to find a way to implant the health themes and created a health activism angle, but they didn't do that in their resume, so it's very hard to create at this point in time through the essays. So hopefully that gives a bit of just clarity in terms of, I think, different, strategic approaches, particularly as you're building your resume. Okay, in terms of application review, so I'm going to go through the student's application, then I'm going to discuss a lot of the revisions that I would suggest here based on what I think is going to be the most compelling. So for the student's application, I'm just going through their common application PDF. I'm kind of talking to the student here as a note. Try not to fill in optional fields unless it's going to be strategically helpful to you. Leave them blank, because if a field is not going to be strategically helpful to you and you leave it blank, you don't want to create inconsistencies in the application where you're answering some optional questions but not answering other optional questions. And this used to be a bigger issue with something like, when they have the race ethnicity, if you weren't answering that, a lot of students are overrepresented. They don't answer it. It's just not to a lot of students' benefit to answer that question. A lot of colleges suppress the answer to that question anyway. Nowadays, it's mostly a moot point due to the affirmative action ruling. They can't take that into account purely on the basis of you checking that box. They can take into account your background, getting it through other parts of the application more holistically, but not just because you check a box. But if you're not answering a question such as that because you're an Asian American who's super overrepresented, and that's not necessarily to your benefit to, check that box. Of course, they can still get it from your name anyway. Then you don't want to create inconsistencies where it makes it look like you're not answering a question intentionally, because sometimes you answer optional questions, sometimes you don't answer optional questions. So generally speaking, by default, if a question is optional in the common application or the supplement, you should always leave it blank unless you feel that your response to that is going to be optimal. So in some cases here where there's just questions that are basically, if it's going to be a net negative, or if it's going to be a net neutral, then you would just leave the question. You would leave the question blank. If it's going to be a net positive to you, then you would obviously answer the question. But it's really more for those net neutral questions where it has no strategic import whatsoever, but it puts in a response. It's just not necessary. Just don't put anything if it's a question that wouldn't. It doesn't work in either direction, right? Of course, you would omit it. So I've talked about things like parents' backgrounds, right? If it's an optional question and your parent comes from a field where they can easily connect that to your resume, it looks like you have an unfair advantage. Maybe you got some of your networking opportunities from your parents' background. Well, it's optional, and that would be create a net negative perception. Then you would obviously leave it blank. If it would create a net positive perception, whatever the answer would be, then of course you would want to include it because it would obviously help your application, right? However, it's those net neutral questions, the ones that aren't going to be a positive or a negative, that you don't want to answer. So for example, if military status or some question were just an optional question, or they ask something about your sibling, and if that were an optional question and you can't see any possible reason why that would help your application, just leave it blank, right? So that's just something I would generally suggest to people is for those, if you see no possible strategic import of this question and it's not required, just leave it blank. In terms of the languages section, so most students do take their foreign language they study in high school and put it in the languages that they speak or are proficient in. So you can put that it's your first language, you speak, read, write it, or spoken at home, and you can put all of those options if you want. I guess it's a little bit difficult in this student's case. We did harp on the Spanish, so I guess if the student did stop Spanish by 9th grade and only got to the 3rd level, then I guess it would be maybe a bit of a stretch for the student to put that in the language section. However, you can just put things like, you can read and write it, but you can't speak it, for example. So generally, I prefer just to sort of load the section up. Don't stretch it too much, but if you have some languages and you have some competence, particularly languages that you study in high school, you don't have to check all the boxes. You don't have to put that you speak it, for example. You could put that you just read it, or you read and write it or something, but generally you want to put as many languages as possible. There are some other considerations for students who come from very overrepresented minority backgrounds. There's a language that's attached to that very overrepresented minority backgrounds. However, if that overrepresented minority background is already indicated by your name in the application, you're not going to be able to get around it anyway. So, these are sort of some of the strategic, complexities. For geography and nationality, everything checks out here. Looking at the parents, the student obviously knows this from earlier episodes. Neither of his parents have any connection to the student's academic fields, which is good. You don't, again, if it's not required, don't put it in the application. So like things like parent email addresses, parent phone numbers, just totally unnecessary. As a student, you put your number in the application, and that's the only number they would ever possibly need, and all likely they're never going to call you anyway. So the problem is when you put more information, again, it makes it more glaring when you don't answer a question. And so if you're not going to answer a question because it's strategically not to your advantage, if you keep answering a whole bunch of other net neutral optional fields, it just creates more of a dissonance and more of a discrepancy and inconsistency. The other issue is the more information you put in the application, the more information they can hold against. Like there could just be something that is just something that's odd, right? So I'll give you an example. And this seems like very nuanced, and it is very nuanced. But years ago, we had a student, she put her dad's email address in the application. This is not a required field, and this is why I'm telling the students stop putting this stuff in the application. These are optional fields, your parent's email, your parent phone number. It's not a major deal. There's no issue. I don't see any issues with the parent emails or parent phone or the backgrounds, but it's not necessary to put in the application. However, a few years ago, we had a student and their dad ran a business, and in the name of the business was the word aggressive, and their email address was attached to the business name. This might seem very small and minor, but I do not want a word like aggressive in the student's application, right? It's a very small point, but I just don't like it. Right? And I've seen other things with students' email addresses sometimes. They have some goofball email address. We came across a student a few years ago who had the name of a sports team that was basically a racial epithet. People who, you could probably guess what team this was, that changed the name of their organization because it was considered basically just a racially insensitive term. And so they changed the name of the team. But the student had the name of that team, the old name of the team before they changed it, in their email address, right? Just really, really bad luck. Really, really bad luck. So that's why I just don't like necessarily volunteering more information, because you're just increasing the probability that you say something that is just, can be held against you. So just generally, if it's a net neutral question strategically in the application, by your best judgment, just leave it blank. Okay, what else does the student have here? So, okay, also in terms of the GPA section, so the student has two different scales from a GPA standpoint. They have an unweighted GPA that was described as a 4.0, then they have a weighted GPA that was described as a 5.361 out of 6. If the unweighted scale, if that's the max and that presents you in a better light, and both of these are on your transcript, I would just go with the one that presents you in a better light. So 5.36 out of 6 doesn't look as good as 4.0 out of 4.0 unweighted would look, if that is what it's actually out of. Now, I don't know. So this would depend on the student. It also depends on the transcript. So if the student puts the GPA in the common application as a 4.0 out of 4.0 unweighted, and then their high school transcript, for example, just reported only the weighted GPA and it puts a 5.36 out of 6, that looks a little bit discrepant. However, I would say to the student, particularly if this is a 4.0 out of 4.0 unweighted, that looks much better than a 5.36 out of 6, right? And if that's the case, and it will look better, the unweighted GPA versus the weighted GPA, and if it's okay because your high school does put the unweighted GPA on the transcript, and so it's not going to conflict with the information from the high school, then don't put the weighted GPA, put the unweighted GPA because it looks better, right? Now, is the college still going to see the weighted GPA anyway? Sure. But it's just these little things. It's just one extra time that they see something that looks a little bit better, right? It's just one extra time they see the unweighted GPA that looks a bit better than the weighted GPA, right? It's just like, that's the game that you're playing, right? It's the frequency of more impressive information versus the frequency of less impressive information, or frequency of information that looks more compelling versus less compelling, right? And again, if you are creating a film trailer, would you want a higher frequency of compelling scenes, or would you want a lower frequency of compelling scenes, right? So a lot of this has to do with ratio. So I would put the unweighted GPA if it's more impressive, as long as it's not too discordant with the transcripts, and just change it to unweighted. It's also a very weird scale the student's high school has, and it seems like his weighted GPA is very low given his actual grades and course rigor. It just seems very, I guess for lack of I'm not actually criticizing the student as much as I'm actually criticizing the high school. His weighted GPA just doesn't seem like it does justice to the amount of course rigor and his actual grades. So it looks quite a bit off from the top GPA. So this is also true of many high schools. They just, for whatever reason, their metric systems and the way that they convert things onto GPA scales, it just actually can take, like this, if you look at the raw data, it looks more impressive, but the way that they convert at the particular high school makes it look less impressive. And so it's not the end of the world, but in some cases you are fighting an uphill battle against some just weird quirk of the way that the high school presents the information. Okay. Here's his current or most recent courses. I don't see anything wrong here. The honors section, he has one robotics team award from 10th grade. It's his first award. I'm okay with the order of the awards because he needs the relevant and most impressive awards first. At the top of the honors section is generally how you're going to want to weight this. He then has another robotics award here, Team Robotics Award. He has in the third award here, so there are 5 total awards for the honor section. He has a University of Florida Biotechnician Assistant Certification exam with a 91% score. That's not going to be an award or an honor that could be turned into an activity and activities list or would be additional information section, but it's just not likely to. I think it's quite a bit of a reach to turn that into an honor, a score on an exam. So we're going to talk about how we need to flex that later on. Now, what I do like is it's definitely relevant, and I'm actually just looking here for a second where I put this. I ultimately ended up, and we'll talk about reformatting the application, but I ultimately ended up putting this in the activities list, this Biotechnician Assistant Certification exam. It's good from the perspective of it definitely is relevant to the student's hook and these biomedical areas and, biotech areas. So that's good in terms of a relevance standpoint and hitting the hook in the actual honor section. But the student actually needs quite a bit of that also in some of the other sections, and it's a stretch to consider that an honor and award. So you can stretch some things for sure, and we're gonna see this in terms of what we do with the student's application. You definitely stretch things in terms of where they go in the application, but I don't think that's necessarily the best place to put that. And then for number 4, the National Rural and Small Town, and then he put Commended Scholar. So he tried to collapse 2 different awards into one. And I actually think he just needs to leave the National Rural and Small Town, that recognition award. Again, it's a slight bit of a non-academic hook, given that these colleges do like to recruit students from rural and small areas, and they do look at these awards. So there are admissions officers who will not give as much. They like to see sort of some of these like stamps of approvals or these marks of legitimacy. So if a student comes from an underrepresented minority background, they like to see that they won one of these recognition awards. It just provides some further legitimacy, from another organization, and it just provides some more credibility. And so I have seen that before on admissions officers, on students' files and from admissions officers. They released a whole bunch of files from Princeton several years back. And that was one of the remarks on one of the files was a student actually had, they were Hispanic, and the admissions officer actually noted that they had not received one of these recognition awards, as being, Hispanic students. So I do like the Rural and Small Town Award, and I like spotlighting that because it is a bit of a, underrepresented bucket in terms of college admissions. So I don't want to dilute that by then trying to fit in the Commended Scholar, which is a different award. So we're going to talk about how to reformat. I'm just pointing out some of the issues in this first pass, and then I'm going to talk about where to actually put all this information in the application later on. Then the student has the President's Volunteer Service Award ×2. So he collapsed into, he put both of these 2 awards in one, but it's the same award given twice. So one is the bronze, one's the gold. How you want to format this just really depends on a lot of other variables, how much space you have, how impressive it is. I think the student made the right move here of putting it into the 2 awards into just the same box and just showing that they won it twice, and then putting the different medals and then the different grades that they wanted, so 9th and 11th grade. So I think that was actually a good move, but I didn't like the same move that they did with the National Rural and Small Town, but then also collapsing that with the National Merit Commended Scholar, because one is really a very pretty insignificant award. The other one, again, is a bit of a institutional priority, at least relates to an institutional priority for many of these top colleges, so I would like to centerpiece it a little bit more. So there's some issues there. Overall, the students' honors and awards, 3 of them are relevant to their hook. 2 of them are the Team Robotics Awards. The third one is the Biotechnician Assistant exam, and then 2 of them are less related, but one of them relates to a non-academic hook in the Rural and Small Town Award. It's not bad. I think it could be improved, but you're looking again for the frequency of the hook being presented in the application. So you don't want to have a lot of awards that are very generic awards because they detract from the hook. So you want hook-relevant awards, ideally. And so as soon as 3 of them, it's not the worst thing in the world. I just think the third one, the Biotechnician Assistant exam, is a little bit of a stretch to go here in the application. And I don't like just blending together the rural and small town, just because I think it's slightly take away from that. The student can actually just squeeze out a separate honor and then put it elsewhere in the application. Okay, in terms of students testing, we already talked about this. Nothing wrong with how they're reporting their SAT scores. They have all their AP scores in the application. as conveyed by their background. Activities list, the student puts in robotics, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade, year-long, 20 hours a week, 30 weeks a year. 20 hours a week seems like a bit of a stretch. But if it's justified, if it is really, if you think on average over the course of an entire year for 3 years, it's been 20 hours a week for 30 weeks a year, then certainly feel free to go with it. It seems like a lot for a club-related activity, but I do understand there's travel, there's a lot of stuff involved in this club, so to speak, versus a lot of other clubs. Many high school clubs do not have more than, even 5 hours is stretching it a week on average across a year. That would even be a lot. Like a lot of clubs just have one meeting a month or something. So it's 20 hours a week is a lot, but it's also sort of a team. There's travel involved. I know there's a lot involved with, parts, design, all this budgeting, a lot of logistics, probably maybe fundraising. So I could see that this wouldn't be totally implausible. It definitely seems a little bit on the higher end. Just make sure that you could back this up. Okay. He puts captain and driver for his positions, project manager. So he has, you want to have elevated titles, which he does. He puts the name of the team. He puts that it's ranked, because it's an impressive ranking. Obviously, if it were an impressive ranking, they don't put that information in, but he puts it in. It's a very big team, which shows that he's the captain of a very large team and, prominent team, which is good. So like a lot of the presentation here, he puts CNC mill, lathe, CAD as driver, strategized with international teams, set deadlines, directed design and manufacturing, sub-team, mentored local FLL robotics teams. Just clean up a bit of the language. Like you just throw 3 nouns together. These should all ideally in the activities list, these contributions should just be verb phrases. So it should be something like, directed design and manufacturing sub-team, or directed design and manufacturing sub-team, with the CNC mill, the lathe, the CAD, whatever. But just don't put just nouns. Like you just put CNC mill, the lathe, and the CAD, just nouns. These should all be verb phrases. Like they should all be short verb phrases, capital with the first letter, and then a period. And it should just be 3 strong verb phrases with compelling verbs. So it would be led, coordinated, strategized, ran, innovated, directed, etc. And just you come up with 3 or 4 of those phrases. Don't just do some like random nouns. And then it doesn't even make sense. As driver, as driver strategized. Like it's just not punctuated correctly. And it just seems very like chaotic and not poorly formatted. Okay. Designed and built This is the second activity. So he puts this as community service volunteer, 11th and 12th grade, year long, 5 hours a week, 15 weeks a year. So let's see here. The time commitment's plausible. It's not the deepest activity in the world, but the student started it in 11th grade, it sounds like. So, you can't change reality. 5 hours a week. It's a reasonable time commitment. There's nothing implausible about it. Chapter founder, program manager, development officer of the Go BB Go chapter in partnership with my robotics team. 14-person chapter. Okay. With my robotics team. Okay. Some of this he's putting in the actual title of the activity, information that should go in the bullets, but I know he's trying to like really save space. In some cases, like you should put, ran like a 14-person team in the bullets, in the contributions, not in the description, not in the actual title. But it's not the end of the world. And he says with my robotics team, I don't really like that for going in the title. Like I would maybe prefer the title of the robotics, the actual club, and just saying, instead of saying my robotics team, but it does make it a little bit just clear that it is specifically his robotics team. So it's probably fine. Just capitalize some of this stuff a little bit more neatly. Like the capitalization is just like quite a bit off. And these are little nuances that just, they're nitpicky, but when the student in these titles puts like a bunch of capitals and then there's a bunch of like just lower cases, there's just like a weird capitalization. It doesn't look pretty or aesthetic, right? And again, it's a film trailer. Like make it look pretty, make it look aesthetic, use the appropriate capitalization. If there's a bunch of capital words in the title, don't then have 6 words that are all uncapitalized after that. Like just make it look nice, right? If you are creating a logo for something, or you were designing, a banner for, a store or something for a website, the big header, like you would use the right capitalization and the right fonts and you'd make it look nice, right? Just make it look nice. So the bullets here: designed and built modified ride-on cars for kids with disabilities, initiated partnership with rehab center, door-to-door / social media fundraising. Again, don't use noun phrases. Door-to-door / social media fundraising is a noun phrase. Use verb phrases. So, conducted door-to-door / social media fundraising. Where you have initiated, don't put it after a comma, put it after a period. Initiated partnership with rehab center. And then the first one was very good. Designed and built modified ride-on cars for kids with disabilities. Great. That was great. Okay. Athletics club. Athletics. This is an athletics club. Here is the type of activity: 9th, 10th, and 11th and 12th grade. Obviously, great continuity. Unfortunately, it's not going to be as impressive of an activity, though it could be relevant to some of the mobility angles on the student's personal, adversity and, somewhat disabilities and related to that disability tech angle. But this is going to be for their mountain biking club. So 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade. That's always optimal, right? So when we talk about building a resume over a long time course, where does that sort of come across in the application? Well, they can literally just see right here what grades you did the activity for. 9, 10, 11, and 12 is going to be absolutely optimal. It shows the greatest amount of commitments. It's not always possible, but, if you're early in your high school career, if you can join relevant clubs and work your way up and build a lot of depth and continuity, that's obviously optimal versus trying to join a club in 11th grade and it doesn't look like you're super committed to that club. So let's see, put year-long, 7 hours a week, 24 weeks a year. Okay, so I am always just checking the plausibility and sort of the optics from both perspectives. Like, how deep is the commitment, but then also, is it a plausible commitment, or is the student lying or stretching the time commitment? So I think it's plausible, reasonable time commitment. I like that it's over many years. I don't love the activity itself because it doesn't necessarily speak to the hook, which I think should be more mobility tech oriented. But it does have at least the mobility or the physical part. It shouldn't be number 3. Number 3 is very, very high for this to be in the activities list. So they should really be ordered in terms of impressiveness and themes and relevance to the hook. So I don't like that this is number 3. I'm going to show how to reformat the activities list later on. But he put other sport, founder, president, mountain biking club, helped grow 60-plus member team. He meant competed, but it just says COMPE. Please use the full verbs. So again, it's just short verb phrases. So, and you can remove words here. Just instead of saying help to grow, just put grow, right? And so you're starting it with a verb, but you're also cutting out one of the verbs that's not necessary. And then put period, and then you put competed in statewide races, right? You want to start all of them again with strong verbs and then a period, then another verb phrase, and make the verbs impressive verbs that show contribution. You sort of collapse here, competed in statewide races, but then trail service, and then led bike maintenance. Like, it's just very, very messy. There's just a lot of commas, and then it's like collapsing noun phrases with verb phrases, and it looks a little bit careless. So again, short, pithy verb phrases with strong verbs that show high initiative adequately explain what the activity is. So I like a lot of the actual content. It's just not formatted great, and the formatting undercuts the content to some extent. So he has paid work as number 4. Again, I just don't like, these are way, way too high up given that their actual importance and significance to his application, his admissions hook. So he has his automotive technician job as number 4. In the activities, this should be way lower down. This is just not as important. He has 11th to 12th grade, 28 hours a week, 8 weeks a year. So this is a summer job. So that makes sense, 28 hours a week. If it were during the school year, I mean, if it were true, that would be very impressive if you had a 20-hour-a-week job during the school year, especially taking the amount of advanced courses the student takes. But given that it is a summer job, most students do have summer jobs, or I should say that many students who have jobs, a lot of cases they are over the summer. So time commitment does check out. Automotive technician performed oil changes, brake jobs, transmission work, miscellaneous auto repair, learn the intricacies of running a small business, and basic bilingual communications. I would say learn the intricacies of running a small business. That's not a contribution. That's something you're getting out of it. So don't use bullets like that. It's an odd bullet to put in an activities list. Then basic bilingual communications. It's just an odd it's just an odd bullet point for an activities list that you learn basic bilingual communications. I just want basically what you did. I don't sort of want to get like the lesson that you learned from it or the skill that you acquired from it. I want to see it more in the active manner. So if you spoke bilingually, then you could put something like interacted, with clients, bilingually or something. If you want to save space, it's not like the most eloquent version of the phrase, but don't phrase it as what you sort of received from the opportunity or some lesson. It's just not the appropriate tone or the appropriate way of putting it in the activities list. It needs to be more active of what you actually did. And learning the intricacies of running a small business, I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, what are the intricacies? This is one of the biggest issues that students have in their essays is they're not specific enough. What intricacies, right? So find what the specific intricacies are, then frame them as active contributions to the activity instead. Okay, research, 11th and 12th grade, year-long, 2 hours a week, 10 weeks a year, author of a medical research paper, how does hydration affect type 1 diabetic athletes, developed medical research skills, and this isn't, not to criticize this student, I'm not trying to be too hard on you specifically, this is probably the biggest mistake I see in every single student's application, and we encounter again and again, is you're not specific enough. What medical research skills? Specifically, what are they? Now, I know this is very difficult in the activities list compared to the essays, because the essays give you a lot more space, right? It's a lot easier to be more specific and be more long-winded and take the additional time in the essays because you have very little description and very little space here in the activities. So I understand why you would be creating a more generic phrase because you're trying to like collapse down the space basically so you can fit. However, you need to try to sort of accomplish both. You try to be very specific and very concise at the same time. So just try to really unpack whatever those skills are. And, learn the publication process, expanded diabetic endocrine metabolic knowledge. Again, this is what you got from it. So what I want is something like conducted literature review, performed statistical analysis using X software suite, published in blah, 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 right? Like those would give me like 3 short, pithy, specific verb phrases that show me like most of the time course and the contributions and the outcome or the impact basically, right? So for things like research, typically there's very standard things that you do in research. You do literature review often. You could do design of the experiment, conceptual design, study design. You do subject recruitment. Depends obviously what obviously in some types of research you're not recruiting subjects, but if you're working with human subjects, that could be the case. You're conducting the experiments, and so you can talk about what that specifically entails. You're running certain tests, in the lab, Western blots, whatever it is. You're then doing statistical analysis. You could mention the specific software that you used. Not the most important, but it is good for specifics. They're not going to know what the heck you're talking about for most statistical suites, but if it's MATLAB, if it's R, whatnot. And then often the phase after the statistical analysis would be, typically just publication, right? So there's pretty predictable phases for research and pretty predictable verb phrases for research. So I would just try to basically map it onto what I just said in terms of, contributions to the project. Okay. In terms of, let's see. The other thing too was you learn the publication process, but I don't know where it was published. Like that does need to be expounded upon, and it just seems like a random paper, and I don't really have much sense of legitimacy to this. I don't know. Also, because it wasn't research that was conducted with a university professor, that sort of lowers the legitimacy of it. Like you could just be making this up, right? I didn't see anything. I searched for the paper online. I didn't see it anywhere. It's not like you conducted this with a research professor who runs a specific lab and you included his name and then put the name of the lab. So it's a little, for lack of a better term, a little sketchy because it has no real authority or legitimacy attached to it, right? So you really ideally want to be somewhere online. You have a website you can direct to possibly, and you could in some cases you could put that in the additional information section. If you want to direct them to a website, or just you could put the name of the publication. If it's a low key publication, if it's a research journal, a normal peer reviewed, very legitimate publication, then you often need to put that in the additional information section with the DOI number, digital object identifier, because that's something that is that could be a game changer for your candidacy. So they would need to potentially vet that, and you need to provide the legitimacy for that for sure, right? If you're going to claim that you have a peer-reviewed publication. I'm assuming, I just don't know where this went, but I'm assuming it was something lower key, more informal, but you really need to put in here where it was actually published. And if it's going to take up too much space, then we put it in the additional information section potentially. Okay, next activity, career-oriented, is will the student put as the title? It's okay, it's a little bit generic, but it depends on what the categories are and what the best fit is. I prefer more academic or more specific than just career-oriented, and I also don't love the career-oriented with the medical and just seeming like you're going to be a doctor, but obviously the student does have interest in, biomedical areas, tech areas, but I don't know that actually this is really career-oriented given their hook, because something like Neuralink would be probably more career-oriented, at least from the hook that I think the student's angling for. Something that's shadowing a radiologist is more setting you up on a clinician's track or being an MD, and that doesn't seem to be what your hook is or what you're aiming for. It doesn't seem like you want to actually be a doctor. It seems like you want to be working in biomedical engineering and technology. So I don't know this is actually correctly described as career-oriented. He has 11th and 12th grade during school break, 5 hours a week, 6 weeks a year, radiologist assistant / shadowing. I say this so many times, I hate the word shadowing, so just get rid of the shadowing. He did a pretty good job of finessing around the shadowing issue because he heard me say this on podcasts, but it's such an unimpressive verb. So put radiologist assistant is totally fine, just kill the shadowing. So you put / shadowing, just kill the shadowing, get rid of it. Put radiologist assistant or put radiological assistant, whatever you want. Radiologist assistant's fine, just get rid of the shadowing. Then for studied anatomical terms, it's just the formatting is just careless right now. I'm not picking on this student. A lot of students do this, and he might have actually just have thrown this into the application PDF because he knew I was going to review it, and so he might have actually just done this intentionally as a rougher version. But many students do this as their final version. There's a parenthesis and there's no space before the parenthesis. Just bad formatting. It just when I read stuff like this, it just conveys to me that the student's careless. They're not a meticulous person. They're not taking this maybe super seriously. So just really be on top of stuff that's not that hard to control, like just spacing, capitalization, short, crisp, very specific verb phrases. It just look nice. I love the title of this, right? It would just be radiologist assistant, with the name, and it's beautifully capitalized, beautifully succinct, and then you just give me 3 beautifully concise verb phrases with really good verbs, right? Just make it nice and pretty. So he puts studied anatomical terms, and then in parentheses, skeletal system, fractures, nervous system, head trauma, etc. Okay, I like that. He did a good job of actually reframing the part of the shadowing, because I just absolutely dislike that term. Performed dictations on radiologic images of patients. Totally fine, that's all you need to put. So just studied anatomical terms, put a space before the parenthesis, skeletal system / fractures, nervous system / head trauma, etc. Then period, start again with another verb, perform dictations on radiologic images of patients, and put a period at the end. Okay, community service / volunteer. So 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade during the school year, 2 hours a week, 8 weeks a year. So not a major commitment, but definitely a long-running commitment. He did it across all the years of high school, public relations coach, hair leadership team, Relay for Life, Cancer Walk for American Cancer Society. This is good. So pretty much every admissions officer will know what Relay for Life is, but he did a nice job of explaining. A lot of people fall into this trap. In psychology, they call it the curse of knowledge. The curse of knowledge is when you know something and you're an unlevel playing field from a knowledge perspective. Particularly, people know a lot more about themselves, or if you're an expert in a field, you have an asymmetric amount of knowledge compared to somebody else who's not an expert in that field. And what ends up happening is the communication gets poor because you take for granted what the other person knows, or that they have the same perspective as you. This is a big issue in college applications because students have so many different parts of their background or their clubs. There's just so many different clubs and activities. And a lot of times they take for granted this person might not know what that abbreviation means. They might not know what this activity is that you do. They might not have ever heard of this award that you won. And so you do want to make sure, honestly, if you want to do this optimally, you should basically do a curse of knowledge pass of your application. Or you give it to somebody who doesn't know anything about you or just give it to somebody else. But it's actually the best to look for things that are big issues in just looking for that one thing in a single pass of the application, right? Do you have to do it that way? It's very intense to do it that way. But if you did want to do it really optimally, what you would do is tell somebody who wouldn't, just doesn't know you as, or somebody who's a little bit more of a neutral party. And you would want them to just literally look through the whole application for, is there something that doesn't make sense? Is there a term that's like, you wouldn't know what this is or needs to be unpacked, right? Because they're not going to give you the benefit of the doubt. If they don't know what it means, they just don't know what it means. They're not going to look up this information in all likelihood, right? So if it's something that's helpful to you and they don't know what it is, it could be something that's very impressive. But if they don't know what it is, then basically the verdict or the conclusion there is going to be they end up just not knowing what it is. So if it's something very impressive, that is significantly to your detriment because you didn't explain it. So he does a good job here putting Relay for Life. Even though it is very, a lot of people know exactly what this is, and it probably isn't the most necessary to explain, he puts a dash and then puts Cancer Walk for American Cancer Society. Also, too, if you're trying to reinforce the hook and the theme and health areas, then having more terms or more words that are related to health helps to keep constantly reinforce. So if you put Relay for Life, there's no disease or no term in there that's necessarily health obvious per se, unless I know what it is. Even just putting the description, which mentions the word cancer a couple of times, actually does help to reinforce the health hook, right? It's these little tiny psychological calibrations of just how often is something mentioned that keeps hitting the theme, so you just beat it into their consciousness of what you represent. Okay, raised over $10,000 per year, coordinated communications with local businesses, teachers to drive enrollment for 20 plus teams and 1,000 plus participants. He actually does a good job with a lot of his descriptions and his verbs. They're good. He uses a lot of pretty good phrases and it's a pretty good job of concisely conveying some of his impact. So I like the raised over 10K per year. Then again, he does a good job with another verb phrase, coordinated. I don't love the comms. I would really not like to shorten that. I like to put communications with local businesses / teachers to drive it. So just find another place if you're at the word count, the character count, just to find another way to get around it. But I don't really love the comms. To drive enrollment for 20 plus teams and 1,000 plus participants. So I think that's good. In terms of the next activity, community service, volunteer, again, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th grade, a lot of continuity, 3 hours a week, 11 weeks per year. So reasonable commitments on a sort of annual basis, but long-standing commitments, which is good, shows commitment and continuity. President, vice president, leadership chair, Young Men's Service League, 30-member class. Serve local charities, i.e. Brown Santa, Ronald McDonald House, Yellow Bike Project, food deliveries. Sharpen leadership skills with number one mom in the world. That's nice. It's cute. It's endearing. I wouldn't put it in your activities list, things about your mom. It's just meant to be more professional, the activities list. So the tone of the activities list is just very factual and objective and analytic. It's different from the tone of some of the essays. But when you're describing your resume, just think about, if you applied for a job, would you put, sharpen leadership skills with number one mom in the world? Probably not if you're applying for a serious job. So it's cute, it's fun, but I just would not put it here. And again, it's not sharpen leadership skills, super generic, super vague, tells me what you got out of it from a lesson perspective, but that's not appropriate for the activities list. Just tell me, you need to show me your leadership skills. That's what a resume is for, right? That's what the activities list is for. So I need a bullet here that gets rid of the passive, what you learned from it, and shows me what you actively contributed, and get rid of the mom stuff. No offense, mom, but this is neither the time nor the place. Okay, served local charities, again, just little tiny punctuation things, IE is an IE with one period after it. It's I period, E period, if that's what you're going to do. And yeah, I think you probably could put some better bullets here beyond just serve them. How did you serve them? Again, what were your leadership skills? Not just sharpen your leaderships. I think you can make the bullets a lot more compelling here. These are some of the breadth activities that I think are going to end up getting pushed out of the activities list, but we'll talk about that later just because they don't hit the main theme and the main hook. They're just sort of broad service activities that don't necessarily maybe a little bit get into the hook, like with the bike project, which like maybe you could sort of connect to the disability tech and some of these other, mobility, but it's a stretch for sure with this young men's service league. It just looks like mostly generic service capacity. So we're going to change this later on. Community service volunteer. Again, it's a lot of community service, and these are, again, a lot of these. The Relay for Life was better because it was relevant to the health angles. So it was at least relevant service versus generic service. The young men's service and the next one, the Key Club, is just not as relevant. They're just sort of more generic service capacities. So this is also 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade. It's good. Shows a lot of continuity, which is good. It's just not the highest value or the most relevant, unfortunately. So in that case, the high level of commitment sort of gets negated in many ways or undercut by the fact that it's not really relevant to your health career activity or your just admissions narrative. Let's see, 1 hour a week, 32 weeks a year. Not super substantial, but over a lot of time. Vice president, don't put VP, spell it out, put vice president. Again, you need to make this look very professional. Don't put 2 years, 2 YRS. You put the dates that it was, 2022 to 2024, if you want. It's not even necessary, though. You don't even necessarily need to put the years for the different positions. A lot of times, students' positions change, as they work their way up. You don't even have to put that. A lot of cases, you don't even necessarily, like the student is putting a lot of their positions along the way, like vice president and presidents. You don't even need to do that. You can just put president and get rid of vice president. You don't need to show your whole progression of your positions or your titles. You can just put president, and they'll likely know that you didn't start as president. So, it looks a little bit better, and it's not necessary. Otherwise, you get into all of this, and you get into all of this complexity of you then have to put your position and when you were that position, and then you have to start putting years, and then you had 3 different positions in the club over 4 years, and then you got all these dates, and it's just very convoluted. So I would just put whatever your current position is, and if they think that you were the president for all 4 years, it's great, totally to your advantage, but in all likelihood they're not, and they're going to understand that you probably worked your way up, right? So I would just, generally speaking, I would just prefer the concision, just put the most elevated or the final title, if it's basically the highest title, and just put that. Now, if, there are maybe some other complex other situations we won't get into, but I'll leave it there, just on how to format this correctly and, in a way that's sort of looks the best. So yeah, VP for 2 years, get the 2 years. You actually didn't do that for any of the other ones as well, so it's also inconsistent. So get rid of the 2 years. The highest position that you've occupied in the club is vice president, so get rid of secretary, get rid of freshman officer. Just put vice president, get rid of the VP, spell it out, vice president, that's it, comma. Key Club International, 60-plus person chapter. And then you have organized food drives and charitable events, food security education, initiated comms. Again, I hate this word, comms, to partner with local charity organizations. Please use the full word, communications. I know it's a long word, just trying to find a way to make it happen. It's just too informal of a word, I think, to use here. It looks a little just unprofessional. So, okay, he has a strong verb phrase, organize food drives and charitable events. But then you have a noun phrase, food security education. I'm assuming that's still up, but you organize food security education, just slightly unclear. So maybe it'd be better if you put organize food drives, comma, charitable events, comma, food security education. If food security education is something that you organized, if that's something different and you're not saying you organized, it's just, you can tell it's just a little bit messy, the language. And then initiated comms is just after a comma. Again, I mentioned it the communications. So, you can put period, initiated communications to partner with local charity organizations. They probably be streamlined, that phrase. Facilitated partnerships with local charity organizations or something like that. It's definitely a more concise and neater, better way of phrasing some of this. Okay, then another paid job we have here. So we have math instructor, 2 tables of 2 to 4 students. I don't know why you're mentioning like the physical objects in the room. Like I've never seen somebody say something like math instructor to tables. And those are the kinds of specifics that go in the description, not in the title of the position. So then he has Kumon, Math Reading Center 9 and Mathnasium 9 and 10. So I think he collapsed 2 different jobs into one. It's fine. It's not going to make a big difference. This is just a dime a dozen activity. Like basically every single kid who positions for STEM has been a math tutor or science tutor at some point. It's just a dime a dozen activity. So it's honestly not really going to matter a ton in either direction. They are relatively low value activities, so it's fine. I mean, you really generally wouldn't want to do this and collapse 2 different workplaces that you have. So I would probably just take one of these and put them in the additional information section. Take the one that was probably just 9th grade and just turn this in, like this would be the Mathnasium. We're going to end up anyway. So I'm sort of just critiquing the current state of the application, but then I'm going to actually show the revised version of the application. And in the revised version of the application, I just got rid of this from the activities list. Again, it's such a low value activity that's so common that I put it in the additional information section. So what we would do in the additional information section is you would just take both of these 2 different workplaces and you could just put them twice basically in the additional information section as 2 separate ones instead of trying to crunch it into the activities list because it's not even valuable enough to make the activities list or the top 10 activities anyway. So I'm kind of just showing some of the critiques here, but this isn't even going to be phrased like this because we're gonna rip it out of the activities list anyway. But you just wouldn't want to put something like math instructor to tables of 2 to 4 students. Taught students ages 5 to 16 problem-solving skills, honed ability to explain the same concept in multiple ways. Again, don't talk about what you got from the activity, show what you contributed to the activity, and then deepen understanding of basic concepts. Again, I'm not sure if that's the students. I think that's you saying you deepen your understanding of basic concepts by teaching. But again, it's not about what you learned or gathered from the activity. It's not what you contributed to the activity, right? So those are important points. Now, I will say a lot of this is just going to get renovated and overhauled anyway. But I did want to just also show the audience some of the mistakes in the students' activities list, just for general purpose edification. Overall, the activities list just, it's got the robotics number 1, it's got the Go Baby Go 2, but then it's just not, it's got the medical research paper on the diabetes. A lot of this isn't packaged very effectively or very powerfully. But it's an okay presentation of a resume, but, we are talking about Stanford, we are talking about extremely competitive areas, and it's neither the most compelling presentation of the activities themselves in a lot of cases, and I did talk about a lot of those micro elements of like rephrasing bullets, okay, where did you publish that diabetic paper, showing better bullets for what, how you conducted that, project. So we talked a lot about just phrasing, how to frame the actual activities. But then in terms of the activities themselves, it's a lot of the breadth activities. It's a lot of a job. It's a math tutor. It's a key club. It's a young men's service league. There's too many activities that are just a dime a dozen in the applicant pool, and it does quite significantly dilute down the hook. The other issue is there are activities that aren't super high value or impressive or relevant to the hook without a lot of explanation that are too high up in the activities list, right? So I 100% agree with the top 2, the robotics team and the Go Baby Go, which I love. It's my favorite activity. But it just doesn't make a lot of sense why mountain biking club is number 3. It's way too high. It's not an academic club. Doesn't support the hook really, except without some further connections. The job, again, it's loosely related to maybe, the technology or the engineering, but it's too high up for a job. It's not academic enough. So we're going to discuss more the appropriate ordering. But I would say on top of a lot of the framing of the activities, poor bullets, poor formatting, poor aesthetics, lacking in specificity, a lot of those more granular micro issues. The macro issues is the hook does not come across, doesn't pop off as much as you would like it to in terms of the activities. So we're going to resolve that down the line. And then, it's a lot of it's just a lot of these well-rounded breadth, the ordering's not really appropriate. So there's sort of these micro and then also macro. There's aesthetic factors. There's framing the contributions more appropriately. There's just what should be included in here. And there are other activities that are more closely related to the hook and the theme that we're trying to get across that should get into this list. And then some that should be pushed out that create more well-roundedness, like Key Club, for example. And then there's some ordering issues. Okay. So next we are going to get into the personal essay, and then after that we are going to go through the additional information section, and then we will get into the Stanford application itself. So I'm going to read the personal essay. I'm going to do a first pass of the personal essay just so people can hear it and the student can hear it all at once, hearing me read it all out loud. And then I'm going to go back and I'm going to then basically critique the essay.
So this student chose the basically the very flexible prompt here for the personal essay. It is very important to note that too many people really take the prompts too seriously for the personal essay in the common application. So they try to answer, one of the instructions or one of the prompts that's given. What you should always be trying to do, and I mentioned this in one of our earlier episodes on the college essay and the personal essay in particular, is you should be trying to create the best personal essay you possibly can, which is going to mainly be a personalized insight into the student's main academic hook. So it does encompass the personal part, but a lot of people, and mainly because the essay is a misnomer in a lot of ways, they get too caught up with just the personal side of the personal essay and end up leaning too much into personal contents about the student's character or adversity or something like that, and they forget the academic and the intellectual side. And that is a big mistake. What you want to do is you want to sort of have your cake and eat it too. You want to ideally be signaling some of the personal, but also be centerpiecing the academic or the intellectual. And so the student did actually... they did take advantage of this. They did sort of try to centerpiece some of the academic hook, but also put sort of a personal spin on it and a connection. And they chose the prompt that is basically a flex prompt. So it's share an essay on any topic of your choice. It can be one you've already written, one that responds to a different prompt, or one of your own design. But do please keep that in mind. A lot of people try to respond to the main prompts in the Common App personal essay, and they become too reactionary and then write an essay that just answers the question. And I've talked about this mindset a lot. This is what I refer to as the stimulus response mindset. This, I have to, be my most diligent student self and, answer the instructions. And that's not the way you should be thinking. You should not be thinking in response to instructions. You should be mindful of the instructions for any given essay prompt, but you should be totally separate from that, always trying to come up with the best strategic content. And in a lot of ways, impose that on the application. Now, when I say impose that on the application, a lot of people start to think, you're going to lose some authenticity and it's not going to be genuine and you're not going to answer the question. You have to do your best to impose the most strategic content on the application while resolving some of those possible tensions of it doesn't seem authentic or it seems contrived or it doesn't answer the instructions. So you basically have to try to do both, right? You wouldn't want to just brute force and bulldoze through, the instructions and not answer the instructions. And I talked about this in the last episode as well. You want to stay within the allowable boundaries of the prompts and not go totally off the reservation. But I think a lot more people have, a lot more creative license and poetic license than they really end up taking advantage of. And so it's very important that you have this mindset of, really thinking about it from a much larger strategic perspective. And then, operating still within the bounds of the prompt, but not just a very knee-jerk, they give me this common app personal essay prompt, and let me do my best to answer the instructions. And great, you answered the instruction for the question, but if you didn't put the most sort of strategically optimal, most hook-relevant content there, that's not going to be as strategically optimal. So the student did do a good job, and you have to always keep in mind you can write an essay on anything you want for the personal essay in terms of what the content is, because you always have this option to write an essay on any topic of your choice. So always take full advantage of that, and the student did. They chose that flex prompt, and then they did sort of fit the overall mold, which is very true of the student's candidacy in a lot of ways. Like at a very high level, they're doing a lot of what I've advocated for and what is optimal from a strategic perspective. It's just
and again, this is very common as you sort of, I think, see different students or different families at different levels of understanding or sophistication with respect to the strategic parts of the process. The students sort of at this kind of intermediate, high intermediate level of acumen for the admissions process, but there's these executional nuances that still sort of end up, just creating some potential liability strategically in the application. So at a broad level, the student did do what we generally suggest for this essay, which is make it sort of a personalized insight, make it somewhat personal, and to make sure you get across some of your genuine, authentic emotion and something about you personally, but it also needs to be academically, intellectually relevant. And I think too many people keep losing sight of the fact that you are applying to be a student at an academic institution, right? The first and foremost source of value that you bring to an academic institution, besides those really large checks that you write, is your academic and intellectual promise, right? So you have to really keep that in mind. The academic and intellectual is always the primary driver of the value of a student's application. The personal side it's not negligible, and it's important to include it, but you don't want to end up signaling the personal side to the expense or to the exclusion of the academic or intellectual side. And too many people make this mistake. And it also is the fault of the application and a lot of colleges who don't explain this properly to students, that too many people end up falling in this sort of just personal content trap. So the student does mention something about their personal background, but he does try to connect it to what he perceives to be his hook for the application, academically and intellectually. So at a high level, it's good. It's just some of the execution, the more nuanced executions, it does fall short. So the student writes, glucose, the source of energy for cellular respiration in organisms. Despite being one of the most basic molecules in biochemistry, this microstructure has led to my remarkably convoluted existence. Since I am a type 1 diabetic, this simple combination of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen atoms is something I am constantly calculating, planning for, and learning to control. Managing diabetes is the art of working toward a positive solution by preparing for every possible scenario. To stay alive, you have to plan ahead. That is what I was told on my 5th birthday, the day of my diagnosis. You must learn to prepare for the unpredictable. Mastering the skill has become my superpower. Managing my diabetes has forced me to have discipline and foresight in every aspect of my life. It is the reason I had syringes with me when my waterproof insulin pump died after a dunk in the pool, and why I had a doctor's note with me on a plane ride in which the TSA suspected my insulin was some sort of illicit drug. My superpower has given me the capacity to overcome these unpredictable circumstances through preparation. 288. That is approximately how many times a day I have to look at my blood glucose and run carb ratios and insulin dosages through my head, the minimum number of problems I have to solve throughout the day. I have learned to use this form of advanced analytical adjustment while driving Flatline, the name of my, and he mentions the robotic team robot. As with diabetes, I have to make split-second decisions to efficiently adjust to other robots or even to adjust to my own robot when it malfunctions. Since my first day of being handed the sticks, I have been told that the key to being a good driver is being able to adjust when things don't go how you expect them to. Being diabetic has prepared me perfectly for this skill. However, unlike with diabetes, I have to make these adjustments while a crowd of people are watching and while knowing my teammates are depending on me, the sole driver of the robot. I'm not perfect, although I would consider myself to be an excellent diabetic. My experience with the disease has taught me that only endless experimentation will bring me closer to perfection. Having diabetes has given me the desire to try new methods and processes to control my disease. For example, I experiment with different varieties and quantities of foods before mountain biking races or robotics competitions to control my blood glucose most effectively. Recently, I've been able to use this process of investigation in my medical interventions class. For my capstone project, I designed a possible cure for small cell lung cancer. This veracity for a solution led me to many sleepless nights of research and CAD redesigns. Even after the submission of my project, my tenacious spirit has led me to continue researching the disease itself and find ways to make an impact on cancer. Adversity creates opportunities. My challenges have given me the motivation to make an impact on the world of medicine and technology. Diabetes has given me the self-discipline and drive to find solutions to problems that constantly shift and change, the ability to be flexible. My passion is solving problems, endlessly searching for knowledge. I have learned that challenges are to be embraced, not obstacles to be feared. With open arms, I accept the challenge of conquering this seemingly elementary 3-element compound, even if it takes a lifetime. So I actually quite like the student's ending here. He does run into quite a few cliches throughout the essay and hits upon quite a few cliche themes. So the with open arms is okay, but little cliche-ish. but I do like the challenge of conquering. So what I like that he did is this is sort of they use the term metonymy in poetry. He's basically using another way of referring to glucose, basically, when he says 3-element compound. But a lot of times, a very effective writing technique is to not refer to, whatever the noun is or the concept, but to use something that basically is a part of it that reflects it. So that's known as metonymy. For example, if you said the crown, referring to royalty, for example, it's just sort of a more creative way of referring. And often what it does is it reduces the number of times that a student repeats the same noun. Instead of saying just diabetes here, he could have just said diabetes, and it would just been whatever, right? Like he said diabetes a million times. Like we get the point, it's just kind of a bland noun. But he said by conquering this seemingly elementary 3-element compound. Now, what he did here, he ends up actually doing the opposite in a lot of other parts of his application. So a lot of other parts of his application, he just says, that I want to, so he actually does have a line like this earlier in the paragraph where he says to make an impact on the world of medicine technology or to improve diabetic technology. And you can sort of tell a little bit difference in quality of writing or just the interestingness of the writing, conquering this seemingly elementary 3-element compound. It just is a more eloquent, interesting, specific, symbolic way of saying possibly something, that is very similar. So I actually do like that bit of that writing technique that he has here. The only slight problem is sometimes somebody who's not as familiar with this, they might not get, he never specifically mentions, he does mention the carbon, the hydrogen, and the oxygen earlier in the essay, but most admissions officers don't have STEM backgrounds, unfortunately. It depends where you're applying, obviously, and it depends on if you're applying to, for example, if there's a separate engineering committee, but Stanford doesn't have a separate engineering committee. So for this student's Duke application, it will be read by engineering faculty because that's Pratt. So it's a different engineering division, and they do read the applications as well. They have faculty invited to, application review. So that's a more technical review in some cases. However, for a lot of main admissions committees, or if you're applying to liberal arts division, they do not have, a lot of times they do not have technical backgrounds. So the only slight risk here of this phrasing is the 3-element compound. They might not be thinking back to that he's referring to, the chemical structure of glucose, which relates to, obviously, diabetes. So it could slightly go over their head. You hope that it doesn't, but you just have to be a little bit careful about some of that. And that is, again, the sort of the curse of knowledge problem of sometimes you sort of take for granted that something is clear, but it's not as clear to the person who's reading your application, who doesn't know you from a hole in the wall and might not have as much technical expertise as you do. So it's not the most egregious because he did actually reference it earlier in the essay. But I do at least like the wording. You just have to potentially be mindful of the risk of it going over their head, because sometimes students say something very creative, but it just totally goes over the admissions officer's head, and then it can't be creative if they don't even understand what you're saying in the first place. So just be careful with those types of references. But I do like what he says, or the way he phrases it. And then I do like this just sort of nice ending, even if it takes a lifetime. I think it's just, a lot of students have really poor ending lines. And again, it's like watching, it's like watching a movie and the ending is just really bad. And it by percentage, that ending, that last minute might be, 1% of the total duration of the entire movie. But because humans are so wired to have such a strong recency bias, there's sort of two main points that are psychologically very important, the beginning and the end. So I often refer to the bookends of an essay. The beginning is important because, and this is why we tend to use a lot of hooks in our essays, like gripping scenes, gripping lines, catchy lines, something maybe slightly controversial, or just something very interesting to hook the reader's attention. I probably have mentioned the word hook 1,000 times now on this podcast in all different varieties, but I'm talking about a writing hook, obviously not an academic hook for college. So the hook is very important. It sort of grabs the admissions officer's attention and snaps them out of this sort of trance that they're in of just reading application after application, boring writing after boring writing after boring writing. And so the beginning is very important to have a strong beginning. We also know that first impressions are very important. So a lot of subsequent evaluation is going to be affected by the first impression, right? So it's very important to
have a lot of strong beginnings, even, sort of among the first components in the application that they read, whether that's a transcript, sometimes it's a counselor letter of recommendation to contextualize the student's whole candidacy in the context of the school, which a lot of people really, really overlook, that counselor letter of recommendation, and making sure there's great content in there and you're giving them great content for that letter and great anecdotes and not leaving it to chance, particularly if you don't have a great relationship with your counselor. But the beginning of a lot of content is extremely important, because what it does is it either will set up a rooting interest for you, or it will set up sort of a rooting interest against you, possibly, right? So when you make a bad first impression, it's just like you then evaluate the other information much more negatively through that filter. And when you create a really strong first impression, or you really grip them, that now like buys you a lot more, like you just get a lot more sort of credibility or positivity that you've sort of initially created there. Like you just building positive momentum for your application or the way they're looking at you. No, eventually that positive momentum will run out, right? I mean, if you make a really great first impression or say something really interesting, and then it's just all downhill from there, then eventually that goodwill that you sort of built up, or that positive evaluative equity that you've put in the bank initially, will eventually run out at some point, right? If you don't sort of continue it. But it has bought you at least some runway in terms of that admissions officer looking at you positively and, oh, this is interesting. And so it kind of, if maybe the second paragraph isn't the best in the world, it's like you still have some positive momentum stored up from the intro. And then if you can end it really effectively, again, that sort of becomes the filter through which they retrospectively look at the preceding information, right? And this is a very well-evinced psychological phenomenon. One of the only person who's ever won a Nobel Prize in psychology, Daniel Kahneman, conducted experiments where they would have, I know I'm going a little bit off on a tangent, but I think this is important to sort of hammer home the points in the psychology of the process. They basically were looking at dental patients who were going through a root canal procedure. And they asked some of the patients, they had one condition where they just had the root canal, and they asked the patients, would you, there's sort of an additional procedure that we can perform that will sort of, be like slightly bit more pain at the end. Or you can just sort of skip that final procedure after the main source of pain, the root canal, and, you could just sort of be done. And so if you're looking at that from a logical perspective, you would say, well, why after the painful procedure of the root canal would you then elect for a tiny bit more pain, even if it is just a tiny bit more pain? In aggregate, it's more pain than just the root canal itself, right? So from a logical perspective, it makes no sense, right? However, human beings are not wired for logic per se. And so what ends up happening is the condition whereby the patients had the root canal and then they ended with just a tiny bit of pain, another procedure that used a little bit of pain. What ended up happening is when they asked all of the patients to recollect their experiences, the patients who just had the root canal and ended with the major source of pain had a far more negative recollection of the experience than the patients who had the root canal but ended with the tiny bit of pain in another procedure, right? And a lot of that is due simply to just recency bias, right? The patients who were in the condition that had just a little bit of pain, sort of the top-up pain at the end, they tended to remember that experience because it was last and it was the most recent, and so it sort of overshadowed a bit of the more painful and traumatic experience in the root canal. So a lot of this, and I think a lot of people who've listened to this podcast hear me talk a lot about psychology, the psychology of evaluation, and this is a lot of how our program and our strategic process really works, particularly piggybacking on that background. And I think a lot of people think admissions, they're basically looking at college admissions as though somebody is trying to learn Spanish when they should be looking at college admissions as though they're trying to learn linguistics, right? You're trying to understand at a much deeper level. Sure, understanding linguistics isn't necessarily going to make you proficient in Spanish, but if you understand linguistics, you understand the very fabric and the very structure of language itself, right? And so, yes, there are parts that are practical and applied science, to use sort of some of our prior discussion. Applied to, there is the notion of understanding human psychology, how humans evaluate other humans, psychological constraints, emotion of that human being who's reading your application. And then, yes, there are certain, very particular applications of that to the admissions process. But understanding fundamentally how humans psychologically operate, the constraints of their working memory, how to create likability,
recency bias, first impressions, understanding that at a much deeper scientific level is extremely, extremely useful. And a lot of people who are, the best or doing this process in the best, most optimal way, it's not because they're going to fairly useless NACAC conferences. It's because they have a really good understanding of human evaluation and human psychology as well. So it might be fairly intuitive and just not scientific or systematic to them. They might just, there are a lot of people who just naturally have very strong EQ and understanding of that. They haven't quite made it sort of formulaic and systematized. But regardless, whether it's intuitive or it's much more conscious, if you have that skill set, it is massively beneficial to leverage in this process. So the student at least does have a pretty strong final line, which I like. Now, the overall essay is, it's not a bad essay. I've definitely seen much worse essays. The student does get in a bit of the academic, the intellectual. They mention the medical interventions class. They mention, sort of the small cell lung cancer. So I think I saw it, the capstone project that I mentioned for the students' activities. I saw it in this essay. They mentioned it. And then I think they might have put it in like an expanded resume in one of their emails. But they didn't actually put it in the activities list because, again, a lot of students won't view a capstone project or an academic project as something they can put in the activities list. But again, as I've explained, it might actually be optimal to do so to further reinforce some of the hook or just something at least adjacent to the hook. And so I think the student falls a little bit into what I tend to refer to as kitchen sink syndrome, which is a very, very, very common propensity of many students and many families. I just see this and I hear this so often. A parent wants to, or student wants to fit everything into this personal essay. The 650 words, let me shoehorn absolutely everything into this essay. If there's anything compelling about myself, let me just find a way to just jam it into the 650 word box. And a lot of that comes from the fact that, first of all, people put way too much emphasis on this one essay. Some of that's deserved because this personal essay does go to all of the colleges that you're applying to via the Common App, which is typically the vast majority of colleges you'll be applying to, setting aside the UCs, MIT, and Georgetown are the main ones that don't use the Common Application. But so that is somewhat justified that a lot of people put so many of their eggs in this basket and think this essay is so important. But they really lack the perspective of there are many different, what I refer to as containers of the application. You have all your recommendation letters. Those are awesome containers for a whole bunch of content that could go in those letters. It's better coming from somebody else's mouth versus the student's mouth. You have the additional information section. You have the activities list. You have the honor section. You have other parts of the Common Application. You have school-specific supplements. You have, there are 20, 25 containers, in the application for information. And too many people focus on just this one container. And it's like, if you had a night table drawer there, you're trying to pull out the drawer. It's like they're slamming everything into this one compartment. And there's just too much focus on this one essay. I get it. It is the longest essay. It's probably the one that's the most difficult to write. It is the most important essay from the perspective of, the greatest number of colleges will see it. It is going to the greatest number of colleges, whereas the school-specific supplements are more depending on the school. And you have to recalibrate those on a school-by-school basis. So I do get it to some extent, but people need to understand and have a more holistic, broader view of the application that has many different compartments. You don't take all of your clothes from your closets and take your tools and then, take all of your silverware in the house and then take all the toys and take all the cereal boxes from the pantry and slam them all into your night table, right? It doesn't make a lot of sense. But unfortunately, that's what a lot of people do with the personal essay. It's like they want to take everything and put it into this one essay, right? And so the students definitely falls a little bit into that. They're sort of taking all of the relevant, a whole bunch of relevant pieces of their resume to sort of the hook, which is, students intending for sort of diabetic technology or maybe even more broadly just medical technology, medicine technology. Specifically, they say to make an impact on the world of medicine and technology. So they're sort of just taking multiple things. So in this essay, we're seeing about the activities the student references. They talk about the robotics team. They talk about their own personal diabetes, which is an activity, obviously, but they mention that. Then also from their activities, they talk about the medical interventions class, capstone. They go a little bit possibly too broad. It's not the worst. It's not 7 different things or 7 different activities as it is in some cases. But it's probably a little bit broader than you might potentially like. It also gets just quite unfocused, the essay. It starts off with a theme of, it's sort of like, what is the point of the essay? Like, what am I supposed to get out of this, right? And I think the student is sort of going down 2 sort of parallel paths. On one hand, and this is mostly where they start, I think, the essay, is sort of this notion of having diabetes made them, sort of somebody who was always sort of the, always extremely prepared, right, for every eventuality, right, with something goes wrong with the robots, and they're on the spot and have all this pressure and people are watching, or something goes wrong, with the TSA, and the student's well prepared because they thought ahead about having the doctor's note when the TSA suspects that the insulin pump, the insulin's some sort of drug, for example. And this is actually a very, very good insight. And I will say, as I sort of talk to families and they sort of say, well, what do you look for in students for your program? And what are these? I look at a lot of these little tiny signs for why people are the way that they are, right? Including for people that we bring onto our advising team. And if you have had something like diabetes, this makes a ton of sense. Like, you have been conditioned through your life experience to be hypervigilant and to be a planner and always be prepared and think ahead and think of eventualities and contingency plan. And so if you sort of took 2 different people and one of them had, diabetes and the other one didn't, and one has had it for 10 years, the other person never maybe had that context, and you on average were to assess the person's amount of vigilance or meticulousness, it would make a lot more sense that the person who had diabetes and had to have this constant monitoring and vigilance would probably, on average, obviously there are always outliers and exceptions, but on average would likely be a more meticulous, possibly slightly more anxious, more inclined to look at the future a lot more because you've had to based on your past, right? And so it tends to be a lot of these little things in people's lives or students' lives that I look at a lot in terms of students, or people that we're looking to bring onto our advising team, or just it's sort of why is the person this way, and how can I sort of predict how they'll behave in the future based off of their past, and these little tiny influences on their life. So I actually really like that insight. Like, it's a clever insight. Just because something's a clever insight or it's a good emotional tidbit doesn't always mean it's making the application, right? There's the back end, there's the cutting room floor, and then there's the final film trailer, right? And so you could have a really good insight, and I could sort of like have a conversation with a student, and like we could sort of talk about this, and this is the stuff that I find absolutely fascinating as to why people become who they are. Like, what were the influences, right? And this would be a fascinating conversation. And so I think it's still a good insight potentially for a college essay. I'm not 100% sure that's the main takeaway that you want here. So the student's sort of venturing down that path of how diabetes has sort of left its mark on the student's life. Then you have to sort of look at, okay, well, what examples or anecdotes are they using to illustrate the point? Now, if they only used personal anecdotes, for example, if they only used the TSA, or when the student was, swimming and the waterproof insulin pump died, then they didn't really connect it too much to the academic. The student did, to their credit, also use some stories or anecdotes that tied back to their academic or intellectual work. So they did mention how this sort of came to manifest when they were sort of prepared for different eventualities with the robotics team and the competition. And so that sort of hits at the technology angle. They do then mention the capstone project and the possible cure for small cell lung cancer. So the execution is like he's kind of in the right vicinities. I think there's a good personal angle here, which we do want to get into some of the students' personal side. In this student's case, just he happens to have some personal connections and some personal adversity that do tie to the academic hook. Not every student's going to have that. So in his case, the personal is also the academic in a lot of ways, and not every student, unfortunately, or fortunately, I mean, I don't know that you want to have diabetes, as I said before, just, because I think a lot of students complain that nothing terrible has happened to me. And it's like, well, I don't, I'm not sure that you necessarily wanted to have something terrible happen to you so you could write a good college essay, but you at least understand why, now you're writing a college essay and you're like, I don't have this thing that this other person's mentioning in their essay. You can't change that though. So It is good that the student has this personal, sort of content. It's emotional. You can tell it's authentic. But they're sort of going down two paths. One is sort of the takeaway being, their diabetes adversity has sort of prepared them for a whole bunch of different situations and to be sort of, maybe even a leader or to take charge and to just really think ahead. That's sort of one takeaway that I get. But then the student also tries to create the takeaway in parallel of like presenting themselves more through the lens of the hook, which is, again, this line sort of, is a pity summation of it. My challenge of giving the motivation to make an impact on the world of technology, of the world of medicine and technology. But it's just a little hard. Those two, like he says, adversity creates opportunity. So he's taking the adversity from the diabetes, and then he's sort of saying that those challenges have given him the motivation to make an impact on the world of medicine and technology. But it's not exactly connected in the way that you would like, right? It's sort of like there's sort of two themes running in parallel, but they're loosely connected to each other. One is sort of, the adversity has made him sort of a consummate planner and thinking ahead and being consummately prepared. And then the other one is that adversity of sort of the diabetes has, maybe motivated him to make an impact on diabetic medicine and diabetic technology, but that wasn't well supported per se by the preceding anecdotes. And this is where, again, the student not having some of the activities per se that would support the very precise hook that they're angling for, right? So he sort of, when he says, give me the motivation to make an impact on the world of medicine technology, well, the medicine is supported in the preceding anecdotes by that capstone project and then the student just having diabetes, right? That's mainly what he's relying on in this essay, at least. The technology is mostly relying on the robotics, right? That would be the preceding anecdote that he used to support the technology. But it just doesn't, and this is what I see with a lot of students' essays, it lacks this like straight through line precision. And like it's just not linear in the way that you would hope that it is. Like the logic just doesn't perfectly follow. And this is why the best activity for hitting that medicine and technology theme, you can do it. You can say, oh, I'm a diabetic, plus I do robotics, therefore medical technology, but it's not the best, right? The best activity in the student's activities list for supporting the medicine and technology theme is the activity that embodied both of the themes in the same activity, and that was the Go Baby Go, right? And if we say, well, if we wanted to write this essay more about the Go Baby Go, but not lose maybe some of that personal motivation with the diabetes, the student really ideally should have gotten involved with diabetic technology, right? Like that's sort of where they sort of failed to make the connection between their background and their diabetic background and that personal adversity and then their college hook, right? It's missing that resume piece that would have been diabetic technology, right? However, they did have it. They had it in the Go Baby Go. Now, very fortunately, or again, unfortunately, because, you don't want to root for a student's adversity per se, but we can't change that at this point. And now we're thinking about how we can sort of use it for the application and the motivation. Well, the student's very fortunate, again, or unfortunate, that they did have this other personal injury or condition that was related to physical mobility. And therefore, they can actually use that instead of the diabetes. And if the Go Baby Go is the better activity to hit this medicine and technology theme, because it encapsulates both of the themes in the same activity, versus trying to say like diabetes plus robotics equals medical technology, which is just not as linear and it's just not as sensical. So if we want to use the Go Baby Go, and then we say, well, how can we still connect this to the student's personal background? We then have to go in a different direction, which is not the diabetes, but more of those personal, the injury from the mountain biking, the condition the student has, that's sort of physical impairment related. And then you would go into the Go Baby Go. And then what you can produce from that is a much stronger, more compelling, more linear progression from the student's personal background and the physical handicaps and sort of having to stop mountain biking or cutting it back and not being able to play football anymore, to then, sort of connecting that to, an activity like the Go Baby Go. So now you're showing how he specifically pursued something in the world to sort of harness that maybe adversity or difficulty, but then turn into something. But it's now a lot more linear, right? It's more like I had this physical impairment, this physical condition. I took my technical background plus that motivation from my own personal adversity, and then you could see it perfectly manifested in this Go Baby Go activity. And then the hook becomes mobility technology. These all are extremely moving in a straight line, and it makes a lot more sense than what currently is going on. It's not that he is all over the place, but it's lacking that strategic precision. And I see this again for so many students. It's like they're not thinking about it with the utmost logical precision, right? Like you want this to follow very linearly, right? From whatever maybe the personal is to the perfect activity that then perfectly holds up the hook that you're aiming for, right? And what the student is doing is he's mentioning sort of that he is a diabetic, then he's mentioning sort of the TSA and being dunked in, going into a pool, and then he's mentioning the robotics, and then like small cell lung cancer has nothing to really do. Now it's weakly relevant. It's adjacent to the hook, but small cell lung cancer, I don't see anything, or at the very least he didn't talk about. I don't know what the technology would have to do with small cell lung cancer, but I don't know exactly what his paper was about, right? But if he had the small cell lung cancer paper and there was some technology component there, well, then that would better support the hook. Because again, his hook is medicine and technology, right? So if you just include some medicine, it's fine. It's hook adjacent, but it's not hitting the nail exactly on the head. And hopefully this makes sense. This very exact precision of upholding the hook, right? And so it's just a little confusing. He's in the right general vicinity, but he's mentioning different disorders. So he's mentioning diabetes, then it's small cell lung cancer. And so that sort of blurs the picture a little bit. And then, it's just, he's kind of mentioning some themes that I could sort of see coming together, like the adversity from the diabetes, which made him sort of a consummate planner and always prepared. But then at the same time, that adversity also gave him the motivation to make an impact on the world of medicine and technology. Like he's trying to use the diabetes, but for two different lessons or two different takeaways, right? And you really just want one takeaway. And between the two takeaways, if you want sort of the personal takeaway, the one about your character, which would be more like he became the consummate planner as a result of his diabetes, or his diabetes spurred him on to, building a resume around diabetic health technology. I know this isn't the case for the students because he missed that link in building his resume. But if that were the case, then we could say, well, his adversity having diabetes motivated his interest, and you can sort of bring in the robotics there slightly, right, to sort of motivate the technology. And then you say, well, then I did this project with a professor on diabetic technology, insulin pumps, improving, whatever all these issues are. That would make perfect sense because you would say, as a diabetic, I have all these issues with the pump and you have to constantly adjust things. It's very flimsy. And that would be a perfect motivation for why he became interested in diabetic, health technology, right? So then he would show how he then pursued that in his resume. And then the takeaway would basically be, well, this personal adversity, this diabetes, and having all this unwieldy technology that's still very flimsy and still not, not very, it's just not great per se, right? It's still very lacking, the technology. He could say that then that then pushed him to pursue, an opportunity in his resume, an activity in terms of diabetic technology. And then the takeaway is he's connecting the personal adversity in a very specific way to a very specific resume piece that is tied to the hook, which is going to be basically his trying to change the world and contribute at Stanford by continuing to contribute to the emergence and development of diabetic, related technology. So, and medical improvements and biomedical engineering. So you can see how that would be much more in a straight line. You can also see, again, why it is important to be thinking about these things well in advance, because you can't put that in your personal essay. You can't put that resume piece of you had the project of, working with a professor or researcher or an internship on diabetic technology. He won't have that for the essay, and he doesn't have it for his essay because you didn't do it earlier on in your candidacy, right? And so this is where you have to plan well in advance. The writing of your application does not begin when you start writing your application. The writing of your application begins essentially when, in all honesty, it basically begins when you begin your life in a lot of ways, right? When we talk about all these little tiny experiences that shape who you are down the line, these little experiences that shape sort of your academic interest in some way, maybe some very extreme way, it basically starts from the moment you start accumulating knowledge and experience, etc. in life. But more in earnest, it probably really starts when you begin, or you come closer to beginning high school. Right. And now you're starting to really formulate and put on paper the experiences that you will then need to reference to write very compelling applications. So So hopefully that makes sense. The student has a lot of sort of more minute, some like writing mistakes, like just a lot of students write with cliches, like this term, like I am not perfect. It doesn't really do anything. Like everybody knows that nobody's perfect, so it doesn't really accomplish anything. It just takes up space. Adversity creates opportunities. Find a more interesting way of saying that. Just like you said, conquering this seemingly elementary 3-element compound is just more interesting than saying, just saying again that you want to make an impact on, the health of diabetics, right? And then you like end up possibly repeating yourself. Like it's just a more poetic, interesting way of saying it. You have to do the same thing with some of these other cliches. And I mean, our students will well know, like I just rip through cliches, right? I just point them out left and right because so many students have all these cliches in their writing. And they also tend to have a lot of cliche themes or activities as well. That they mention in their essays, unfortunately. But just be careful and mindful of some of those cliches. But honestly, what the essay needs a lot more is a lot more of a precise linear structure from beginning, middle to end in terms of upholding the hook. And so I'm going to make some suggestions of what I think this essay should be. Now, I'm well aware of time constraints. So at this point, the student only has, at least for their Stanford application. Now, they can make some other changes. I know they've already submitted some applications. And that's fine, right? For some of the schools that the student's applying to that are maybe top 40 schools, like a Georgia Tech, it's fine. Like there's not going to be a huge issue because there's not a maximal pressure to be like that for everything to be perfect, right? But once you get into the Stanford level tier, it's like every little tiny millimeter matters, for sure, right? And just that pressure gets magnified and magnified and magnified even further. It becomes even greater and greater and greater as you move up the college hierarchy. As it becomes more competitive and you go from a school that accepts 15% of students to a school that accepts 10% of students, to a school that accepts 5% of students, to a school that accepts below 5% of students. Well, now you're going from something like they take 1 in 7 students to they take 1 in 10 students to they take 1 in 20 students to they take 1 in 33 students, right? And those are big inflection points in terms of putting pressure under candidacy to not have made any mistakes. So I know the students submitted this maybe to some other schools, and that's fine. For some other schools that maybe aren't at the Stanford level, do you want to do the best you possibly can for every single college? Yes, but as I always say, what works well for Stanford will work well for the number 100 school in the country. What works well for the number 100 school, what works well for the number 50 school, what works well for the number 25 school, what works well even for a top 15, top 10 school is not necessarily going to work well for Stanford, which is a top 5, probably top 3, very arguably the best college in the United States, if not the world. So you just have to understand that there are different levels to the game and it works in one direction. If you create a Stanford level essay, it will work for basically every single college in the United States. If you create a Arizona State level essay, it will work for schools that are maybe at the tier of Arizona State, but it won't work once you move up in terms of the competitiveness of other colleges in a lot of cases. So that is something that's important to underscore. So I know the student only has a couple of weeks to refine this for the Stanford early deadline. The personal essay, it's not an easy essay to fix. Some of the school-specific supplements and the activities listed in the honors will be easier to fix. So I'm going to leave it to the student's discretion. I'm going to lay out an alternative version to the personal essay. All that being said, it does lack some of this precision and probably precision that is really necessary for Stanford. I don't think the students' metrics and their resume, and certainly as it's currently been presented in the application, as they've currently written their activities in their honors list in the additional information section, they don't have the type of profile or all these other individual accolades that they won in their areas or the really fancy Stanford research, opportunity that they got that was on diabetic health technology starting in 10th grade that they pursued for the past 3 years or 2 years. The student doesn't, for a school like Stanford, have the leeway for this application to not be absolutely the best, right? And so sometimes the student will have a bit of a slightly suboptimal application, but the rest of their candidacy is so strong that they can still compensate enough for it from the rest of their candidacy. The students are already on the lower end for Stanford in terms of some of the stats and the basic foundation of the application, the SAT score, a bit of the grades, some of those AP scores, some of the resume. There's not a lot outside of the robotics team, and I've mentioned some of the liabilities with having team-based awards and a team-based activity if it's not directly attributable to the student and their own individual candidacy. So it does create some liabilities. And I can assure the student as well, even though you're looking at your robotics team and you're saying, oh, well, there were these students who got into MIT or these impressive schools, yeah, but you don't, those students often have other things that are tied to them individually as well on top of the team, right? So, and students are they think that they know what other kids are doing, but trust me, you don't have any idea what other kids are doing. We have students and their best friends have absolutely no idea what their resume looks like. And then they'll get into Stanford in December, and their friends are going to be like, "Oh my God, how did you get into Stanford? It doesn't seem like you do anything on the weekends." It's just because they don't tell them, like they don't tell their friends what they do. So you do have to sort of keep a lot of that in mind. The student doesn't have the flexibility to not write an amazing application, right? If they want any chance of getting into Stanford, I still think it's an unlikely chance, but the application has to basically be perfect. Because they're already working from a deficit. And there are some other students who are maybe in the opposite position. They can maybe get away with, you don't want to do this, but they can maybe get away with a slightly suboptimal application because their candidacy is, their awards, how many deep activities they have a 1600 SAT, they're valedictorian, they're number 1 in their class, they're not number 33 in their class, et cetera, et cetera. So they have more leeway. Right. And the evaluation is a net assessment, right? It is taking all the information and creating a net assessment. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about the adjustments to the personal essay. All that being said, this is an essay that will still be okay for a lot of, top 40 at Georgia Tech level schools. It's not a bad essay. He's dancing around. Again, he's at a high level. If you were to sort of asking ChatGPT to summarize whether this student strategy was consistent with what I've mentioned on podcast episodes, it probably would say yes, right? However, it's just these little granular pieces of execution and nuances and just not having a straight line from the personal to the, a piece from the student's resume to the hook that just do detract, basically, and are a little bit deficient. They make it a little bit less clear exactly what the message is. And I think the student went in some possibly competing directions between the takeaway that they want the admissions officer to get is that this adversity sort of shaped their preparedness for the world and facing opportunity. That's a personal takeaway from the adversity versus the takeaway that I would honestly really prefer, which is more that this adversity propelled them to pursue a very relevant activity, which then basically is related to their hook. And so you could sort of see the personal connection to the hook in a very specific way. And this is just sort of dancing around in the vicinity too much. And I also don't like personal takeaways, generally speaking. I like that, I think the personal can be signaled. You can have some personal backgrounds, but I mostly want them to be leaving with the takeaway of this is why this student built this type of resume and this hook, and this is their motivation, their personalized insight into why they want to change the world in this very specific way. I know that might sound a little bit sort of exaggerated when we say change the world. Are you going to change the world? What does that even mean, right? I mean, you could change the world in some very minute way and just say that it's changing the world, but you at least have to present yourself in that way. And this student does understand a lot of that presentation and that marketing and that PR. But they're going to place bets on students who are very motivated, and show the academic and intellectual promise that they can combine with the motivation. And if you have had this particular personal adversity and then you go pursue something in your resume, particularly several activities and high value activities, then the combination of the strong personal motivation for that topic alongside that you have these activities in your resume. And again, it would have been more ideal if the student had more straight line activities in their resume relating to technology with diabetics. Then they can sort of see that, well, you have the resume and the academic and intellectual promise, plus they could see you have the motivation. Well, I am likely to put, a bet on that student being more likely to change the world than a student who maybe has one, or they have the other, or they have neither, in terms of the motivation and the intellectual promise and academic promise. And so students try to, I think, accomplish that. But again, it's just not as precise and a straight line as you would really prefer. So I'm going to try to change this a little bit, but just for the students' own edification, and just a lot of other people's edification. This essay is fine. So top 40 schools, I'm not super worried about this essay in terms of for a school like Georgia Tech, for example, even a UT, just other schools. But when you get into that Stanford tier, the student is working from quite a deficit in terms of their candidacy compared to a Stanford level applicant. So these imperfections will get magnified and be a lot more glaring in terms of a Stanford caliber school. Okay. Let's move into the additional information section quickly. So I think the student might have actually just thrown some of this together, the additional information section, as sort of a roughed version, but I'm just going to read what they put in the additional information section and slightly critique it. And then later on in the podcast, I'm going to mention what I think should be actually in the additional information section. So the student put, during my PSAT, my insulin pump malfunction resulting in high blood glucose negatively affecting my test score. And they put their test score 1400 209 index on the PSAT. Yeah, you can't put this content in the application. So it's sort of like a student who's trying to explain away a B+. Like the problem is like it didn't create enough of an impact, unfortunately. This is one of the bad situations that students are in who get some potentially low grades, but they're not low enough to explain away, right? They're like B+ or Bs or something. And then, if the student had something that happened to them during the course of high school where they could connect it to why they got some lower grades. The problem, and this happens a lot with students who try to get accommodations, at their schools, and the school sort of says, you do too well to get accommodations. It's a very common retort, at least in terms of what we tend to see with students. It's sort of the same thing for the admissions process, right? It's like you got a 1400 on the PSAT raw, like nothing really happened. It didn't seem like it caused a huge issue. Now, could you say, well, if my insulin pump didn't malfunction, I would have maybe been in play for national merit semifinalist? Yeah, but first of all, it's not even a major honor in the first place. And this seems like, it seems like you're possibly pushing this too much with the possible pity angle. So it seems like you might be creating too much of a victim complex. So I would keep this out. It didn't cause anything that's catastrophic here. That you got a 1400 in the PSAT. That's an awesome score, right? It's maybe not national merit semifinalist, but it didn't cause you to really get a bad score. So you can't be the kid who's mentioning that, something happened to me and therefore I got an 88. It just doesn't make any sense, unfortunately. So definitely get rid of that. I took Spanish 3 and theater classes online over the summer to have more room in my schedule for STEM electives. They don't. First of all, if anybody's going to mention that, if you want to explain away something that might be a deficiency on your transcript, use the guidance counselor to mention it and tell them to put it in the letter. Because, again, it always sounds weaker coming from the students, right? So this is also why I say a lot with the personal essay to many families who say, we want to talk about this, the student's greatest accomplishment in the personal essay. Okay, let's think about that for a second. Right? So it comes out of your mouth or it comes out of somebody else's mouth. So let's say you're a cardiothoracic surgeon, right? And you go to dinner and the people don't know you at dinner and, they say, oh, Bob, right? What do you do for a living? And you say, oh, I'm a cardiothoracic surgeon. And that takes a very long time and it's very impressive among doctors. And I rank this high next to neurosurgeons. And it's way more impressive than being a primary care physician, and I make a lot of money, and I work at this, and I have this. You've taken something that's very potentially impressive and higher value, and all of a sudden made it a lot lower value because you're basically qualifying and saying it about yourself, right? Versus, let's say somebody else said it about you, right? So let's say that those same people, asked Bob's wife or asked Bob's friend what he does for a living, and they say, oh, Bob is a cardiothoracic surgeon, and he is amazing at what he does. It lands a lot differently. And so many people, again, they just miss these psychological nuances of they want to take, this kid has this major national level award and they want to make that the personal essay. And it's are you out of your mind? This is going to come across as super braggy. And for what? You just put it in the honor section, they'll know that you won the award. There's not a lot of personal or touching content there, right? You just seem like an unlikable braggart, right? And so this is another important distinction for many students and families, that what works well when you're writing a long-form essay, it's not always the most impressive accomplishments, right? It can make you seem like you're lacking in humility, that you're spending 650 words talking about this thing. And so it's a weird trade-off, right? And you can see why a lot of people fall into this trap if they want to take maybe the most impressive parts of the student's resume or profile and then spotlight those in the essays. But you might not want to do that because you might actually inadvertently be turning something very high value into a very low value, unlikable application. So I use that point, because here when the student says I took Spanish 3 and theater class online over the summer to have more room in my schedule for something like that. If you want to explain something away on your transcript, again, lower grades, for example, much better for it coming from somebody else, like your guidance counselor, for example, right? It sounds much different coming from somebody else's mouth. And that's why, again, I say when we're considering personal essay topics, you have to consider that there are many different components of the application. Some of them have different voices or different tones, right? So the activities list is not the time to talk about number one mom in the world, right? That tone is a little bit more appropriate for something like a personal essay. You still shouldn't mention that content in the personal essay, but it's more appropriate for something like a personal essay, that tone. When you're in the activities list, you're writing a resume. It needs to be a professional, objective, analytic tone, right? So there are many different components, A. B, the different components have different voices or tones to them, right? The way you talk in a personal essay is not the way you talk in an activities list, which is your resume, right? And then the third factor is whose mouth is it coming from? So if I'm reading the component that's a recommendation letter versus that's coming from a teacher or the student's guidance counselor or supplementary recommender versus coming out of the student's mouth, and maybe something impressive is being said about the student, but the student is saying it about themselves versus somebody else external to the student saying it about the student, it lands very differently, right? And so I don't even know the student has anything here that needs to be mentioned by the guidance counselor. They took Spanish 3 and theater classes online over the summer. So what? Like, it just doesn't really matter. Now, I did mention that I didn't love the Spanish 3, like ending the progression there. That issue could be explained away possibly by the students. Now, they've already written their letter, unfortunately, by this point, in all likelihood. Well, a lot of guys, actually, I probably shouldn't say that, as we're on October 18th. A lot of guidance counselors actually have not written their letter by this point, even for 11-1 deadlines. However, actually, the students did apply to some schools before 11-1 based on their school list, so they would have, in all likelihood, have written their letter before because there were some earlier deadlines. So that can't be changed regardless, but just in terms of for some other students or families, if you sort of did find yourself in a position, or if we could sort of maybe change the past a little bit, knowing that is a bit of a deficiency in the student's academic profile, the fact that they only topped out at Spanish 3 and didn't continue the progression and cut it short very early on, that could be explained away a bit by a guidance counselor to sort of soften the blow and say, the student had scheduling conflicts, or they just want, some electives or something like that, to sort of maybe soften the blow of only taking a foreign language, a core class through 9th grade essentially, and only hitting the 3rd level of the language, which is satisfying the minimum requirements for a lot of colleges. They'll only typically require, and most high schools will require, you hit the 3rd level of a language. But there's a difference between hitting the basic requirements versus doing what's optimal to gain admission. So that could have been something maybe the guidance counselor, it's like very on the fence. You ideally just didn't do that in the first place, and so it wouldn't even have to be explained away. But definitely get rid of it from the additional information section. The third point here in the additional information section, 1 point of context about my senior schedule. I already dislike the wording of this. This is sort of when I mentioned in earlier episodes when admissions officers sort of eye roll at the additional information section. It's because it's like 1 point of context about the books that I love, and then let me list 18 books. It's just like, oh my God, please, no, not more information. That doesn't have to do with anything, please. That's when they eye roll, right? They don't eye roll when you put really good, interesting, relevant information in the additional information section. So it's always contextual. I am taking both Physics C mechanics and Physics C electricity and magnetism. According to my counsel, my transcript only lists Physics C mechanics because of a policy the district has towards the number of credits you can earn from the class. Okay, so that's fine. We do actually have a student this year who also has a weird transcript situation in terms of what the school is putting on the transcript, and it's could be confusing to a college. So not only did we check that the school and the counselor mentioned it to the colleges, but also likely going to put it in the additional information section just so the college, because it's some weird way that the high school is packaging the transcript. So this is actually fair game. And it's fine. It's just a lot of times when students say 1 point of context about my senior league, it's just going to be something that's not really important. But actually, in this case, it is fair enough. You definitely leave that in the additional information section. That's good to highlight. Also, just in case your school didn't highlight that for the colleges, if there's something just odd about what they're doing in terms of your transcript. Okay, the following is a link to a video of me driving the robot during the 2024, and then he mentions a competition. I am the curly-haired kid. So it's, it's cute. It's nice, but these materials, like putting in YouTube videos in your application or a bunch of websites, or they just don't have any time to go through this stuff. So they're not gonna, no chance that they're gonna launch this, unfortunately. So yeah, definitely get rid of this. The time when you want to use like websites or videos or a link or something like that is if you have like a very impressive particular accomplishment, such as a peer-reviewed publication, as I mentioned earlier. You need to really substantiate that because it is a major piece of your candidacy and the admissions decision potentially, right? So if you have something like you're claiming something that's very impressive, you do want to make sure that it has a record or some source of verification online, and you want to potentially, again, if you are claiming that you run a business that does $100,000 in revenue or something like that, like I'm gonna like probably look into that a little bit potentially, or at least you better be prepared for them to look into that, right? To call your guidance counselor, to see if the guidance counselor mentioned it in their letter of recommendation, to see if anybody else talked about it, to see if you have a supplementary recommendation that talked about it, to see like they might Google it, right? Because that is like, if I'm going to be making a decision on your candidacy and that's going to be a big piece of me either letting you in or not, that's where you have to be a little bit more careful with having proof of something or verification. It still doesn't mean that they're necessarily going to look it up. And it could be that somebody else, a neutral party in your application mentioned it anyway. So like they just have no reason to doubt it. But that's more what you tend to use things for. Like if you have a peer review publication, you put a DOI, you put the website link, the journal, the full citation as though you were citing a normal paper, using APA formats. You put in bold yourself where you are in the author list. Like you make it look very official and legit and that they can find the paper. If you run a business or have a very substantial organization, then you would want to put the website URL. Doesn't mean they're going to click through to it, but you've at least said you've at least shown them I'm not full of it, right? Like if you call my bluff and click this link, like you're going to see that this is a legitimate enterprise. And I've seen many students who sort of put something on their resume and then you go click through to the website and it's like a total, it's just like it seems very illegitimate, right? It seems like, it's like a .biz website, it looks like you're on the dark web or something. Like is my computer going to break all of a sudden from viruses? Like it's like things aren't formatted correctly on the website. It's like just one page. There's no team, there's no it just looks very illegitimate when they click through. But the student doesn't really have anything that they need to particularly attest, to here. There was that publication potentially, but I don't know where it was published, if it was published per se. Mission said they went through the publication process, but it didn't seem like it was a super, it wasn't a peer-reviewed journal per se. So, I mean, you could possibly put that in the additional information section. It's just you're not as worried about sort of substantiating it because it wasn't like, a student was getting published in, some top, journal. Okay. Next, we're going to go through, so I'm just scrolling through. The student has their courses and grades section, which Stanford requires, which is a self-reported version of your transcript. I'm going to now go through the Stanford questions. The only thing, couple of things that are noteworthy. One is Stanford is one of the colleges that does actually require some of the background about your parents and their professions. So I kind of talked about this in the application red flags episode. You can kind of get around it in the common application, putting what their professions are, but for some schools, you can't actually get around it because then in their school-specific supplement for that particular college, they end up just asking you and they make it a required field. So that is a bit noteworthy. Stanford is one of those schools. Some of these schools do ask a bunch of follow-up questions about your background, following from the actual common application itself. In terms of the students' majors, they put biomechanical engineering, bioengineering, mechanical engineering. It just, from a strategic perspective, it just stinks that the student can't choose anything except basically a whole bunch of the most competitive majors and fields at Stanford. And the only way that you can get around that is by building a candidacy much earlier on that puts in themes and evidence into your candidacy that would allow you more flexibility strategically to put some other options besides just all the most competitive majors at Stanford. But the student unfortunately can't do that because it would look disingenuous because their resume is in a lot of areas that, are exactly these majors. So unfortunately, the student is just competing strength against strength, right? So their strength is matched against not only the strength of Stanford at an overall level of being one of the best schools in the world, but then also the very particular institutional strengths of Stanford in biomedical and engineering and technology areas. So, it's not the game that I prefer to play. If we get a student who's going to be applying to a Stanford level school, and then on top of that wants to then apply into the most competitive majors at Stanford and is starting the process early, we're not setting out on a path that we know leads into a lion's den in 3 years, because that, to me at least, would seem fairly negligent. What you can do is still take the students' genuine interest if they're in these super competitive fields, have them still pursue those activities and still be on the robotics team, but then make sure they're building a resume as well that brings in some more interesting, unique themes that will set them up down the line to be able to credibly apply for some majors that are more interesting, unique, textured, less competitive. And Stanford, again, you also have maximum strategic latitude because Stanford doesn't have this segmentation at an undergraduate level. You have to directly apply for engineering, and there's an engineering committee that evaluates your application. You have to directly apply to the undergraduate business school, and you have to directly apply for arts and sciences. Like, Stanford has no segmentation or sequestering of the undergraduate curriculum. So you have total strategic flexibility. And I've said this to students targeting Stanford before. They're in 9th grade. They're the STEM student from Silicon Valley, and they're just going to apply directly for computer science at Stanford. And it's just like, good luck to you. But you have to build some other secondary or tertiary themes or intersections into your candidacy to give yourself some hedging and hedging your bets and positioning yourself away in some, in some avenues from other students who are all just the best in the world in these areas that Stanford, already being one of the best schools in the world, is also the best in terms of those areas and those strengths. So, this sort of like, I kind of read these majors and, for lack of a better visual, sort of is like being ushered into a slaughterhouse in terms of just how competitive these fields are, unfortunately. So we have to do the best that we possibly can. So we're going to obviously try to give the student a lot of very particular tactical guidance in terms of how he can still sort of fit in the best possible themes and most compelling information to make the most of his application. But it is also a good lesson, I think, to many people who are maybe earlier in the process. Okay, we're going to get into the Stanford supplements now. And then at the end, which I'm sure this student is probably dying for because he's probably just heard me critique his application. And I do give the student, and again, I'm talking to the student and his dad. I don't mean to be too critical. I'm just, I think we'll be able to come up with some resolutions and some fixes if you're able. Some of them I think you could definitely very easily change before you submit your Stanford application in a couple of weeks, because they don't take very long, and I've already done a lot of the legwork to go through all of your information and package it for you. Some of it would require more time and more effort, like changing the personal essay, so that's going to be at your own discretion. So I promise I will have solutions. I'm not just trying to criticize the students, but at the same time, in exchange for doing this for the student, there are a lot of important lessons that unfortunately the student maybe can't capitalize upon because they are a senior and they're in the application process, that I still want to pass along to people who aren't quite in that phase yet and still do have the opportunity to avoid some possible mistakes. So I certainly appreciate the student volunteering, for this. They're obviously getting benefit out of it, but yes, this is a little bit of like volunteering yourself to sing the happy birthday song to Simon Cowell. So I'm sorry if some of this is a little critical, but I want to just help the student, to the extent that we can, while also showing them some of the audience, some of the mistakes here that might help other people. But then also there are definitely mistakes here that can be changed, right? The student still can improve, and I think actually very dramatically improve their application based off of the revisions that I will discuss in the final segment. But we're still going through the first read of the application here. So for Stanford, Stanford has 5 short questions. So these are 50 words each. There are a bunch of schools that have sort of these short responses. They lean into, in some cases, a bit more like personality, creative content, and students take that as permission to become entire, goofballs. And I don't totally blame them. This is the fault of admissions officers to a large extent, because they don't even 100% know at some deep psychological level. This is why I say, like, you don't ask a fish how to catch a fish, right? You ask a fisherman. It's the old adage. There's a difference between stated and revealed preferences. A stated preference is what somebody thinks they want, and a revealed preference is what, by the actual data and their actual actions, is demonstrated to be the reality of what they've shown they really want. And a lot of times human beings' stated preferences differ from the revealed preferences. And it's because a lot of humans lack appropriate self-awareness. And admissions officers are not an exception to that. They will state something as a preference, but then their actions in terms of who they admit and who win admission will show different patterns versus what they explicitly say, right? So this might seem very against the grain of well, why would they ask this question unless they really wanted to know the content? Well, at some very deep fundamental level, I don't actually believe these people know what they want. I think that they might have a reasonably good understanding, but I think in some cases they even might like content just because it actually creates a whole bunch of really bad responses that actually make it very easy to eliminate applicants. And I think that is actually what the Stanford roommate essay is, because kids write a whole bunch of fluff pieces for the Stanford roommate essay. It just makes it very easy to eliminate students, quite honestly. And some of it's like, possibly slightly entertaining to an admissions officer. Doesn't mean that they're going to admit you, right? But I don't know, it's like maybe slightly entertaining to read some of this information when you're going through the drudgery of reading thousands of applications from all these students. So I just don't, I think a lot of people take too seriously what admissions officers say, and they don't understand there's a lot of sugarcoating, political correctness, and also some lacking awareness because they lack a much deeper seated understanding. There's a difference between, a baseball player, you can ask them about, they're sort of the applied version of physics, right? They sort of are out there, they're catching the ball, etc. But I'm not necessarily asking a baseball player to reveal to me, the very fabric of existence and physics, right? And so I'm not going to ask an admissions officer, like, why their brain works the way that it is and why certain psychological maneuvers are more effective strategically than other psychological maneuvers, because they don't necessarily understand. And I said this recently to a dad who may or may not be listening to this, but I said, just because they don't understand the psychology of the process or can't express it in a very technical way doesn't mean that they're not subject to it, right? So when I mention something at a psychological level that is strategic and I believe will strategically optimize a student's case, this might sound very, potentially deceptive or manipulative, but it just is human psychology, right? There's just a lot of facets of human psychology that are true. And I mentioned the recency bias, like there's a whole bunch of people who are like, that makes sense. Like, I'm a human being and that makes sense to me, right? Like, I know that's true. That is a fact of humanity, and that agrees with my experience. I would never have thought about that, right? But I can hear what you're saying and agree with that makes sense. It's the same thing for an admissions officer, right? They wouldn't think of a lot of this stuff. They don't understand it at an extremely deep scientific level. And so therefore they wouldn't express it because they can't. They lack the ability to. But it doesn't mean that they're not subject to it, right? Because they don't operate outside the laws of human psychology any more than a baseball player operates outside the laws of physics, whether or not they understand them and can express them. So I think this is very important, that you have to understand there are some essays that not even necessarily maliciously are created by the colleges or the admissions officers, but they are to students' detriment, and they create very bad answers. And quite honestly, if I were an admissions officer, like, it wouldn't actually be the worst thing in the world to have. It would just make it very easy to get rid of a whole bunch of students' applications, right? So I think a lot of people are trying to believe admissions officers. I'm not saying it's intentionally malicious. I'm just saying it would help to cut down the volume of a lot of students if you gave them a question that was a lot more trappy and led to a lot of bad answers. And I think a lot of people are praying and hoping, and they're trying to take admissions officers at face value when admissions officers say, we're really trying to find the best in students' applications. It's really hard when you bombarded with this many applications to go through a student's transcript at Stanford and say, oh, they got an A. Oh, another A. Oh, another A. Oh, another A. It's just like, you can't do that for every single student who has straight A's and be impressed with every single A at an incremental level. You have to look at it more of, basically, everybody's nearly perfect. How can I be a professional fault finder and find every possible deficiency I can? So that will just be that one tiny deficiency. And the admissions officers do say that a lot. They do say, we can admit our incoming freshman class 5 times over without really drastically changing the quality of the incoming freshman class. Well, what does that tell you? It tells you that there are very tiny, tiny distinctions between candidates. And it is this minutia of, they kind of gave you a goofball essay, and instead of turning it back to sort of something related to your academic or intellectual promise, because that's the main source of value that you can bring to an academic institution, you just fell right into the trap and gave them the goofball answer, just like a whole bunch of other students who also fell into that trap. So I do want to clarify, but that's very common with these short response questions that colleges give students. They have a lot of these, fun, cutesy, goofball-y type prompts that have zero what you would refer to as face validity. Right? So face validity is when you're giving a test or an assessment or a measurement, and it makes no sense whatsoever why this question or this tool that they're using to measure something, why that would relate to the concept that's actually being measured. So it's basically the equivalent of if I were saying I'm giving you a test on your pre-calculus ability and I then give you a quiz on Ernest Hemingway, you're like, what? This makes literally no sense, right? That measurement or that test would lack what gets referred to as face validity in psychometrics, right? So it's the same thing for some of these questions, particularly short response questions. And Stanford's also going to have a trap essay that we're going to discuss, which is the roommate essay. That's one of the longer form essays. But these essays or these prompts, a lot of times from colleges, they lack face validity, which means, okay, there's some stupid question about what like the student's favorite restaurant is or something. What on earth does that have to do with the student's academic or intellectual promise? Somebody please give me an answer. I'm waiting, right? There's no, like, it makes no sense. It makes zero sense, right? And so it requires a lot of like logical maneuvering and dancing around, basically like trying to convince you of something that's extremely illogical for it to make sense, right? Like you would have to sort of say, oh, well, like we're trying to get to know the student because like this will relate to them being a good roommate or a good person. Like a lot of people have fallen into these like totally just illogical circles and like obfuscation and just like it just makes no sense. And if something really seems to lack any sense, like you should generally mistrust it, right? Now, if something seems to lack face validity, as I'm referring to, right? I don't know, maybe there's some absolutely insane explanation for why a teacher would give you something from Hemingway that would relate to claim to test your pre-calculus ability. Maybe there's like a 1 in a million chance or whatever it is. Maybe there's somebody listening to the podcast who could find some way. You could turn the letters from the writing into numbers or I don't know, something with the geometry of the P. Like I'm sure there's some way that you could explain it, but I think you would understand that that's a very far jump to go from I'm measuring your pre-calculus ability by giving you a quiz on Ernest Hemingway. In the same way, it's a very far logical jump to go from I'm asking you what your favorite restaurant is or where your favorite vacation spot is or all these stupid questions that the colleges ask kids, painting something on a rock. Like, what the heck does this have to do with your academic or intellectual promise? And so you have to actually navigate around some of the stupidity of these questions if you want to be effective in this process, right? And you're like, this is like crazy. Like they can't even give you questions that like actually really tap into. And there's a whole bunch of other education systems in the world and colleges in the world, like Oxford and Cambridge, are like, what the heck are these people doing? Like writing something on a rock? Like, what are you talking about? Like you're going to college, like you're a student studying a field, like, and it's just, you know, there's a lot to be said about the American education system that's holistic, but in a lot of ways it's sort of lost its mind. And they don't even necessarily know what the best content is themselves that's going to be the most effective and strategically optimal. So in the same way that the Ernest Hemingway quiz to sort of test your pre-calculus ability lacks to an extraordinary extent any face validity or obvious logical connection, in the same way, a lot of questions that you will encounter, particularly in these short response questions. Now, Stanford's not the worst because a lot of these do actually get to content that would be relevant to the student's resume, like how they spent their last 2 summers, the most significant challenge society faces, historical moment that you witnessed. Like a lot of it does actually lead an extracurricular activity. So actually a lot of Stanford short responses do lead into academically relevant or hope relevant content. The roommate one is maybe dancing a lot closer to very whimsical, not content that wouldn't be logically connected to a student's academic or intellectual promise unless you impose it upon the response yourself. But so Stanford's not the worst offender here, but a lot of colleges do this. They ask very poor questions that put the student in a very weak position to demonstrate their academic and intellectual promise, which, make no mistake, is the most important part of their application by far. Certainly personality and personal experiences are important to convey as well, but they are certainly secondary. And actually the way that you tend to convey personality tends to be, I think, a lot more through the writing and what you just sort of the way you convey and package yourself. And then you also have to keep in mind that no matter what you say about yourself in terms of your own personality, it's always going to be secondary or viewed as less authoritative compared to what your teachers say about your personality, how they rate your personality, and what your guidance counselor says about your personality, and also the accomplishments, because those are much more honest signals. Anybody can brag about themselves and say something great about themselves, but we always tend to take that with a grain of salt, right? So you always have to keep in mind there's sort of this double-edged sword of a student talking about themselves but like anybody can fake that, right? You can fake words quite easily. It's a lot harder to fake a resume. It's a lot harder to get somebody else to say something really impressive about you. So a lot of this has to do with signaling or an honest signaling framework as well. So all of that to say, just be careful with a lot of short response questions or a lot of these more flimsy, whimsical questions, because they lack a lot of face validity of why would this question about what your favorite vacation spot is, how does that tap into the most important part of your application, which is your academic and intellectual promise? And the answer to that is it would be to find the possible connection, or for somebody to be able to explain the connection, they would have to jump through a lot of hoops, and there'd be a lot of explanation required. The same way, again, like if you were testing somebody on their pre-calculus ability and you gave them a Hemingway quiz, like you have a lot of explanation to do as to why how those two are connected. Okay, we're going to go through the student short questions. So most significant challenge that society faces, this is the first response. Although technology has greatly improved our lives, there is caution against overdependence on it. From students not developing writing skills because of AI to diabetics who become too reliant on their insulin pumps for carb ratios, we should remember how things work without technology for when these items inevitably fail. Okay, so first thing I'm looking for is basically 80% of the content in these responses needs to be related to the student's hook. And the student did a pretty good job of actually making a whole bunch of the content in these responses related to their hook. So the student's hook is medical technology. So it's good. They talked about medical technology or medicine and technology here. I don't like that they undercut the importance of technology. So they're actually doing something that runs counter to their specific contribution to the world. It's just a subtle facet here, but the student's sort of undercutting. So they're sort of saying to not become overly reliant on technology, but like their hook is to create technology for the world. So you just have to be a little bit careful. The way it's currently worded, I think, is a little bit too much anti-technology, and you need to rein it back a little bit more to rein it in a little bit more to say, even though this technology could change people's lives, and I want to be a part of that or something like that. That's too generic. Don't say that, but I'm indicating the spirit of the response, basically. You need to prop up the importance of the medical technology, because it's literally your entire candidacy is writing upon is the importance of medical technology, right? So you can't poo-poo it too much, right? Because it's literally what the student is selling the college on in terms of their unique contribution to the world. So just rein it in slightly, because it seems a little too anti-technology, and what you want to convey more is this technology is actually extremely important, but I would say something more contextual, like if the technology happened to fail, like we would be ill-equipped for that sort of situation, perhaps, right? And so there's sort of an interesting, if we had a student and they were writing one of these essays, you can sort of bring in some of these interesting, facts historically. Elon Musk has talked about this basically in terms of, space travel, that basically once we sent people to the moon, like it basically space travel essentially like degraded, right? Like it actually, the technological progress went backwards, right? Same thing with the, I don't actually think that this is historically true, but there was an adage about, the Romans that basically, like a whole bunch of people just historically or culturally transmission, like they've forgotten about, they lost technological progress because maybe they didn't write something down or people didn't know how it really fundamentally worked. This is a huge issue with potentially AI. You could bring that in as well, right? With AI, like if you don't understand, it's just a black box to you how AI works. That's not potentially good. Try to use maybe something else to sort of better illustrate the point. But the point that I would actually prefer you hit here is, you have to really show why it would be an issue if the technology fails, or why it would be a liability to society to not understand the black box of the technology with something like AI. Just try to get it to be, he's mostly doing a good job with sort of hitting that point a little bit, like diabetics who become too reliant on their insulin pumps for carb ratios. He's doing a pretty good job, but just don't undercut the importance of the technology too much. Just, if you can, just very slightly. It's a very small nuance. I feel like it's a little too anti the thing that you're selling them on. And if you could just slightly, a couple of words, a phrase, something, just make it a little bit more, acknowledge the pros of the technology, and then that's very important to you, but then sort of bring it back. So you promote the positives of the technology because that's what you're selling them on, and then don't sort of undercut the importance of the technology too much. But very, very minuscule. Last 2 summers, so Stanford asked the question, how do you spend your last 2 summers? So a lot of students might be inclined to put information in this that's not in the activities list because they're thinking it will be redundant information. I actually generally do not suggest that. I think it's totally fine to put something that's redundant with your activities list. And the way that the students spent their last 2 summers should have been working on their resume and their main academic hook for sure. So you should be putting, leisurely pursuits. Certainly, God forbid you put something in like I traveled to Europe, just like things that convey privilege, or things that are very unlikable and not academically relevant. You definitely don't want to put in for how you spent your last 2 summers. But a lot of students will put stuff that's maybe like more leisurely, casual, so that they don't end up, being redundant with their activities list. But please do not do that. Put in, again, stuff that you did over the last 2 summers that's particularly relevant to your academic hook. So the students sort of did that, but it's like very loosely related. So they put in that they worked on, cars. And so that's weakly related to the engineering concepts. It's a little bit related to the mechanical engineering major that the student's choosing, but that's not primarily the hook that they're selling the college on. They're selling them more on the biomedical engineering angle and the medical technology. So it's just not great. The student went a little bit more for the personality and creative contents because I think they probably didn't want to be redundant with their activities list. What you should do is talk about some of those activities, but just put like a personal or a fun spin on them, right? So, for example, we have a student, and I don't know if I want to give specifically the content because she is applying to Stanford, and this is her application. But she basically took one of her activities, and what we did is we showed like she was going door to door, like for a particular solution that related to her academic hook, and we made a joke about her. I don't think this volunteers anything too sensitive. It basically was her like going door to door and cold knocking on doors, and just like how much adversity she had to face, and so she knocked on 200 doors, 93 of them opened, and we put something like, had, fled 7 dogs, approached 200 doors, 93 of them opened, fled from 7 dogs, 12, avoided 12 water sprinklers or something. It's basically like a joke or just something funny to show that while she was doing this thing that was very academically relevant to her resume, like she put some personality or it made it a little bit interesting at the same time. And we didn't lack the hook relevant content because the reason she was knocking on the doors was for a particular solution that she came up with from one of her own initiatives that was relevant to her positioning, right, in her academic hook. But we made the exposition of it a little bit fun and personal. And so you could do a bit of that, right? And it doesn't have to be for every single activity that you put here that you repeat from your activities list. You have to make them all personal and fun in QT descriptions. Like you could just put one like, I did this. And then for another one, like you put in a little bit of like a more interesting sort of description of the activity that's related to your hook. But that's really what you want to be doing. You don't want to be avoiding the hook related content at all costs. So the student put, I woke up on countless mornings to fish a local lake before sunrise. Nothing to do with your academic hook whatsoever, right? So it's too off the reservation. I know what a lot of students are potentially will be doing, or what the student's thinking is like, I'm creating some roundedness. So I don't just keep repeating content related to my hook, but it's actually suboptimal. You do want to be repeating a lot of content that's relevant to your hook. You just want to be saying it in different ways and hitting it from different angles, right? So I don't really like that. Now, if that was just a small description and took up only 8 words out of the 50, can you get away with putting in a little personality content? Yes, as long as the ratio is okay, but I still honestly wouldn't even prefer it. I just think it's totally off the grid. Worked on a 1970 Mercury Cougar with a stunning 529 cubic inch engine. That I think is fine, like because I can see some connection to the engineering or the tech. I like the blue collar work ethic. The student getting, their hands dirty, figuratively and literally. So I do like that. I could see some relevance, and it has some personality to it as well. So that one's fine. The fishing is just like totally off the reservation. Learned a country dance with my girlfriend. No. It's totally irrelevant. It doesn't convey anything per se that would make me want to admit you as a student. And immersed myself in the captivating realm of wildlife drone photography and editing. Again, nothing to do with your academic hook whatsoever. It's just pure personality, creative content. It's just pure well-rounded content. So you can leave the 1970 Mercury Cougar because it's at least somewhat relevant, and I like what it signals about your personality and some work ethic. But I would not basically the rest of it should almost be entirely from your resume and the activities that are most relevant to the medical technology hook. Okay, historical moment or event you'd like to witness. In January 1922, Dr. Frederick Banting injected 14-year-old Leonard Thompson with the first dosage of insulin, changing the course of medical history. Up until that point, type 1 diabetes was considered a death sentence. I want to change the course of medical history just as he did. Okay. Yeah, he actually did what a lot of students fail to do, which is he made the content here relevant to his hook. And so that's what you really need to do. There's a whole bunch of people who choose these. I mean, one that I've seen a lot, particularly among female applicants, is Ruth Bader Ginsburg, RBG. Very common. Students just don't even, and parents just don't even realize that a student's choosing something that a ton of other students are choosing the same exact answer. It's a totally not unique answer. We also had a student who chose somebody who was like a pretty popular figure. And it was funny because this student said to me, like, I knew who the person was, but they were like actually a very popular figure. And so they were kind of making fun of me because I didn't know who this person was. And they were like, everybody knows who this person is. I'm like, no. That's not how it works. Like, the fact that I don't know who this popular person is actually to my advantage. And I was like, do you know who Thucydides is? Right? And they're like, I have no idea who Thucydides is. And I'm like, that's the point. This process rewards uniqueness. It doesn't reward popular culture knowledge, right? So don't use a pop culture figure or somebody that everybody else is likely to be referring to. Find some niche, weird person that it's unlikely anybody else is going to be mentioning. Even better, possibly, than this person. I think this person is actually very good that he's mentioning because obviously it relates to, the history of diabetes and the treatments. But he could have gone like crazy town and found the person who's actually it's like an ancient Greek or something, I think, who actually like first discovered the pancreas. I mean, you just go like totally crazy and just like mention somebody who's like an ancient who first discovered, the pancreas, and maybe there's like some joke about, this person found, the pancreas. Why can't they find mine? Just some joke about something, maybe like, but like you want to find something that's very, niche and something that is very just like nobody else is going to mention this in their application, right? So. You have to really think very cleverly and think of some very unique seminal figure that's related to your academic hook. So student actually did an excellent job, in that way. The type 1 diabetes, I think you've capitalized this in other parts of your application. Just make sure capitalization is consistent. It's a bit minor, but I believe you capitalized it elsewhere. And then I want to change the course of medical history just as he did. It could be a little bit better. I've seen a student just throw out their hook very just generically in the application a lot. Like they just keep, saying like, I want to change. Like there's these very like grandiose statements, but they're very generic and vague. Try to be a little bit more specific. Even if it's just getting down to the medical technology again, or some more specific, like something that you would want to change about the medical technology is just very generic. Like I said, this is one of the biggest issues. Like students come up with these grandiose phrases like, I want to change the course of medical history. They don't, when I say that they're looking for a student who wants to change the course of medical history, doesn't mean you could just say, I want to change the course of medical history and they'll believe you, right? Like anybody can say anything, right? That's why the honest signaling of the application comes from your resume and, these other things that you can't just say, like you would have had to have done them, right? And so they're less fakeable. Right? Anybody could say anything, right? So I could say that I bench 500 pounds, right? That's a lot different from me going and doing it in front of somebody. So just specificity is one way that you could send a more honest signal that you're like very knowledgeable about the diabetic technology, or you have like some very specific part of the diabetic technology that you want to improve. So that's also why I really encourage specificity, because it sends a more honest signal of like you're more, you're more knowledgeable about the field. Just think about it, right? I mean, I knowing basically nothing about diabetic technology, or I could just say like the course of medical history. Think of something that would actually require quite a bit of knowledge or be very specific so that you're sort of sending a more honest signal that you are knowledgeable and you want to change this very specific part, right? Or work on this very specific device, for example, right? So that's where specificity actually sends a more honest signal to the college versus these sort of grandiose generic phrases. So those are just, that would be my main issue, is just that the the final sentence is just sort of a grandiose but very generic phrase that's not very specific, and therefore it sends less on a signal. But otherwise, very good. The student actually strategically executed almost perfectly on what I would recommend that basically everybody do strategically for this question, which is make it relevant to your hook, and then find somebody that, in the course of history that's related to that hook that, like, basically it's very unlikely somebody else is going to be coming up with. Now, if you're in an area where there's some very popular, well-known seminal figure that other students could be mentioning, then find somebody else maybe from the history of that area and use them instead so that you can position away from the answers of the other students. Now, another thing that I'll say, I'm mostly revising the short responses right now as I'm going through because they're so short. In terms of the students' overall positioning, I do believe they should go a little bit towards the mobility tech than the diabetic tech. However, I don't want to change all of the responses to these questions because, like, it's a lot of work to change everything. So I think you can sell yourself on the medical tech hook, more predominantly the mobility tech side of it, and then probably more secondary to that, the diabetic tech. So actually for this response, it's going to be, because I don't want to change everything the student has in the application. So just understanding for this question, I would have preferred that it would be more mobility tech related. Because I think the student actually has an activity in their resume, whereas they don't have an activity in their resume that speaks to the diabetic technology, but they do have one for the mobility technology, and they have the Neuralink that also hits the mobility technology. But I don't want to change everything. And the student did come up with a pretty good answer. So just understand when I sort of reconceptualize your hook, it's going to be medical tech with actually probably mobility tech taking first place, and then diabetic tech taking second place. And you can use both of them, but I would want more content to be the mobility tech than to be the diabetic tech. But I don't want to change every response here. So this one will be one that's more to the secondary angle, which is the diabetic tech. Okay, fourth short response here, extracurricular activity, job, or family responsibility to elaborate upon. As I walk up to an auto repair shop, the heat is so intense that I see a chicken laying an omelet. Holding my breath as I wave through cigarette smoke, I ask the owner if he has any job opportunities. Before I know it, I'm changing transmissions with Eduardo. Okay, so some of these are very hard to answer, or very hard for many students to navigate effectively, because they're asking you to describe an extracurricular. But you don't want to, like, he's just throwing a scene here. Like, he's just explaining a scene. He's not explaining his impact or sort of coming up with sort of a pithy summation of the entire activity and, sort of the different contributions. It should have, like, some interesting... So what he does do well is the means of writing, and the way he's writing is good, right? So how he's sort of, using specifics from the activity and changing transmissions with Eduardo. And this is all signaling, by the way, right? Like, a lot of this is signaling that you work well, with people from different cultures. He mentioned somewhere, it was in the activities list about, like, bilingual communication. A lot of that's very positive signaling versus a kid who's like, oh, I worked, caddying for hedge fund billionaires at the country club. It's just like, my God, like, can you read the room at all in terms of who's reading your application? Like, this is not making you likable at all. And I know I say this so many times, and maybe people are like, you say this so often about the privilege and this, like, social signaling and parent backgrounds, but I say it because it's important. That's why I say it. I'm being emphatic, and, because it's important. And so there are these little tiny signs, these little tiny bits of social signaling. So I do like that. Changing transitions with Eduardo, just blue collar work ethic. It's kind of anti-privilege. It's showing you work well with people probably from different cultures or different backgrounds. I do like that. But you've made that everything in this response. I want to have my cake and eat it too, right? I know you can write a personal essay about your adversity as a diabetic and, like, what that taught you, and that's fine, right? But I want that, plus I want the academic and the intellectual and the hook relevance as well. Like, I want everything, right? So he did part of this effectively. It's kind of a cool description. He made a sort of interesting scene. So he's doing a lot of that very well, but I really want some more hook related content as well. And so I think you can probably take maybe a little bit of this and take the changing transmissions with Eduardo and move it up to how you spent the last 2 summers, where I said you can talk about the 1970 Mercury Cougar, and you put like changing transmissions with Eduardo or something. I don't know if it's the same car that you were changing transmissions on, but I don't know, find a way to maybe fit it in. But he didn't really capture as relevant of an activity. Like if you're going to pick one activity, you don't want it to be one that's less relevant to your academic hook, which again is medical technology. So it's just too far removed. It's adjacent, it's hook adjacent, but it's not sort of hook primary, as I would say. So the other thing is you can't just use a scene. Like you're trying to encapsulate in basically 3 short sentences, the entire activity, right? So you don't want to use just one scene that only talks about like a tiny scene of the activity and doesn't really show the overall, impact or, what you're doing throughout the activity. So I would change this to, what did I put here to make this more on point? I would switch this to either your diabetes research paper or your capstone project on small cell lung cancer to hit more of a direct medical angle and get it closer to the hook, because this automotive work is adjacent to the engineering or the tech side, but it's still sort of a couple of degrees removed from the medical technology angle. Whereas the diabetes research paper or the capstone project on small cell lung cancer, it's not absolutely perfect because it's not, at least to my knowledge, I don't 100% know, but I didn't see anything that was technology or medical technology or biomedical engineering, but it's at least health. So it's at least the biomedical or the health side, which is closer to the hook of, biotech than this working with the, from the automotive repair. So it's closer. It's still not perfect, but it's at least closer. So use one of those 2 activities and talk about it in 50 words, the diabetes research paper or the capstone project, because they were also quite underrepresented in the activities list. So this is a good place to expound upon them. And, make sure it's not too redundant in terms of the bullets that you put, but you can take some of the bullets. Remember, I talked about how to sort of convey typical research contributions, like conducted literature review, perform statistical analysis. Like those are very common bullets for describing a research paper, but then you can use like a little bit more creative imagery, or something, and you could sort of take a bit of the style from this, but get in the academic and the intellectual and the hook relevant content. And if you're thinking, or if somebody else out there is thinking, there's too much content about the academic or the intellectual, trust me, you need to lean much more in that direction. The content should probably, in this application, in these essays, these short responses, the essays, the personal essay, it should be 80+ % hook relevant or academically relevant. Now, you can fit in some personality and a bit of creative spin by how you present the academic or the intellectual contents, right? But you don't want to go with just content that in and of itself is just pure personality. Like I'm dancing, again, no offense to the student, but I'm country dancing with my girlfriend to the Broken Spoke. Like trust me, Stanford has no institutional priority for students dancing. Like they don't say, you know what, like the admissions officer reading your application doesn't go over, look at the admissions officer next to them and say, Kathy, can you remind me again, how many students this year are we looking for who dance with their girlfriends, a country dance? And Kathy says, I think we have a quota for 20 of those students. Like that's not happening, right? So again, this is something where a lot of people fall into these traps. They want to convey their personality and who they really are. And, it would seem like I'm too just academic. And yeah, we'll fit in some of the personality and the creativity and the cleverness and your personality into your descriptions of your intellectual and your academic activities as well. And yes, you could put a little bit, like you could put a little tinge of some of that content, but usually the main content itself, you want to be academically, intellectually, and hook relevant. You just want a lot of the style to maybe have some personality signaling as well. But you don't usually just want content that's just pure personality content, utterly and totally devoid of any logical connection to the school's first and foremost institutional priority, which is academic and intellectual promise, and to identify, academically and intellectually promising scholars. Okay. Obviously, of course, unless you were an athlete or some exceptional musician or one of the Olympians who goes to Stanford, then obviously you're selling them on something different that maybe isn't purely related to academic or intellectual promise. But that's different. Okay. For number 5 on the short responses, 5 things that are important to you. Making a legacy for myself. So this student, first of all, compared to many students, given this many essays, the student did like they did understand the mission to a pretty good extent, which is true of this student's application. And which is why I'm, very optimistic about their application at, schools that are, top 40, top 50. Like they have very solid candidacy and positioning and an application for a lot of schools, just not necessarily the schools of Stanford's ilk. So they did do quite a good job, whereas many students, like this would be like 20% hook relevant or academically relevant content. They at least understood the mission up to a level. It just needs to be taken to a higher level. And if you're thinking, again, like, I'm going to seem too academic or too intellectual, it's basically impossible. Like, it's very hard. Yes, there are some students, I shouldn't say it's impossible. Yes, there are a lot of students who are just academic robots, and they have no personality, and they're not interesting to talk to, and they don't interview well, and they're too stiff, and their personal essays are too much into technical jargon of their academic field. They can't read the room. They can't understand this admissions officer who's a history major has no idea what the hell you're talking about, right? Like, yes, there are those kids, but hopefully that should be clear that, like, you shouldn't come up with some totally boring, dry, technical exposition of your science research for your personal essay. It's just that you can't go to the totally other side of the extreme, which is talk about totally just personal content that has nothing to do with your academic or intellectual side. So there are extremes here. But generally speaking, if you were to err, it would depend on the student, right? So if I were talking to a student and they're much more towards the side of, like, they would make those mistakes of coming, like, they are just all academic intellectual and they'd be 100% and, like, just dry and totally boring, that is a liability. And I would actually have to really inject a lot more personality or style or creativity or cleverness into the application. And the student has to be reined back from one extreme. And then there's a lot of students, and this is probably by far the societal average and the societal mode. This is way more what most people are doing. Now, there's probably a bunch of people listening to this podcast who are much more informed, and there's sort of a selection bias probably of people listening to this podcast who, just by nature of listening to the podcast, like, you consume admissions content, so you're probably way more well-informed than the average person in the United States. And so, yes, there's probably a bunch of people listening to the podcast and, like, they would be that very dry, technical, just only academic, I have all these competitions and these math awards and I'm applying to Stanford, and, like, they do need an injection of some more likability and personality and, less roboticism or being just an academic math team, Olympiad robot that Stanford's not going to like necessarily either. But there's just there's ends of the spectrum, and it kind of depends where you fall, but you kind of want to get both, as I'm saying. You want to signal some of the personality and some interesting scenes with some interesting writing, and, that's why I said when I was talking about the student, and she had the solution that was related to her hook and that she came up with, that was her initiative. So that was all great that we're talking about that. It's relevant to her intellectual promise. But then she had this, sort of funny line, and it showed passively, like, her grit and her perseverance, and she's being chased by the dogs as she's, like, trying to, bring the solution to different homeowners. And so it basically got everything at the same time. It got the relevance to the hook. It got, something that was primary from her resume in there. It got, some social signaling of, like, she's not afraid to go out there and roll up her sleeves and go knock on 200 doors, which is sort of the anti-privilege signaling, and so it kind of got everything at the same time. And as much as possible, you want to try to get everything. But if you're going to optimize more in, like, on average, talking to everybody, not talking to, like, the very robotic academic intellectual kid who would need to optimize more in the personality direction, but I would say on average, compared to what I typically see, most people are safer, always leaning more towards the academic or the intellectual. And they're also, from a logical standpoint, always safer, leaning more towards the logical or the intellectual, the academic or the intellectual side, and more of those types of responses and content in their application, because there's a logical connection of that to the school's, institutional priorities and what they're looking for. Because first and foremost, at a fundamental level, you have to keep in mind they're always first and foremost trying to identify academic and intellectual scholars, and so to have academic and intellectual promise. So if you're going to err between being a little bit more cutesy and personality and creative, or coming up with just a personal lesson about your life or adversity, versus signaling something that would really check the box in terms of academic or intellectual promise, you're generally going to always be better off going with the thing that is the first and foremost priority of the institution. Okay. So students did generally do a good job. In terms of this last question, 5 things that are important to you. Making a legacy for myself in the developing field of medical technology. So it's relevant. It is hook relevant. It is academic intellectual. It's just too generic, right? And he mentions this too often. Like, it's not, your hook isn't, again, just you. So when I say on a podcast, they're looking for students who will change the world in some hyper-specific, hyper-singular way. Like, that doesn't mean, like, everybody who listens to the podcast just goes and, like, says, like, they, like, take my line, but they just, like, put in, like, a specific term instead. Like, I want to change the world, through the hyper-specific way of insert, whatever my thing is, right? Like, you can't, anybody can fake it. Anybody can say anything they want, right? So the student sort of relies a little bit too much on the heavy-handed, very overt mentioning of their hook, and they're not specific enough. And specific is always, again, more of an honest signal than just saying something very generic, right? So I would really try to make this a more specific statement instead of just, and also, what I really don't like about this either is do not make it about you. He says making a legacy for myself. That seems like a selfish motivation, right? Now, if it were a selfish motivation because he is a diabetic and trying to come up with a solution that would help him, that you can tell that kind of comes off a bit differently. But the phrasing's really poor here. Making a legacy for myself. It seems like you're the person who just selfishly wants to, get accomplishments because you just want people to praise you and to earn popularity and recognition. And even though that's the case for the vast majority of people, including the vast majority of students who are applying to these colleges, you still can't say it, right? So you can't apply to Wharton and say, I want to go to Wharton because I want to become, I want to make a ton of money in investment banking. That might be true, but you can't say it in the application. I think we all understand why you can't say it, because it's just not socially acceptable to say that without coming off like a jerk. So do not phrase it this way. Making legacy for myself makes it sound like you have very selfish motivations. If you said something, I'll just give you an example. If you homed in on some specificity is your ally, right? Not medical technology. Bring it back to diabetic medical technology or some very specific aspect of mobility technology, right? Some very ultra specific type of medical technology, right? Because now you're at least conveying yourself as very knowledgeable, and I trust you more because you're signaling your knowledge and you've done the work. You just come up with a lazy phrase of I'm going to change the world of medical technology, right? It's like, oh, okay, right, yes. It's not as believable or credible. Specificity gives more authenticity and more authority to what you're saying, and it also signals more knowledge and promise. So you can, if you want to bring it back to yourself and then connect with the diabetic technology, you can either go with mobility tech or you go with diabetic tech. Either one's totally fine here. But I'll show you a way that you would do with the diabetic tech if you want to bring it back to yourself, right? In a way that would maybe somewhat be selfish, but not be perceived as selfish. It would be something like you have some issue with your insulin pump or some very specific thing with your diabetic technology as a diabetic, and you say you want to improve that thing that you currently struggle with, and then you talk about a very specific way that you would fix it. Something with technical terms or who knows, whatever's the technical components of the technology. Then it would make it so specific because you're using some technical terms, maybe technical components, maybe from your robotics knowledge. You're mentioning a very specific, not medical technology, but then you're delving into diabetic medical technology. Then you're mentioning a specific aspect of diabetic medical technology. You're showing your technical expertise. You're being super specific. And then you're showing, well, I want to fix this for myself because I am a diabetic, right? That would be a way of kind of being selfish, but nobody would think that that's being you're being a bad person or being selfish. Currently, you conveying making a legacy for yourself just seems like you want to win, social status or praise or renown. And it's very unlikable. So please make the second part way more specific and show some of your technical knowledge and expertise, and then remove the issue with the sort of just making it not likable in the first part. Second one, being my cat's second favorite person. No. A whole bunch of people listening to this. Here's the really good news. First of all, we can change this. It's very easy to change. Second of all, I have a lot of good news to you as well, talking to the students, as well as to anybody who's able to change this or hasn't written it yet in their application. Here's the really good news. There's going to be a whole bunch of people who put this type of content in their application, and they're very beatable. So when we have a student and they write something like this, being my cat's second favorite person, when after I tell them this is terrible content, I then say, well, here's the good news. There's some other kid who's writing this in their application. We'll be able to beat them. So it's not compelling content. So just don't put it in here. It's just pure personality content. It's not hook primary. It's not hook secondary. It's not hook adjacent. It's not in the galaxy of the hook or in the universe of the hook. It's just totally personality content. And I really don't like anything that's total personality content. Really don't like it. If it were a 1 out of the 5, maybe, but I still don't like it. Now he's going to get into some other ones that are they do show personality and they're creative and they're fun, but they have some connection to his interests, right? So the last two I liked more. It's a little funny, but it's relevant. So he puts, these are 5 things that are important to you. He puts not smashing my team's $40,000 robot. Now that's kind of a little funny, right? Now you have to be a little careful. If the student were at, some very fancy private school that has $75,000 a year tuition, there's some possible negative signaling here with the $40,000 robot. That this kid comes from clearly a very privileged background and a school that's very well funded and resourced by a lot of very privileged people. So the student doesn't have some of those signaling issues because this isn't he goes to a massive public school. So I don't know how they get the funds. I'm assuming it's just through, a lot of fundraising, maybe sponsorships. Maybe there's some allocation of funds from, the town, the state, government. I don't know if there's, been monetary awards that the team has won. I don't know. It's definitely that's a lot of money for sure. But he doesn't have some of those social perceptual issues as another student would have who goes to some, crazy fancy private school. Otherwise, I'd be a little bit more worried about the price tag there and the money. So I'm just noting that. And then, but it's a little bit funny. And it brings it back to one of his main extracurriculars and his hook with the technology. So I'm okay with that because notice the difference. Being my cat's second favorite person and not smashing my team's $40,000 robot. They're both sort of an attempt at humor, right? They're sort of showing some personality, right? They're maybe showing a little bit of humanity with he has a fear, he's human, right? He's not perfect. He's worried and is humanizing himself that he could smash the $40,000 robot. So they both basically check a whole bunch of the same boxes, but one of them checks an extra box or two, and then it's relevant to the student's academic narrative, right? So that's what I'm saying. Have your cake and eat it too. It's not necessarily an either or. It's both end, right? If you can get basically all the personality and the same content, but then also still get the academic, the intellectual, and the hook, that's what you want to be aiming for. Unfortunately, not every student can do that because not every student, unfortunately, is this type of person. Not every student has the intellectual, playfulness or sort of the combination of the personality and the intellect and the academic side, unfortunately. A lot of students might lean a little bit more towards one or the other, and so you have to sort of inject it or force it a little bit more in the application. But the student does have a lot of this sort of natural content because they did build a lot of, relevant activities, even though it's not perfect. They did pursue a lot of these ventures that are actually relevant, and they do have a good, interesting personality and are very likable and high agency and high initiative. So they can benefit from that. It's just, which response is going to benefit more from that. And being my cat's second favorite person doesn't do adequate justice to the students, resume, intellectual background, what they're studying the college on. It just shows the personality to the exclusion of the academic and the intellectual. So just trying to get all of them across. So get rid of the being my cat's second favorite person. Try to put something else that's related to the hook, but it's also sort of interesting and fun or creative, like the not smashing my team's $40,000 robot. Now, would I have done the not smashing my team's $40,000 robot if the student brainstormed 15 different responses for this? Is that the best one that you could come up with? I don't know, but we don't have the luxury of brainstorming 20 different answers for this question, and it's definitely pretty good, right? I don't know if it's the best. I can think of students who have better answers, but it's pretty good. And we can't change everything in the application at this point. And thankfully, as I said, there's a whole bunch of people who will be putting more of the being my cat's second favorite person, and they will be very beatable in the application process. So that's the good news. I don't know if you'll be able to beat them overall because they might have better SAT scores and better grades. And this is where people get this wrong. They think because they had this essay that got them into Stanford, and it could be their essay was terrible, but the rest of their candidacy was so impressive that it just didn't cost them admission, right? Now, there are very few people who can write a terrible, quote-unquote, terrible essay and get into Stanford. But you could sort of understand that it's a net assessment between everything in your candidacy. It's why it's a holistic review. So, but you want to try to give yourself as many opportunities for victory as you possibly can. So you can definitely beat a student who uses sort of just not like an interesting response or just a pure personality response. I don't know if you'll be able to beat the rest of their application, but you might be able to beat them in this battle. I don't know if you'll win the war, but you can at least say, well, by coming up with a more interesting, creative bit of my personality, but then also bring it back to the hook, it will be, I can tell you it will be more compelling than a student who doesn't do that and did just your first draft answer, but that becomes their final draft answer. Okay. For the third one, so I like the not smashing my team's $40,000 robot. That was number 4. For the fifth one, giving personalized 3D printed gifts to make people smile. I like that as well because it relates back to the tech and the engineering with the 3D printed gifts, and it's the personality, and he's like a likable kid that he's coming across. So again, what is he checking off? He's checking off personality, he's checking off likable, he's checking off like creative and interesting, and then he's checking off like a bit of relevance to the hook with like the kind of, it's related to the hook. It's like sort of hook adjacent. It also shows me, this is what I refer to again as honest signaling. It shows me the student is actually this person, because it's not easily faked, right? Like, I can tell the student likes technology. Now, you could say maybe it's conveying a little bit of privilege if he has a 3D printer at home, but I don't necessarily know where the 3D printer is. Like, the 3D printer could be at school and it's not his, right? So, and it's fine. Like, you can't win every possible battle all the time, right? Of, like, the possibly signaling some privilege and your background and the personality and likable and the academic. You try to as much as possible. But sometimes you sort of can't check every single box, but you want to as much as you possibly can. So I don't think the privilege is a major issue with a 3D printer. And then, so I get some of the hook adjacent nature there. It's likable, it's creative, it's interesting response, which is why I like this one as well, and I would keep it. Now, giving personalized 3D printed gifts to make people smile might be a little bit too heavy-handed of like, oh, look at me, I'm a good person, and I call this the conspicuous compassion issue. So you might want to rein in the bit of the heavy-handedness again. It's sort of when you're like, I'm going to change the world of medical technology. It's like, anybody can say that. Anybody can say that. Like, it's very easy to fake words. It's not easy to fake that, like, you, like, love technology and you, like, are a quirky intellectual kid who, like, you know, in their spare time, like 3D prints gifts. That is an honest signal of who you actually are, because it's sort of implicitly signaling who you are when nobody's looking at you, right? And so there was a student recently, and she came up again with, you know, one of the responses for these Stanford questions, and it was hook relevant, but it was from like very early on in her childhood. And you can't fake that unless you're totally making this up and you're totally lying to the admissions officer. You can't go back in a time machine and make you like have this object or something that's relevant to your hook from when you were 6 years old. That is what's known as an honest signal. You just can't make it up, right? Like, it's not like, oh, the student had, you know, a college advisor who told them to do that so that they can get into Stanford. Like, they had it when they were 6, right? So that's what I refer to as an honest signal, right? Is like, the student is actually this person. The student actually is the person who loves technology, because I can see like they're coming up with like 3D printed gifts. So it's like, it's a part of who they are. And the most compelling applicants are the ones where the academic and the intellectual is part of who they act, like who they are as a person fundamentally, right? Like, a lot of times they were raised in a context that rewarded being intellectual, being curious. You know, then when you show up to your Stanford application, well, I have good news for you. Like, you had an upbringing and you had the environment, and it doesn't even necessarily mean that you came from a privileged background per se. Your parents don't necessarily, you know, or you didn't have to be privileged for curiosity to be rewarded per se, right? It just means that when the kid asked you why the sky is blue, you didn't tell them, I don't know, or punish them for asking that question, right? As Carl Sagan once said, right? It's, instead of when they ask you when the sky is blue when they were a kid and you're parents trying to answer that question, you either went and Googled it and found the answer and then explained it to the kid. You told the kid to go Google it and find out the answer themselves. But you made it into a rewarding experience for the kid. You rewarded curiosity and being intellectual, right? And the kids who tend not to be that are maybe the kids where that was punished or discouraged. And so then it shouldn't be a surprise to anyone when they're 17 that they're not that kid. So hopefully that makes sense. Now, fortunately for this kid, he does actually have the honest signaling that he is actually that kid. So that's great. I love the honest signaling of the 3D print. Like, it shows that this is actually who you are as a person. Like, you love technology. And but the make people smile, like, it's not terrible. Like, it's not the thing that I worry about the most in your application, but it's a little heavy-handed. I can't come up on the fly with something that's way better, but just like sometimes you have to be a little bit careful that you're not just drawing too much attention to yourself of like, oh, look at me, I'm the good person who makes people smile. It's a little heavy-handed, that last phrase. So if you can think of something, just make it a little bit more subtle and a little bit less heavy-handed, or, oh, look at me, I'm a great person. That would just be slightly better, but that's much more of a nuance. So go through the bigger issues first and then worry about the nuances last. And then for the third one, blasting Led Zeppelin with the windows down on the way to mountain biking races with my dad. It's a lot of the personality. The mountain biking is somewhat related, but it's a stretch. Now, the mountain biking, if we go with a mobility tech angle that I want him to put more of his candidacy on, then the mountain biking will become more relevant to the mobility tech angle and the personal motivation to, through the adversity, the fracturing, the physical condition the student has. It would be more the personal, like related to the personal adversity that would motivate his mobility tech angle, his mobility tech interest. So it is actually hook adjacent. It's sort of actually very similar to the automotive repair shop that the student works in, the mountain biking. It's sort of somewhat related. Again, these are honest signals. They're very useful because they show, we had a student who was also interested in mechanical engineering. And he did start a, automotive related business. And because he went to a private school, I was worried about, signaling his privilege. I liked, again, the blue collar signal of work ethic. Now, but that wasn't like one of his top 3 activities, right? Like, he had extremely academic, intellectual. One was with an engineering professor, who is the dean of engineering at his top school that we strategically, said, like, this is probably going to be one of your top schools. Actually nailed it on the head. In terms of what of the top colleges was that he was going to like and be the best fit at, and had him specifically send reach outs. And then he ended up getting an engineering position with the dean of engineering at that top college that we kind of predicted in advance was going to be one of his favorite top colleges. So that was super high value. That person wrote him a supplementary recommendation. He had a NASA internship. So he had awesome, like, academic and intellectually relevant activities at the top of his activities list. So him doing the automotive business was like number 8 in his activities list, but it did show some anti-privilege signaling because he did go to he did go to a private school, and I was worried about some of that signaling, and so that sent a bit of a counter signal there. And then it also showed that he was actually this person who, like, in his bones, he loved being around cars, and he was like a mechanical engineer, and he loved it, right? So the mountain biking is good. It is sort of relevant to that in some ways. So I wouldn't totally get rid of the this response here. It's okay. I think if you make some of the other ones more hook relevant, he'll kind of have about 4. And then the 5th one here, if it's sort of a bit of a flyer one where it's kind of got a bit of the mountain biking, which sort of relates to some mechanical engineering and then the disability angles, it's probably fine. I don't want to nitpick too much because I want you focused on more of some of the bigger issues. So it's probably fine because it does have the mountain biking, and you could see a bit of the connection to some other parts of the hook, and then maybe that sort of the physical adversity as well. Okay, for the actual Stanford supplements here, so I'm going to read some of the essays. I'll have some commentary, and then I'm going to go back as well and do some more revising. I did a lot of the short responses. I both read them and I did the revisions simultaneously. Okay, so for the short essays, the first one for Stanford is an idea or experience that makes you excited about learning. So this is the intellectual vitality question for Stanford. I'll talk about a little bit more what the answer should really be here or reflect after I read the student's essay. So he put, I sat down with my breakfast taco, patiently waiting for my robotics team's board of directors and mentors to arrive. In a few minutes, I presented them an idea I'd been preparing for weeks. Go, baby, go. I want to leverage biomedical engineering in my position as a captain to help physically disabled children have a cost-effective, enjoyable mobility option. The board was elated at this idea. Thrilled by their response, I reached out to the team by explaining the project and resources needed. I delegated tasks by order of electrical, business, and manufacturing sub-teams. Then I streamlined communication between my teammates such that we were successful in building our prototype, designing a PowerPoint to send to potential sponsors, and scheduling our first meeting with the local rehabilitation center. Leading up to our first meeting with NAPA, the Neurological and Physical Habilitation Center, I knew that there was a clear need for these cars. However, nothing could have prepared me for the joy that filled my soul seeing the smiles on the kids who used our prototype. I gathered feedback on potential adjustments and left feeling confident in our chapter's ability to develop a promising partnership. Although I am eager to continue this project, I am more excited about the idea of using my education at Stanford to improve lives on a much larger scale. My vision is to help not only a few dozen kids through NAPA, but innovating technology that improves the lives of 8.4 million plus type 1 diabetics. Okay, so you can also see how there's quite a bit of an inconsistency here. When I talk about that sort of like straight line and having that sort of linear through line through an essay, he's hitting the mobility tech angle, but then literally ending in the final sentence with something that's inconsistent with that, which is the diabetic angle, right? Now, I know what you're doing. You're sort of considering in the same bucket, and you're sort of trying to like pile them together to hit the medical theme, but you don't want to do that. You need to stay laser focused on what the angle is that you're hitting in a specific supplement. So don't end on a diabetes line if the whole essay was about mobility tech. Doesn't make any sense. So, maybe if you said something like, in addition to this other diabetes tech thing that I've worked on, I want to, but even still, I would not do it. It would maybe soften it a little bit, but you need to stay laser focused and continue that logical line and the content line through the whole essay. So if you start with a Go Baby Go Scene, which is about mobility tech, and then you're further fleshing out the contributions and the impact, then you need to end it with something about how you want to contribute to mobility tech or physical habilitation through technology, right? Like otherwise you have an ending that's inconsistent with the preceding content. So that's one of my issues. It's fairly well written. He does throw the reader into a scene in the beginning, which is a good hook tactic. He does get into some of his contributions and expanded contributions to the project. So pretty good execution here. And I would say that last part is just a little bit troubling in terms of just blurring, on the diabetic angle. Generally speaking, for this intellectual vitality essay, this is what we refer to it as. Stanford has what's referred to as a SPIV score, self-presentation intellectual vitality. So intellectual vitality basically means that the student basically loves learning for the sake of learning, right? Like it's what I was mentioning before, like the student they exude curiosity and love of learning and they're just intellectual students, right? That's different from being a student who is just an academic robot who wants to get good grades and good test scores so that they can go to Stanford. That's not what Stanford wants. Stanford wants a kid who is just by their very nature very intellectual and just loves, like they're just a curious person, basically, right? Because I think Stanford, like many other top institutions and many people, quite honestly, in businesses and organizations, have figured out that if you love what you're working on, you're much more likely to make a significant impact and contribution, right? So they want to see students who really they just embody the spirit for that thing that they're working on. It's also just very endearing, right? It's just very endearing as a human being to see another human being who loves something so much that they just exude it, right? And that's also why when we talk about the short responses and why it's important to have so much hook relevant content and to show that it's a part of the student's life with the objects, the 3D printer and the robot, like what you're signaling is like this is a part of the person's like almost very existence, like the fabric of their being, right? And if I said to you, who's more likely to change the world or have a massive impact in a certain field, the students where you can see they have these objects at home and they're surrounded and they even in their free time over the summer work on cars because that's related to tech and engineering, and or the kid who has like one thing that's a formality in their resume and has good grades, like it's not even a question, right? Like the person who just has all this passion, they just exude, it's a part of their almost very existence. And you can show that in the application. It's just so much more compelling and you're just so much more likely to put a bet on that student versus another student. So, we really in this essay, it's a pretty good theme. And this is the activity I love the most from the student's resume by far. even though I know his robotics team is a lot deeper and it sort of has the acclaim and it's highly ranked and winning competitions and it threw off a lot of awards. It's just I'm too well aware of how many students there are applying to Stanford who have those same types of activities. And it's not as unique, unfortunately, the robotics team. And it also doesn't necessarily show me the absolute love of learning. It definitely shows me some, but it doesn't necessarily show me positive impact on the world, and also some more niche angles with the robotics where he's sort of taking this and then, using it for good and for service and also creating more niche angles like mobility technology. So besides just robotics, and quite honestly, again, a lot of the robotics kids come across as, pun intended, robotic. I really do. I like the Go Baby Go. I think I want to move the content and put it more in the personal essay, which will end up undercutting it, that it can't really go here, but you can maybe use some of the wording from the Stanford supplement. But I actually also, for the intellectual vitality question, like a more intellectual concept, like a more of love of the concept, not as much love of the practical application. So students who are using this essay more to show an experience or a sort of a resume contribution or something that's sort of, again, it's more like applied science versus basic science. Like I prefer the more basic science approach, was like your love of like a concept, basically, versus, I have like this piece from my resume of how I brought it to the real world. It's okay. And for a lot of students who are more what I refer to as the doer archetype, like they're more in the real world, like practically applying knowledge to the real world, like you probably will need to like put more of an experience. And an engineer is more of an applied. When you're an engineer, you're taking basic science concepts, basically physics, and you're turning them into an applied science version, and you're practically applying them to create something in the real world. So there are different archetypes of students, and if you're engineering, like you might need to do an experience or practical application. Generally speaking, I tend to prefer for the Stanford intellectual vitality question, I generally like more of an actual basic science concept or more of just a very purely intellectual concept, because I think it tends to work a little bit better. But that will obviously, again, also be a little bit contextual to the student's skill set, what they're positioning for, and also just what the content is that would be the most compelling. And sometimes it might not always work out. But just generally speaking, I do prefer a little bit more of an intellectual concept. So we're actually going to change this, and I would prefer he bump the Go Baby Go to the personal essay instead, even though I like the activity. Okay, second Stanford prompt is note to a future roommate. Million kids are going to fall into a major trap with this one because, as I said, the question really in a lot of ways lacks face validity. Now, it doesn't necessarily lack face validity because they're not telling you the content you have to signal to your roommate has to be like this cutesy personality, funny, like content. It's just that's how a lot of students tend to interpret it. And so, this is a question. The question, again, is just, I don't have it because I'm looking at his application. It doesn't have the actual question in it, but it's just like write a note to your future Stanford roommate. And it says, and to us is a very important part of the prompt. So you're not just writing it to your roommate, but they're telling you, like, you're also signaling this obviously to the admissions committee, right? So, and that part is very important. That reminder is very important to not just be a total goofball. But unfortunately, a lot of students do take this question and they just become a total goofball. So, and there are also a ton of people out there who are telling students it's great to just be a goofball, which is totally fine. You can, if you want to go down that path, talking about what the measurement is for your contact lenses to your future roommate, telling them how you're going to go to the comedy club together, telling them of how you organize your shoes, telling them that you're up late at night, telling them about all of this nonsense that has absolutely nothing to do with your academic and intellectual promise. You can do that, and there's a whole bunch of people telling kids to do that, and trying to make some totally illogical either trying to make some totally illogical connection to why that would earn them admission, or just telling them to do that without even bearing the burden of telling them why that would logically connect at all to their academic and intellectual promise. You can go down that path if you want to. I just, again, will tell you, when we have a student working on these essays, I just tell you, I'm so glad there are people out there who tell students to do this, because they're so easy to beat in the admissions process. So I view it as an absolute competitive disadvantage, as I view a lot of things, including complacency. And if you want to go down the path of telling about this stupid stuff about how you organize your shoes, do it, but you understand that somebody else is coming up with way more compelling content than you are. It doesn't tap into anything that remotely relates to the institutional priorities of an academic institution. So that's my exhortation to not do that, but a lot of people do that, and it's why a lot of people don't get into Stanford, obviously among the reasons. But I do consider the roommate essay to be a trap essay, along with Penn's gratitude essay, another total fluff essay. And a lot of people write fluff pieces in response to it because they put you in a very bad position. This will put you in a very bad position that sets you up to write a lot of fluff pieces. So, try not to fall into the trap. The students will sort of evaluate how much do they fall into the trap here of sort of just all this personality content. First thing is the dear future roommate. So many students write dear future roommates that, again, you need to snap them out of the abyss and the trance of boringness of how many applications they read. So many students put dear roomie or dear future roommate. Just snap them out of that, because if they just keep seeing the same thing, come up with something more interesting or clever or creative to start the essay, because a million kids come up with dear future roommate or dear roomie. If I see another student write dear roomie or dear future roommate, I might literally lose my mind. And I'm not even going through the same number of applications that they are. So you can understand why it gets very boring and very trite very fast when you do what everybody else does. Okay, we're going to go through the content. Dear future roommate, please change it. Something you should know about me is I use the outdoors as an escape. I won't miss an opportunity to go on a bike ride, and I plan to explore the many miles of trails located around the farm. I've heard there's even a trail right on campus called The Dish. I would love to go hiking to get to know you on this trail, or even hit up some of the local mountain biking trails if you're feeling daring. My appreciation of the outdoors does not end at mountain biking, though. I also like to fish. I've recently taken up wildlife drone photography, and I'm an aspiring sandcastle architect. It's kind of funny. It's just so far off the reservation from anything academic or intellectual. I can't wait to develop new and innovative construction design techniques by experimenting with the California sand. It's a little hook relevant with the maybe design techniques, but not super. It's not amazingly relevant. Maybe we could take a day trip to Half Moon Bay if you want to explore the area sometime soon. I could even show you how to fly my drone over the landscape in search of sea otters. And sometimes it's getting a little bit of the technology with the drone, but not very much. It might also be worth mentioning that I'm a type 1 diabetic. And in case you're wondering, that does not mean I can't eat sugar. In fact, I actually carry sugary snacks around with me all the time. My weapon of choice is Skittles, and you're always welcome to the endless sweets I will keep by my bedside. Looking forward to learning more about you and the adventures to come. Cheers. Okay, so basically, the students just basically entirely fell into the trap of the highly creative personality content and took the entire license to just signal and signal a lot of just their personality or their personal features. There's very little that's academically or intellectually relevant. Now, yes, it is a bit hook relevant. In terms of, the student does mention they're diabetic, you have to keep in mind, again, you're writing the note to the admissions officer. There is no future roommate. They don't exist. So your future roommate will not be reading this. I understand it's under the guise of you writing a letter to a future roommate. And by that sort of, thought experiment, they would not know that you're a type 1 diabetic. But in terms of reality, you've already mentioned you're a type 1 diabetic and clearly established that. And in reality, the only person reading your admissions officer reading your application is an admissions officer, and they already know you're a type 1 diabetic because you've already well established that, right? So don't fall too much into the thought experiment here of a future roommate who doesn't know that yet, because they're not actually reading your application. So it's a little too redundant, the type 1 diabetic, because the admissions officer will have already, you wrote an entire personal essay about that and mentioned it in other essays. It's just too redundant, I think, at this point. And you're operating from the perspective this person doesn't know anything about you, which makes sense for the theoretical of the future roommate. But again, in reality, it's not be written to a future roommate. In reality, it's actually be written to the admissions officer, and they're not starting from ground zero. They already know this. So in that case, it's actually quite redundant. And the rest is just sort of personality content. It's just doing fun things on campus, hobby stuff. Some of it's a bit relevant. Some of it does have some of that honest signaling of the drone, and he actually likes technology. But this isn't the type of essay that you should write, and this is the type of essay that many students will write. So again, I have good news for you. We're going to change this, and or maybe that's the bad news. The good news is if you change it, I could tell you again, there are a ton of students who are writing their Stanford essay exactly like this, with this cutesy personality, fun, hobbies, adventures, weird quirks about themselves, content, and it's just not the most effective. But okay. For number 3, life experiences, interests, and character that would help you make a distinctive contribution to Stanford. So for this is your opportunity to calibrate some Stanford content, and the student did take that. Stanford doesn't have a why us, why do you want to go to Stanford or why do you want to study this field at Stanford essay explicitly. as many other colleges do, but this is a bit of your opportunity to talk a bit about Stanford specifically and some Stanford specifics and how you'll pursue your academic hook at Stanford in terms of, resources, research labs, courses, etc. So they do sort of stick that in. Also in the previous essay, the roommate essay, you should also take opportunity to talk about what you will do with your roommate at Stanford, and it needs to be academically and intellectually relevant. And I will talk about how to do that in some of the later revisions. Okay, so for this one, this third essay, so again, life experiences, interest, and character that would help you make a distinctive contribution to Stanford. So the student says, while I'm grateful for current medical technology, I believe today's quote-unquote modern solutions to medical problems are ripe with opportunities for improvement. Every 3 days, I'm forced to rip off my insulin pump site, which is composed of a feeble adhesive attached to a tube more flimsy than a wet noodle, and insert a new one. Ever since I started wearing my first insulin pump at age 5, I've been visualizing ways I can improve the technologies given to me. Stanford has one program in particular that would not only provide me with the resources needed to bring these ideas to life, but also precisely embody my aspirations as an engineer. The Stanford Diabetes Research Center, SDRC. When I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, my endocrinologist told me that this would be a disease I would have to learn to live with forever. To my core, I refuse to concede to that outlook and am determined to surround myself with like-minded researchers at the SDRC. Here I can involve myself in investigating the unknown reasons behind the development of type 1 diabetes with Dr. So the other thing the student does is I don't know if they do this in another essay, but they swipe out the T1D abbreviation, or they swipe out type 1 diabetes for T1D. And you just have to be clear when you use abbreviations. Like, you just have to make sure that, ideally in some of the essays, like that you're repeating the full term and then putting in parentheses T1D, because he doesn't do that in this essay. It just says T1D, and then another part it says type 1 diabetes. I think I don't even know if he mentioned type 1 diabetes earlier on. I don't see it earlier in the essay. I think he just says T1D. Now, will it be fairly clear because he mentioned type 1 diabetes in earlier essays and mentions it? Yes, they should get it, but just be careful when you use abbreviations, because he didn't actually put the full term at all in this essay. Okay, so when I was diagnosed with T1D, my endocrinologist told me that this would be a disease I would have to learn to live with forever. To my core, I refuse to concede to that outlook, and I'm determined to surround myself with like-minded researchers at the SDRC. That he did mention the full name of the lab before, so that's fine now to give the abbreviation. Here I can involve myself in investigating unknown reasons behind the development of T1D with Dr. I'll just call this Dr. Q, or conduct research on continuous glucose monitors, a device I personally wear, with Dr. P. I could also have, he didn't say Dr. P, it's just their names are not easy to pronounce. I could also have the potential to continue my personal research on athletes with T1D with the center staff. Ultimately, studying at Stanford would enable me to pursue my goal of making a positive impact on those living with T1D, just as Dr. L and Dr. P have. Okay, so in terms of this, I actually do like the diabetes, but what I want to actually do is move the content around in the application. So I want some of the Stanford supplementary content to go in the personal essay, namely the Go Baby Go. I would probably like to be focused more in the personal essay. And then I want to swap out the intellectual vitality one with a different theme for the first Stanford supplement. And then for this third Stanford supplement, I do like the diabetes, and then connecting it to the research lab at Stanford. He needs to be more specific with what he would do with these professors. It just seems like he mentions them and he's aware of the lab and their names, but he just says conduct research on continuous glucose monitors. Like, you need to get very specific. Like, you need to go read their, just at least even the abstracts of some of their papers. It needs to be even more specific than just conduct research on continuous glucose monitors. Again, specificity is your ally. So you need to go get very specific, not just you can't say things like making a positive impact. You need to be pretty specific, right? So it's just a little too generic in terms of what you would specifically do with these professors, and how, like, you need to mention some more technical concepts related to their research and just make it more specific. Right now it's a little too high level, and think about it from a difficulty perspective. Anything that's easier, a lot of students will be able to pull off. Anything that's more difficult or takes more time and more effort, fewer students will be able to pull off. So it'd be easy to just go find a few names of professors and obviously relevant lab. It would be more difficult to find those professors, that relevant lab, dig into their papers a little bit and mention something even more specific than just continuous glucose monitors, but maybe mention some more specific technical concepts or draw a parallel to your own technical expertise. Like, that takes a little bit more time and effort. And so specificity, again, is an honest signal of effort. So it shows that you took the time, you're more knowledgeable, and you have a more specific idea of what you would specifically work on with them. And so try to go a little bit deeper from a specificity perspective. Outside of that, I'll go through some of the other changes. This should still be a diabetes essay, but I want to take his personal essay, move it over to Stanford number 3, and then take the Go Baby Go, move it over to the personal essay. So it's a bit of a content swap. Okay. In terms of some of the common application here, so I'm going to return to the common application, basically the first pass of the Stanford supplements. We're going to come back to the Stanford supplements because we're kind of reorienting some of the content, as I just said. Somebody moving some content. In an ideal world, the student can, of course, do what they want. They might just want to change the activities list in the honors section, additional information, because that won't be too difficult. They might make some of the smaller revisions on the supplements or some of the bigger, but they might not have enough time, to do the personal essay redo. I think they can move content around that they already have. But of course, this is going to be at the discretion of the students. So I'm just sort of giving my overall analysis of what I believe is optimal. So we're going to go back to the Common App. I'm going to mention a reformatting of some of the content, just what I think is more optimal for the personal essay. Then I'm going to go through an overhaul of the activities list, the honor section, the activities list, and then the additional information section, the main Common App. Then I'm going to come back to some of the Stanford supplements and tell the student what I think should go in some of these other Stanford supplements instead of what the student initially had. So in terms of the student's overall hook, since this basically everything, again, is always downstream from the student's hook and what their academic angle is that they're selling the college on, I want to just slightly revisit that first, since that is basically the first domino, and then all the other dominoes fall from that. So before we get into the personal essay and the honors list and the activities and the additional information section of the Common App and then the Stanford supplements, I just want to sort of revisit the overall hook. And I've mentioned this throughout the episode, but I think the students' very specific focus on diabetic health technology is not, as I've mentioned earlier, it's not well supported by their resume per se. I think that they have they don't have any relevant activities in their activities list, where it shows a project or an activity that would have, that they can use to basically uphold that sort of very specific hook of diabetic health technology. The only activity, again, the student has that really was perfectly at the intersection of the health and the tech was the Go Baby Go. And that was more sort of like, what I'm just referring to as mobility tech versus diabetic tech. And then they had that Neuralink that was sort of very pending and sort of tentative. That also would have been the mobility tech angle. Otherwise, it was just two different categories. I refer to it as a bimodal candidacy, whereby it was a lot of health-related activities and then a lot of tech or engineering relevant activities, but no real intersection activities and none specifically for diabetic tech. So what I think the student needs to do is they actually need to go they need to actually go a little bit broader. And so when you're choosing the hook for the application, the phrase that, I sort of use is it's basically the filter that will subsume basically the greatest amount of variance in the student's application. So what I mean by that is you want to be picking, generally speaking, you want to be picking a filter that will basically it will sort of make sense of or squeeze into that narrative the greatest number of activities, particularly so the most impressive activities that the student has. And so if we go with the medical tech angle, it will squeeze in, of course, a lot of both the pure medical activities and just the health related activities, and then also the tech and the engineering related activities. The diabetic tech angle, making that the hook, it's too specific, because then if I say, okay, well, he's the diabetic tech kid, then I just get the diabetes from one sort of relatively informal research paper, but then he has no other activities that are relevant to diabetes. So that's very, very problematic. And so he's mostly just relying on that one paper with no other diabetes relevant activities, and then his personal background to diabetes, and then he's sort of connecting the other health-related stuff and then the other tech stuff. And so the diabetes tech angle just doesn't really make sense under a larger umbrella of health, plus tech. But making that the filter actually does not subsume enough of the variance in his resume and in his candidacy. And there's just not enough diabetes related content in his resume to really make the hook that specific. Now, could that have been ideal? Like, again, if we were building his resume much earlier on in the process, like, could he have taken a very particular diabetes tech, or even just honestly, like, something like diabetes, but again, with like some different offshoots, like diabetes plus activism, diabetes plus the technology angle. Yes, he could have built a resume and then gotten, 5, 6 activities that, at their center all, they all centered around diabetes. But then he could put in some activism components, which would allow, then, as I said before, would have allowed him to position for some alternative majors at Stanford, and not gone directly into the crosshairs of all the STEM and tech and engineering majors that are the most popular and most competitive at Stanford. So we could have done this strategically, earlier on in the process. But at this point, the student has very limited support actually for the diabetes angle and going that specific. It's just their personal background and that one paper that's looks pretty informal. It's not like a big, it's like a highly credible activity or paper, again, that was, written under or published with a research professor at a university. I understand maybe the radiologist of the hospital, somewhat helped the student on the paper, but it's just not, that's not the normal process for publishing something or really having, a super legitimate paper. So I want to broaden it out. I wish the student did have more activities in the resume that were in and of themselves. Just that activity did show the intersection of health plus technology, but we are going to basically still be working with mostly a bimodal candidacy where they have health, a bunch of health-related activities, then another category, they have a bunch of engineering and tech-related activities. They have one primary intersection activity with the Go Baby Go. That's mobility tech, sort of the Neuralink. But we do want to make the overall umbrella and the hook actually more just medical technology more broadly, not necessarily just specifically diabetes tech, and then not necessarily even just mobility tech, because if you make either one of them it is ideal to have as specific of a hook as you possibly can. It's just not, it just won't subsume enough of the content and the accomplishments in the student's resume. So if we went, for example, all in the mobility tech angle, then, he has the Go Baby Go and he has possibly the Neuralink, but, mobility tech doesn't hit the diabetes hydration paper. It doesn't hit the Capstone project with the possible, the small cell lung cancer. It just wouldn't hit a lot of different aspects of his resume. They wouldn't make sense with that specific of a filter. Hopefully this makes sense to people. Is like the filter can't be that specific because it ends up actually making a whole bunch of his resume not as relevant. The resume in that case, if you were going with a mobility tech hook, it's sort of, you have a bunch of stuff that would then dance around it. So you could sort of, admissions officer could sort of say, like the hydration paper with diabetic athletes is sort of loosely related to the health of the mobility technology or physical impairment technology theme, but these start to become sort of weak connections. And so creating that larger medical tech angle besides just diabetes or just mobility tech, I actually want to include both the diabetes tech and the mobility tech, as I'm sort of referring to it. I want to include both of them and both of those themes that are in some of his activities or some of the content, and get more out of it by actually just putting it into a larger umbrella of just broadly health-related technology or biomedical engineering. So that's sort of what I would actually consider the hook to be. And what we're going to do is, for the personal essay, I really, and again, this will be up to the student, I really would prefer the Go Baby Go to be, really showcased as the main activity and really go into the common application personal essay. The common application personal essay is generally what we refer to as the cover letter for the application. It really should be the most compelling, activity that you're mostly talking about that's relevant to the student's hook. And since the student does have a personal connection to it with, their personal injury, their condition, it can serve very effectively in place of the diabetes because the student has both in terms of personal background and personal adversity. So what I'd like the student to do is ideally take the Go Baby Go out of the Stanford Supplement 1, that intellectual vitality essay for Stanford, and take the Go Baby Go, put it in the main essay, the main common app personal essay. And what the student, you could pick two different structures. I know the student does have some more essay content he mentioned in other applications that's related to the Shorman's disease that he has and the fracturing of his vertebrae and, with the mountain biking. So you have two different structures. One of them would be sort of what I refer to as a linear or chronological approach for the personal essay. The other one would be what I, we'll call it a flashback approach. The first, or the more linear chronological approach, would be the student starts the personal essay with his, maybe he's mountain biking and showing a scene and how he ends up fracturing his vertebrae, and, maybe he can mention the Shorman's as well. And so it starts off with sort of that personal angle, the same way that he started off his personal essay with the diabetic angle, but now he's switching it to more the injury and the physical conditions as the inspiration. Then I think he could probably say that, sort of a lot of what he said to me in his emails, which is he basically had to find a way to rechannel, like he was, sort of an avid athlete and mountain biker. He had to find a way to rechannel that energy because he had to sort of give it up or scale it back because of these issues, right? And so again, it shows the adversity, but the conversion, like he didn't just become a victim and just sort of sit down and say, oh, I have these issues, but he just rechanneled that energy and harnessed it into other pursuits, right? You could say with his mind and the robotics, right? And sort of controlling these other physical instruments in a way, right? This is very Neuralink. So he's sort of, using his mind and his intellectual capacities to control this other physical manifestation, in this robot in some ways, right? It gets very Neuralink sort of notions, right? Of like sending a signal to, an object, a machine is sort of, in some ways it is a brain-computer interface, if you're driving the robot, and you had to intellectually create the machinery in the first place, and there's a notion of sort of communicating. So I think he could say, you started off with sort of the personal injury, the mountain biking, the scene, the condition, the personal, physical adversity and injury, show how he reharnessed that into the robotics, and then show how he used the robotics to basically then harness that into the Go Baby Go, which sort of brings it full circle in terms of, the physical impairment that he endured personally, but then showing how he then channeled that into the robotics and then channeled the robotics basically into helping, these toddlers and giving them, helping them with mobility with the toy cars, with his robotics expertise. And then he can basically present himself as leveraging, that technology, for disability tech, in the future, essentially, and take that angle instead of more of the diabetic tech. Now, it's okay. The hook is broadly medical technology. It's okay that in this personal essay, he's just ending with mostly leveraging it for mobility tech. Like he doesn't have to say per se, I want to do mobility tech and diabetes tech. He can get the diabetes tech from some of the Stanford supplements. So that's totally okay. It's not absolutely perfect, but it's rare that things are absolutely perfect and everything in the student's candidacy is a perfect straight line. You have the greatest chance of that if you start the process a lot earlier, and it can be a lot more strategic and straight line. But it doesn't always work out that way. You also don't always get all the perfect opportunities that exactly align with the strategy, because they depend on other people to give you opportunities. So you don't always get the exact research opportunity that perfectly lines up with the strategy. And so there are executional imperfections regardless. Like if you have to get some very particular niche opportunity, it sort of reduces the number of people you can reach out to. Nobody might give you an opportunity. And so students' candidates are not always perfect, right? I think he could have put more stuff in his resume that would have spoken to more of specifically, that would have embodied more of the medical technology themes in a singular activity. I think that definitely could have been the case. I think he could have done more stuff with diabetes. I think he could have had more activism. So he has some more lateral positioning away from the main institutional strengths of Stanford and the mess that, STEM and engineering fields and biomedical fields are from a competition standpoint. But it's not always perfect. So it's okay if he focused most of the personal essay on just that disability tech and using medical technology, almost as like a redemptive way. Like he's connecting his own personal, physical impairments and adversity, and saying that he wants to, leverage that robotics background and that tech background as well as his own sort of personal adversity to contribute to mobility or physical handicap technology, and he has a very relevant activity along the way in Go Baby Go that he'd be mentioning in that essay. That's more of the linear, when I refer to chronological approach, because it's sort of going in chronological order. His personal injury or his condition, which seemed sort of 8th, 9th grade. I don't know exactly the chronology. Then the robotics would have been shortly on the heels of that. Then he started the Go Baby Go chapter in 11th grade. And then he can sort of, say that he can then make this umbrella of, sort of leveraging, the technology for mobility. try to be as specific as possible. So try not, again, to have a term that's, I want to use technology to improve health outcomes or something, like so generic. Try to get something quite a bit more specific, and say like specifically for maybe a group or for, just make it as specific as you possibly can. Now, he's working with a specific demographic in terms of the specific organization that he worked with, this Napa organization, the toddlers. So maybe he wants to focus specifically on an age group. Maybe he wants to focus specifically, on a type of mobility technology, or certain, maybe people of a certain age or the certain condition, like, cerebral palsy, or, but just try to make it, whatever it is, just try not to end up with these generic, grandiose terms of, I want to work on, medical technology to improve health outcomes or something. It's just so broad, right? And not specific. And you want to anchor it as much as possible in what you've done in the past. So if you've worked with a specific population who maybe have particular disorders, then you might want to have continuity there in terms of hitting, a very specific type of vertical or problem in the future as well. Then the other structure you can go with, this would be the structure that, our team and I would tend to use, because this tends to be the blueprint for how we tend to write personal essays, but it tends to be very hard for most students, and families are not accustomed to the style to execute. So it's more of a flashback style. And so I mentioned this a couple of episodes ago with the other student, with the application strategy. It's a very hard style for people to pull off. But it would be the one that I would go with. But the first style might actually just be easier for the student to write in, because it's just more linear. The second style you can write in is a flashback style. So it would be a Go Baby Go opening hook. So that would be something like you throw them in a scene of you with maybe watching the toddlers, driving the toy cars, from the robotics that you gave to them. Then you'll stop that scene in the middle of the scene. So you sort of unpack that scene. Then you'll have a flashback, basically, like it'll be something from that scene that reminded you of something, right? Like maybe the kids are, they're driving the cars or whatever, and all of a sudden you sort of have like this, moment, and you sort of flash back to maybe you on your mountain bike, right? And maybe, this injury, and fracturing your vertebrae. And then you can then go through that as basically the personal adversity that you endured and the personal motivation. And then you can bring it back in the end and flip back to the Go Baby Go scene, where you sort of then return, you flash back, and you sort of, you have sort of, a commentary on, how maybe this group that you're serving or harnessing the technology, basically is sort of bringing things again full circle. Like you're seeing in these kids, like you're enabling them or empowering them, through this engineering, this robotics, to sort of, be able to basically pursue, these fun ventures and these little adventures, and sort of reminds you of that, that personal joy from the mountain biking. So before you had your own injury and condition. So it could be something like that. My inclination is the flashback structure is very hard for most students and families, even though it might have a higher payoff. It tends to be written a lot more like a movie. And not a lot of people, there are people in admissions who have, they have worked on television shows and movies. And so they're very good at writing in that type of style, and it can be very captivating if you have that sort of skill set, but most students don't, and most parents don't, and so it's not as easy for them to write it with that sort of flashback, drop the mic moment at the end, or really interesting piece of dialogue that ends the scene. So I would probably go more with the first one, because it tends to be much more straightforward and easier for many students to execute, which again would be something like a linear structure. You take them through the mountain biking, the physical adversity, how you reharness that through the robotics, and then harness the robotics to the Go Baby Go. And then the takeaway basically is the disability tech angle. That is generally what I would suggest in terms of the most compelling contents for the application, because I just think that the personal essay was not very linear in the way that essay would be linear, and you don't have any activity, unfortunately, in your activities list to hit the diabetic tech angle per se, as you do with the Go Baby Go. So the Go Baby Go is actually essentially the the best activity and the only real activity that you have to date that hits the medical tech angle in and of itself, without relying on, sort of bridging two different activities, like a health activity plus an engineering or tech activity. So that's what I would suggest. For the students, the rest of the common application for the honor section, what I would do is pick your top 3 robotics team awards, and put those at the top of the honor section. Then I would do the national, rural, and small town recognition by itself, not with the commended. Commended we'll put somewhere else. I'll mention that. So I put national, rural, and small town recognition, sort of a bit of a tiny bit of a hook on an academic hook. I put that number 4. And then I would put the President's Volunteer Service Award, both of them, the 2 awards that you won, number 5. The reason for that, so we're increasing. I think you had 2 robotics awards in your honors section, and we're going to 3 because you need to hit more of the tech angle. I think you had a little bit more breadth in terms of the awards originally, so I would slightly increase the number of robotics awards to hit more of the tech angle, and then I would just feature that rural and small town because, as I mentioned, it is a bit of an institutional priority for many of the top colleges. And then you could still leave the President's Volunteer Service Award, since it is a bit more of a national, and there is a notion of service in the hook of, sort of creating devices to improve, health outcomes. Okay, so that's what I do. Not major changes to the honor section, but that's what I would do there. For the activities list, I have all 10 here. So what we're going to do at a high level is we're going to add in the biotech that you had in the honor section. So part of the reason why I'm actually adding one of the robotics awards to the honor section and removing the biotech assistant exam that the student had from the honor section, you could say on net, it maybe doesn't, his honor section doesn't, like net, it comes out about the same in terms of the hook. The biotech exam does speak more to the hook because it is more the intersection of bio plus technology. However, it's quite a bit of a stretch in the award section, and I think it's probably too much of a stretch. It's not a terrible maneuver, and it's definitely close, but I would probably put it in the activities list instead, and then just throw an additional robotics award in the honor section. It's a very close call, but you don't usually use certification exams in the honor section. It might be just a little bit too much of a stretch. So for the activities list, we will keep number 1 as the captain driver of the robotics team. Number 2, so I mentioned a lot of the granular changes to the contributions in the bullets. I'm not gonna rehash those. I already went through the more granular changes. I'm just mentioning the overall activities at this point. Number 2 will stay as the Go Baby Go. So he got the order right with the robotics and the Go Baby Go. For number 3, I would bump up the medical research paper. So you had some just less relevant activities, and not as maybe as academic, I think, in the sort of 3-4 spots. So I would bump up the medical research paper because it's more academic and more hook relevant from a health perspective. I put that number 3, that research paper, and then I told you have to fix the bullets for that. For number 4, I would take the capstone project on the small cell lung cancer, and I put that number 4 because, again, it's intellectually, academically relevant, and it's hook relevant in terms of it be relating to the health theme. For number 5, I would put the co-chair of the Relay for Life and raising the $10,000. It's health relevant. It's more sort of, I would say, like health, it's more like activism, fundraising, obviously. I wish, again, maybe there was something that we could have hit and built more activism in the student's profile. It's a bit of a weaker angle to really support for health activism. It's cancer. It's not diabetes, would have been more relevant to the student's personal situation or, the physical angles. But I would put that in number 5 because students does have leadership. It's relevant in terms of the health to some extent. They do have a nice superlative with the raising $10,000. So I put it in there. The radiology assistant, we talk about getting rid of the term shadowing and adjusting some of that because it makes it seem very low value if it was shadowing versus conveying yourself as a radiology assistant. So we'll put that in there next. Again, it's relevant to the hook. Then after that, we'll put in the UF biotechnician assistant certification exam, and we'll put that in the actual activities list. And then after that, we'll do the Python class with the CS. This is obviously tech relevant.
Then we will put in the founder and president of the school mountain biking team and the summer job as auto mechanic as the final two. So essentially, he has the robotics team, which is the tech and engineering. That's his sort of deepest involvement. That's number one. Number two is the Go Baby Go, which is the mobility tech intersects. It's basically the only main biomedical engineering related activity that intersects the health and the tech. For then 3 and 4, he then basically has projects or papers, intellectual activities related to health with the diabetic, hydration, and then the possible cure for small cell lung cancer. Then he gets another health-related theme, but more from a service or an activism angle with the Relay for Life. Then he gets radiology assistance, another health, biotechnician, another health, plus sort of a bit of maybe the intersection. It's just more of an exam, so it's hard to call it an intersection activity, even though it does intersect the biomedical and maybe some bit of the tech elements. It's just an exam though, so it's a little bit, it's not really an activity per se, even though we are putting it in here just to sort of hammer home the hook a little bit. And then again, he'll have the Python class as sort of the tech angle, and then he'll have the founder and president of the mountain biking team, which sort of loosely it obviously relates to the personal adversity. He has leadership in it. It relates a bit to sort of, simple machines and, maybe the mechanical engineering side a bit. And then the summer job as the auto mechanic is just kind of nice. I think it's some good signaling. And it obviously, again, relates to sort of the mechanical engineering side. So that's what I would do there. In terms of the additional information section, you're going to have 2 overflow categories. You're going to have overflow honors, and then you're going to have overflow activities. I would put the honors first because generally your overflow honors are more impressive than your overflow activities. So in the additional information section, you can leave, let me actually just look at it here. You can leave that one note for the transcript because there was that weird situation with the transcript. Everything else should be taken out of your current additional information section. So you leave that line that was 1 point of context about my senior schedule just because you do want to point that out to the colleges. Everything else, the video from the robotics competition, the stuff with the electives, the PSAT, just get rid of all of that. And you can put the note, I put the note first, basically in the additional information section about the transcripts. Then you want to create headers. So you want to create an honors header, and then and just to reiterate, the formatting and the look of the aesthetics are non-trivial. It is important. And even as I've sort of gone through, I think there's just a ton of people. I've seen a lot of students' applications after they submit them when they did it of their own accord. And to me, quite honestly, it's just reflective of a lot of people just are not extremely meticulous. And they don't think it matters, this capitalization, the punctuate, the periods, they just don't look at it very carefully, and they maybe think that an admissions officer doesn't care. An admissions officer might tell you they don't care, but trust me, a lot of these applications look sloppy in the way that students format them. So it should be very cleanly formatted and very nice and pretty and aesthetic and readable. It signals so much about you that you're the student who's very meticulous. You made it very easy to read. There's a lot of implicit signaling just from even just capitalization, for example. Just the fact that you made it more readable because you put headers in the additional information section for them. So you're going to have an honors header. You could do something like a bold with an underline, and then you'll put the overflow honors underneath. You could do something like bold and underline, and then the activities underneath, or just something sort of neat, clean headers. And then, the bullets below. So for the honors, I would put your other 2 robotics awards, since we only have 3 in the honors list. I would take the Dell Children's Hospital Award because it can't go in the honors section because it was too early on. It was a middle school award, so it can't go there, but it does it's relevant to the hook. Put that number 2. Number 3, put that the Code of Living from the diabetic camp. That's again is also hook. It's also hook relevant as an award, but it occurred too early. It's a bit informal. It's definitely a bit of a stretch, but we want to get as much hook relevant content as we possibly can. Put it in the additional information section. Then you'll just put a few generic awards. So National Merit Commended Scholar, AP Scholar Distinction, National Honor Society in the 4, 5, 6 spots. And then to leave off on a bit of a strong impression, also because these are not as academically relevant, but they are big superlatives. You can put the place 3rd in the state in mountain biking, and then you can put ranked 1st in the state as an 8th grader in mountain biking last.
And so that's a nice way to end because like they are high rankings and show a lot of, distinction. It's just the preceding awards are more academic. And then you just end on a nice note here with some of the big superlatives, a little bit less academic, hook adjacent, as I said. But that it's more of a bit more of a stretch from the mountain biking to the biomedical engineering angle per se. It's a couple of leaps between the two. So that's what I would do there. And then in terms of the overflow activities, the Neuralink internship you should definitely include. Nobody said that they're going to give you massive credit for it because it hasn't happened yet. But to not put it in the application at all, I think would be a mistake. If they don't want to give you credit for it because it hasn't happened yet, that's fine, but at least give them the opportunity to acknowledge it. So put Neuralink internship number 1. That's definitely the most, it's just, it's not ideal that it hasn't happened yet. But it is, otherwise, if it had happened, it would have probably have been your best activity. So I would, not even probably, it would have been your best activity. So even past the robotics team. Because it's very niche, it's very unlikely that a high schooler gets a Neuralink internship. So, there are always companies, organizations that either somebody just didn't run it by the legal team or they didn't know that there was a rule. Like, I'm quite sure that we probably have come across students who do research and technically, like, it might not, there might be some rule, but, it's not everybody remembers or knows the rules or runs it by compliance all the time. So what are you going to do? Works to your benefit anyway as a high schooler. So, the Neuralink I put there, it embodies perfectly the mobility tech. It's a really awesome name brand, cutting edge technology company. It's really good for Stanford, of course. So I put Neuralink internship, just put something like it's pending for summer 2025. And then you could put president of the Young Men's Service League. This is just more of a generic activity where I want your activities list to actually be a bunch of hook relevant activities. So I put president of Young Men's Service League in the overflow activities. This is not as relevant to the hook. I'll put VP of Key Club because it's not as relevant to the hook. Here, put school IT support if that was even a thing. I'm not 100% sure. Put that here, and then put the math tutoring job. You could put both of the companies that you worked for and list it twice if you want for these overflow activities in the additional information section. And so your activities list does look quite meaty. Like it's got, by us adding in, the capstone project, by us adding in the biotech exam, it's got a lot that are, basically 8 out of the 10 activities there are health or tech related. And then for the last 2, the school mountain biking team and the auto mechanic, obviously again, the auto mechanic is related to the engineering, the tech, so that's really 9. And then the mountain biking team it's relevant to the personal angle of the mountain biking, and it's a bit relevant to the mobility tech angle. So you're getting pretty close to 10 out of 10 in terms of relevance, which is a lot. It's a lot of activities to have relevant to your admissions hook versus the prior version of your activities list. That was sort of more like, there were some more in there that weren't as hook relevant. And, some of the generic things like, Key Club, diabetes paper was too far down. Young Men's Service League, not particularly hook relevant. So you're getting a lot more of a very concentrated presentation of the hook now in the activities list. So that's what I would do there. In terms of the Neuralink, the other reason why we can't put Neuralink in the activities list is because it's pending. So that's the reason why it has to go in the additional information section, but that's fine to put in the additional information section. The reason why we put some of these awards that were before 9th grade in the additional information section is because you can't list a grade earlier than 9th grade in the honor section. It's only for high school level awards, so that's why we're putting in the additional information section. So we're basically taking full advantage of you have a lot more creative license for the additional information section than you do for in the activities list or in the honor section, because those all have to be high school. You have to put very specific hour commitments. So if you don't necessarily want to show the amount of time commitment for an activity, because it maybe wasn't very impressive, you can put it in the additional information section because there's no required field for the number of hours that you did it. So this is sort of where you can sort of play the game of what's going to sort of be a required field versus not. Additional information sections are totally flexible. It's just a blank box, so you can put whatever you want. So again, if you have an activity but you didn't, maybe pursue it and you're worried about how that looks because you didn't sort of do it for many grades, well, if you put in the additional information section, there's no question requiring you to specify how many years you did it for. Now, if you did perform an activity for many different years and that would be valuable to indicate, then you can still include that in the additional information section, but you at least have the optionality to do so versus you would have to indicate, certain information like the weekly commitments or the grades, etc. So we are using the additional information section, to give us a bit more flexibility for awards that technically weren't won during high school. And then, for the Neuralink internship, that's still pending that we want to get in, but it doesn't have the formality and it hasn't happened yet, so we can't put it in the activities list. So that's the main Common App. In terms of the Stanford supplements, I talked about swapping the Go Baby Go from Stanford supplement number 1, the intellectual vitality essay, to the personal essay. What I really think you should do instead for Stanford number 1 is I really prefer. I understand this isn't always possible, and this wasn't necessarily a bad selection. The Go Baby Go for that Stanford supplement number 1, I just prefer it to go in the personal essay because again, it was the activity that hit the mobility tech, hit the health tech theme the best from your resume. So I would prefer it be centerpieced in the main Common App personal essay. What I think you should do is you should really try to hit more of an academic intellectual concept if you possibly can. And go more down the path of the Neuralink. So try to find like a Neuralink-esque concept, something related to the brain-computer interface. You can even just go find something online, like some of the technology or the concept, or maybe it was in your reach out email to the person who works at Neuralink, or if you know what projects they're working on or what it is, try to come up with some technical concept that's related to Neuralink or the mobility tech. And then what you can also do is we can get some further mileage out of the Neuralink. You can even possibly signal a bit of you are reaching out and trying to get an opportunity to maybe work on a specific concept. So that would be ideal because then you can also talk more and it shows high agency, high initiative that you even tried to make that happen for yourself, whereas a lot of other students wouldn't even try. So you can sort of signal a lot about your character and your agency and your initiative by telling a bit of that story to some extent, but you also have to be unpacking sort of a concept. So if there's some concept that you can think of that is related to the Neuralink, the mobility tech angle, and then fit in that reach out and the pending internship there, I think the Neuralink is so high value that even though it's pending, it merits fitting in the application, and you can't really talk about it. You can't really talk about that process of trying to get that internship and some of that content anywhere else. It has to sort of go in an essay. Somebody said you could talk about it a little bit in the additional information section, like we will put the name, and put that it's pending. But if you want to flesh it out a bit further, but also while connecting it to, maybe a Neuralink-esque concept or ability tech-esque concept to hit the intellectual vitality, you have a little bit more that you can talk about the experience there. So that is generally what I would suggest for the intellectual vitality question. For Stanford number 2, the roommate question, what I would do is, so this is, when I talked about the content for that essay, the 2 mistakes that a lot of students make, and these are very common mistakes across applications in general, but also particularly for the Stanford roommate essay. So again, one is they go too much into personality contents, too many of these personality quirks, and they're trying to be fun and cutesy with their future roommate, and you just are a goofball, basically. And I would strongly discourage that. So this needs to be academic and hook relevant content that's going to go into this roommate essay. I understand, like, if you're thinking, I wouldn't, this isn't what I would say to my roommate or something, or like they're going to think I'm too like one-dimensional or whatever. Like, no, it's Stanford. Like, it's literally Stanford. So the kids who go to Stanford are talking about their roommates about very intellectual things, and they're involving them in intellectual pursuits. That's a lot of the reason of why you go to a school like Stanford, right? Is to have the roommates and you're working on the startup together, and, so it actually is perfect. And so you want to integrate academic, intellectual, hook relevant content, not the personality fluffy content, the mountain biking together and all this other stuff that gets put in this essay. The second thing that you want to do, that you want to understand conceptually, is you want to go an inch wide and a mile deep, not a mile wide and an inch deep. So this is what a lot of people do in their essays. It's sort of, I guess related to the kitchen sink syndrome, is they try to throw a lot of content in the application or an essay when they should be trying to hit and slam a vertical theme and really add a lot of depth to the theme and make it like a straight line, as I've said, right? So essays are much more compelling when you go very deep into one singular theme. It's also just much easier to read and to grasp. When you mention like a whole bunch of different, activities or parts of your identity and like something funny about you and this physical thing, like it just, none of it basically sticks, right? And so by bringing it back to the hook, it will stick into the overall hook of the application. It will keep reinforcing and reminding them what you represent in terms of your hook and your academic and intellectual promise. And it's just very easy to read if you just focus on one very specific aspect or topic, right? So I prefer for this roommate essay, it's academically, intellectually inclined. It's relevant to the student's hook and overall positioning and provides another opportunity to reinforce that to the admissions officer. And it hits one very specific manifestation of that hook or that academic or intellectual capacity. So in this case, what I would like you to do is this is what I would suggest. First of all, get rid of the dear, roomy, or whatever everybody else puts and just try to find a more clever way of introducing yourself. And then I would basically make this essay about starting a Go Baby Go chapter at Stanford with your roommate. So you also want to use this Stanford roommate essay as another opportunity to showcase what you will bring to the Stanford community from, again, more of an intellectual academic standpoint, a club, a chapter, and how you'll enrich the intellectual atmosphere. And you're just sort of using your roommate as the sort of the prop for that, or sort of the, the character for that, right? Don't take it too literally, right? I think a lot of students see this way too literally, this future roommate. Again, like when you were bringing them back to ground zero to explain that you were a type 1 diabetic, that would make sense if you were literally talking to your future roommate. They didn't know anything about you, but the problem is you're not. You're talking to the admissions officer, and you already mentioned all of that, in the application, at least with the former version of the personal essay. So, what I would do here is walk through your future roommate, which in reality is just you walking through the Stanford admissions officer, reading your application file, be talking to your roommate about how you're going to basically have them tag along and help you build this Go Baby Go chapter. And now, again, there'd be like a whole bunch of students or people are sort of saying, well, what if they're not interested in robotics? What if they're not interested? It's not the point. Like, stop being so hyper literal about this, right? Just, it's okay. The Stanford admissions officer isn't going to be like, oh my God, he didn't take into account the person might not be interested in robotics, and he's holding a gun to their head to make them start a Go Baby Go chapter. Like, it's just ridiculous, right? Like, they're not being that literal about it. Please do not be that literal, right? You're trying to convey more information about your academic and intellectual promise, and it's relevant to include this type of information. Like, this is what you're going to bring. The future roommate is just a lens through which they can see what you'll be on campus, particularly outside of the classroom. And so Go Baby Go is perfect because it's an extracurricular. The other thing that makes it perfect is I've also seen it on at different colleges, but Stanford I don't see has any chapter. This is always a perfect opportunity if you've started a chapter at your high school and but it doesn't exist at the college that you want to attend. You can say, well, hey, I will start this chapter also at the college. You don't have to start the chapter at the college, but at the very least show the continuity that you would start the chapter at the college, and whatever you want to do, you can. But say like, I started this high school chapter. We've had an applicant who did this. She started the first chapter at her high school, and then she said, I will come to your college, the college that she got into. And she said, I will also start a chapter here. And it was an organization that was on different college campuses. It just wasn't on the campus of the college that she wanted to attend. And so that was a lot of her unique value proposition to the college, was to basically bring that to the school. So I would take your Go Baby Go. It's also perfectly continuous. It's also, again, an honest signal because you've done it in the past. So it's not you just saying, oh, I'll create, like, can you imagine somebody who's just like in robotics saying, I'll create a Go Baby Go, chat, like, it's just not as, you wouldn't take it as seriously because I have no past evidence for them doing it. Then if you had some student who's not even interested in robotics or health, physical impairment, etc. And they said they were going to do it be totally ridiculous, right? Because it's totally just a nebulous concept. But you have literally done this exact same thing in the past. And so how much more likely are you to do it in the future because you've literally done it in the past? So it's a perfect, honest signal to the college that you likely would follow through on this because you've literally done it before. And again, it helps to reinforce the mobility tech angle. And if you're worried about like it would be too redundant with a personal essay, it's totally fine. It's not the entire personal essay anyway. And again, it's showing the translation of something from the past to very specifically at Stanford. So that's totally fine. And some of that repetition is even ideal to, again, keep hitting home the hook in their head, right? So I think too many people shy away from hammering the hook. And you really should be hammering the hook. Like it should really essentially be 80%, 90% of the content in these essays. There's almost no amount of academic or intellectual promise that's too much for Stanford. The bar's too high for academic and intellectual promise. Like if you're worried that you've basically saturated or hit the maximum amount of academic or intellectual promise for Stanford, you're likely wrong, right? So you have, among the world's best of the best and the greatest possible future contributors in the entire world to fields. So coming to Stanford. So it's very unlikely that you've hit the saturation point for being too academic or too intellectually promising. So don't worry about that. And so then just walk through the roommate. In reality, again, you're walking the admissions officer through, right? But you'll throw it through the lens of the future roommate and say, we'll do this, and then go through what you would do to set up the Go BB Go chapter. So I'll take you along, and what we'll have to do is we'll have to go to this board, we'll have to get approval, and basically you can just actually use the approval process or the process from your high school chapter that you kind of articulated in the Stanford Supplement number 1 and just mimic a lot of that process that you would have to do for, at Stanford, right? And just walk through, so I'll sort of have you tag along and you'll help me like create the parts and we'll organize and we'll create spreadsheets and then we'll have to go to the board. And then you should find some local analog to the Napa Center from the past and find some other center that is near Stanford and then just swap out the specific of the current center that you work with for one that is in the Bay Area. And then you could talk about the Stanford robotics team. So you could take some of the specifics from your other Stanford essay and talk about the Stanford robotics team and show how you even maybe met them or something like that. You could put that in there and then talk about how you sort of do basically what you did in high school, but do it at Stanford. And your roommate, again, it's just a character, right? It's the lens through which you're just conveying this information of what you would do in the community extracurricularly, and to enrich the intellectual academic atmosphere and to reinforce that specific hook that you're bringing to the community, extramurally outside the bounds of the classroom. And the roommate is just basically the sort of, again, just the sounding board, so to speak, for you actually talking to the admissions officer. It's basically just almost like a writing device, a writing instrument, or way of framing the essay is how I would view it. And it's basically the same thing as if you got an essay, like Penn has an essay that is a sort of, it's more of what you would do in the community or outside the classroom. And so it's basically the same content. It's just that Stanford frames it through the question of talking to your future roommate, but it's essentially the same essay in terms of the content. And so, yes, you have to still play within the boundaries of the question and pretend like you're talking to a future roommate, but it's essentially the same thing as Penn's question where they're asking you, how would you contribute or how would you fit into the community? It's basically saying, how would you bring your academic intellectual hook to the community outside of the classroom? And so that's basically what we're doing. It's just as though you're talking to your future roommate. And again, you could have visuals of little kids, toddlers driving, on, wherever, and just that's basically what you should do for that lesson. For Stanford number 3, so I'm basically swapping content between essays. I would take the personal essay content from your diabetes backgrounds, and I would put that in the 3rd Stanford supplement. So we're basically swapping the Go Baby Go from Stanford number 1 into the personal essay. And then we'll strip out some of the diabetes content from the personal essay and we'll put it in Stanford number 3. And you can leave that sort of ending part about, the diabetes researchers. That's good. Again, this needs to be calibrated to Stanford. The end part of this essay, you need to be way more specific about, again, the Stanford researchers and understand their projects better and understand specifically what you would do and how you would connect it. You can't just make, again, these generic grandiose claims. You have to show you actually did your homework and your research, and and you didn't just find you typed into Google Stanford diabetes, and then the first thing that pops up, you just copy and paste it into your essay like every other kid, right? Show you did a bit of your homework, get a little more specific, a little bit more technical, and a little bit more expert onto what specifically their projects entail. Just read some abstracts from some of their papers, and specifically the parts, the devices, what the technology is that they're working on. You need to be more specific because it's more likely to be perceived as genuine, authentic, and also you as credible, and have putting in a bit more effort and legwork. So you need to be more specific with the Stanford Diabetes, the research center, the people that you mentioned, and their research, and what you would add to their project. And otherwise, that's obviously very good calibration at Stanford to mention the diabetes. I would also, you can mention I think you did, let me just see here. Let me pull up. So you mentioned the Stanford Diabetes Research Center. Now, I know you went to go see Stanford. Let me just read here. Toured Stanford and met with someone for the bioengineering departments, and the team came out later and did a tour of the Stanford robotics lab. It doesn't sound like the people that you're mentioning in the Stanford number 3 are the people at all that you met on your tour. It would be ideal to fit in the people that you met on the tour, because it actually, you can then include that content in your application, because it shows good initiative that you went and you set up a tour, and then your team came out later and did a tour of the Stanford Robotics Lab. You could put the team tour of the Stanford Robotics Lab in the Go Baby Go essay for the second Stanford supplement, because it's more connected to the Go Baby Go on Stanford's campus. You could maybe sort of obliquely mention it in Stanford number 2 instead of Stanford number 3. If you could try to fit in that bioengineering department tour that you did, I think it would just be good. It shows that you already have a connection to somebody on campus and you took the initiative. If you could find a way to fit it in, it would be ideal. If you can't, and it's just too off the beaten path, to just make it the Stanford diabetes research. But if you can even just mention it in passing or something, it's just good content to include in the application. That you took that initiative, you already met with somebody on Stanford's campus, and that would be good. If you could fit it into the diabetes theme, it's just I would like to get it across in the application. If you possibly can. Even if it's shoehorning it a little bit into that third supplement, I would like to demonstrate that to Stanford, that you took that initiative and you already met with professors in your interest areas, etc. And then just be more specific with the research and the future capacities, and how you would add to these projects. And then in terms of the earlier part of the essay, so the latter part will be more of the at Stanford version. The beginning part of Stanford number 3 will be more, of just explaining a bit of your diabetes background and your own personal motivation as a type 1 diabetic. So you could just take some of the personal side of the diabetes away from the personal essay, but put it in sort of more or less the first half of that Stanford number 3, and then make the second half connecting your personal personal adversity with the diabetes and, the issues with the technology and the limitations of the technology, etc., and connect that to your motivation for them pursuing that at Stanford, these research projects with people at Stanford. So that would be a better connection, I think. Now, you kind of had some of that content. You do mention in the original version, the tube being flimsy. Ever since I started wearing my first insulin pump at age 5, I've been visualizing ways Stanford has one program. You could possibly, let me actually just read the personal essay a bit again. You do mention some of the shortcomings of the diabetic technology in the first part of Stanford supplement number 3 currently. The main angle that you're hitting in the personal essay was this notion of it making you, again, like this consummate planner. You're always thinking ahead, planning ahead for every contingency. And then it goes into the robotics team. Then it goes into that capstone project, and then the takeaway is we talked about the takeaways. It's kind of like a double sort of a takeaway. You might actually, I don't know that actually, I was trying to salvage content from the personal essay instead of just totally getting rid of it, but actually I would say that the first part of the Stanford number 3 actually makes more sense. You will have to mention, however, at this point, now that you are, you have to go through the application, just make it clear that you are type 1 diabetic, because it's not, obviously, if it's not in the personal essay anymore, then you have to sort of look at the application to see at which point they would know that about you. You might have to, there's a little bit of an issue where you would have to establish a bit earlier in the application that you are type 1 diabetic. So you can maybe loosely mention it in a new version of the personal essay. Otherwise, you do have to slightly resolve that issue, because in the current version with the personal essay, it already establishes you're type 1 diabetic. So by the time you hit Stanford number 3, it's already been established. But if we change the personal essay to hit more of that Go Baby Go and that as the primary activity, because it hits the medical technology theme the best, then you would have to reestablish in Stanford number 3 that you are type 1 diabetic. And then it does make sense that you talk about sort of the shortcomings of the technology before you then go into the research. I would mostly actually leave that the same about, the feeble adhesive attached to a tube that's more flimsy than a wet noodle, and insert a new one. So you would actually leave that type of content, because it motivates why at Stanford you would then want to work on new and better technology. So you would mostly leave that content the same, but you need to be way more specific about the work that you would do at Stanford, and you would need to resolve a bit of that, just making sure the type 1 diabetes did get across effectively in the application that you are type 1 diabetic. Okay, so we went through the common application personal essay. That would be my suggestion, is to focus more on the Go Baby Go. And the personal injury condition, to the robotics, to, translating that to the mobility tech angle with the Go Baby Go. And then we talked about the honors, activities, additional information, reformatting, all of that. And then we talked about Stanford number 1, rehashing that into a Neuralink sort of concept, maybe mentioning that opportunity or that reach out a bit there, talking about some concept related to the brain-computer interface, maybe some topic that was in your reach out email or something, and really breaking down that concept, and then sort of tying in a bit of that pending internship. The Stanford roommate question, making it more hook relevant, putting in the Go Baby Go chapter that you will start at Stanford, just conveying that through the lens of the future roommate. And then for Stanford number 3, you can mostly leave the earlier part of the essay, and then you should be more specific about the Stanford contributions, and you can maybe try to find a way to fit in the Stanford visit and meeting with the professors if you possibly can. And then for the short responses for Stanford, we already went through all of that. And the only thing that I actually will say, looking at it again, is for Stanford the short response number 4, I said diabetes research paper or capstone project on small cell lung cancer, but I would do the diabetes research paper since it's more relevant to the hook. They're both health related, so they're both related to the hook, but the main 2 aspects of health or disease are going to be more that mobility angle, physical handicap, physical impairments, and then the diabetes. The cancer, again, you start getting into like a third health angle, and then it starts becoming a little bit more blurry. So I would say just to stay more focused on the diabetes research paper, and then is another place where you could establish, that you're a type 1 diabetic as well. So I would focus on the diabetes research paper, so you don't go too broad in terms of all the different, health-related projects between small cell lung cancer, then diabetes, then, the habilitation center, or the Go Baby Go. It's a lot of different aspects of health or disease. You should mostly try to stay focused on the diabetes and the mobility tech and habilitation tech that we talked about. So I would make that the diabetes research paper. And also, there wasn't a lot of context to the paper, so I think you can use this as a longer form way also of talking about the diabetes research paper. And that will also neatly connect, obviously, to your personal background. Okay, that is it for this walkthrough. Hopefully this is helpful to the students, and hopefully this has been helpful to everyone listening as well. So we'll talk soon in the next episode. Bye-bye.